Man, no comment right now. All I'm gonna say is, man. Wow. What's up, bro? God. Damn, look at them cakes walking down the stairs. Ooh, what's that? Woo, shit. What the? Boy, hold on. Hold on. Have you seen her? Hold on, have you seen her? My bad, y'all. I'm on that bull. Yes, sir. Woo! Black dress. Woo! Some do, and some get in, it's well not. It's hot. That's what they say. Oh yeah. Yo. It's a bakery out. Hold on, what might be a bakery out there, mother? I didn't pack my suitcase. Man, come on. No comment.
Okay, I was sort of wondering, like, what's the expectation of that?
It don't make sense.
Look, I was watching the interview this week, and the way you sort of go through it by play, like
they wrote me a script to follow. So now you'll tell you that I didn't do it.
I don't know why.
Keefe D can't stop doing interviews. No matter what, this lip flapping fool just can't and won't be quiet. Now, his trial starts August 10th with jury selection, but this guy done went and spoke out again with local news after countless interviews and on countless platforms. Vlad, Art of Dialogue, Cam Capone, you name it, which people feel like is what got him there in the first place. Talking too much, flapping lip. How y'all feel about Keefe D? Free the guys, keep the guys, what we doing. But check out this new interview and some clips that'll probably start recirculating around the internet because they are pretty relevant. But anyway, go ahead and get added down in the comments. Go ahead and like that video, subscribe, Ruminati up. Let's go.
Did you have anything to do with the murder of Tupac Shakur?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. I wasn't even in the matter. I wasn't in the matter, period.
Do you regret the book and the interview?
Yeah, I was just after the money, and they said I was covered. I did it for the money. You know what I'm saying? And
But did anyone tell you maybe it's not a good idea to do that because they might arrest you after they hear you say that or read it in your book? Like, did anyone close to you say, not a good idea?
That was the ghostwriters. I didn't write that book. You know what I'm saying? I don't know nothing about no Winston Churchill, Frank Sinatra. Just read the book. You know I didn't write that book. You know what I'm saying? And the Vlad thing, the lady, she gave me $150,000.
But then when I was watching the interview this week, and the way you sort of go through it by play, like then this happened, it's very believable.
They wrote me a script to follow it. My lawyer came with the script. It seemed like he was in bed with them the whole time.
When you were talking in this interview about Tupac's murder, and when you were doing this book, were you considering maybe his family at all?
No, I just did it for the money. You know what I'm saying? I was trying to feed my family. You know what I'm saying? And it's wrong. It's just wrong. I'm an innocent man. And they said, yeah, Chris, I haven't been around that stuff since like 89. I stopped that stuff, pulled up my pants. I'm not no leader or Crips or none of that stuff. That's wrong. They're just trying to make their case look good or something. He's a leader of the Crips. He's way up there in the Crips. No, I'm not. You know what I'm saying? There's no color line. I'm messing with Bloods, Crips, everybody. You know what I'm saying? I just want to the leader of the Crips. I helped Show get that record company together. You know what I'm saying? And why would I kill the guy that's making us the most money? You know what I'm saying? He's best rapper back then. Why would I kill our money like that? It don't make sense. So Knight will tell you that I didn't do it.
Has the DA's office offered you any plea deals, and would you consider a plea deal?
I'm not gonna take no plea deal because I didn't do nothing. You know what I'm saying? And I'm 63, I had a cancer battle, and I got 3 stents to my heart. And the average American lives to like 74 years old. 10 years, I'm dead. So what I don't like taking a deal, you know what I'm saying? I heard it was like something from 10 to 25. I'm not gonna do that, you know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna take a deal like that. And I ain't have, especially after I haven't done nothing. I'm an innocent man.
How concerned are you that you'll be convicted after this trial and you won't get to spend your final years with your family?
Yeah, I think the Ninth Circuit Court is gonna let me go. I think they're gonna let me go, because it's not right. I'm gonna be all right though, because God, seriously got me, and He know I am this. Yeah, and I hate I put my family in jeopardy like this. So that's one regret I have.
So you had a proffer deal, so that means whatever you say during that day was like, nothing could ever be used against you.
Exactly.
During that day.
Yeah.
How come you didn't ask for like complete immunity?
I did.
You didn't want to give it to you?
I did. That's why I'm sitting here.
Well, the proffer deal is only good for
What
that
you said?
day.
No. Man, that's why I'm still sitting here.
What do you think about the Keefe D situation?
I don't think they're going to convict him. A lot of circumstantial stuff.
You might be right.
I think he's a damn idiot I think he thought that his proffers over here was like a federal thing that covered the United States.
Keefe D would never get arrested.
So I gotta ask you, man, I know you've been hearing the rumors that's been going around. So Reggie Wright Jr., he did an interview and he said that you're gonna be getting arrested soon for Tupac's murder. Is that true?
Not that I know of, unless he's a U.S. attorney or something. I don't know, this dude obsessed with me.
About the Keefe D thing is, he better try to get all this stuff dismissed. And if he don't, he better not go before no jury, because if so, he's gonna be doing life in prison. So I really predict that he's gonna be taking a plea deal about 10 to 15 years. And hopefully he gets out when he's about 75, and then he get another 5 to 7 years of his life to live. should be his goal.
Him saying it out his mouth, this is, if you're on the wiretap, then he can say it out your mouth to use it against you. So I don't know how it's going to go on these podcasts that he was possibly paid for, what he's going to do.
I mean, he could say it's all fake and he just needed the money.
Exactly.
I don't know Keefe D like that to be, singing about no murder stuff like that. I believe he even lied about his nephew and everything.
Personally believe Keefe D's story about what happened in Vegas with Tupac?
If you ever been in anything that has to do with some law enforcement, right? Before they get to that videotape, before they get to that camera, you understand? It's already written down what you're gonna say. So we heard what Greg Kading needed Keefe D to say. Hey, y'all, run them likes up. Run them likes up. Let's go. Let's get the likes up. Why we not in double-digit likes? Let's get the 10 likes. Run it up.
Definitely.
Okay. When he looks over at you, and then Tupac's busy getting shot. Evidently, the story is Tupac's trying to either get out
In
of
the back seat or something.
Yeah. What do you see happening inside their
Jumping
car?
in. I seen the bullet going through his head. I thought he was dead. I thought he was dead.
So Orlando shot across Dre.
He leaned over on the window. We rolled down the window, popped.
Who was it?
They would drove on my side. I would pop them. You know what I'm saying? But they was on the other side.
Right. Can you take me through how you got Keefe D to cooperate?
Yeah, that's essentially what we did. Built a drug case against him that was going to put.
Gio, Mike from the Ville, Miss Duval, Slim, everybody else in the chat. I see y'all. I'm finna shout out the chat in a minute, y'all. What up, what up, what up? Run the lights up, please. Let's go.
In their best interest to cooperate. So that's essentially what we did. Built a drug case against him that was going to put him potentially in jail for the rest of his life. And said, here's your opportunity to mitigate that situation and tell us the truth about what happened in Tupac's murder or Biggie's murder, whichever you happen to be involved in. And he agreed, his lawyer agreed, and there was a formal agreement between the U.S. Attorney's Office and Keefe D's attorney, and sat down and started the process of cooperating as far as he knew them.
Are you worried at all? Are you worried that this might come back and bite you? And you might end up having to, essentially, at this age, anything related to that would be a life sentence, right?
Man, dog, whatever life got to offer me, I'm gonna handle it, dude.
They don't have no evidence against me. Came and put me in Las Vegas.
Correct. He passed the gun and he looked Suge in his eyes.
Yes.
Did he say these two
He
things?
didn't say that. Yeah, well, the pass the gun, I'm not sure, but he said him and Suge locked eyes and they've known each other since they were kids.
So what was Tupac and Suge's reaction when Orlando started shooting up the BMW?
Suge just ducked his head.
How you feel about the people that feel like Big Dre, he shot Tupac? Because you did make a confession some years ago, man, and you said that you gave the gun to Big Dre, but he got cold feet. So Orlando, he ended up snatching the gun and shooting Tupac.
Yeah.
So he didn't pull the trigger.
Man, we already discussed that. Was you trying to get me in jail again?
But if he verbally said he passed the gun, at that point, you are aiding, abetting. This is premeditated.
From 2019, that he was in the car during the shooting and he passed the gun to his nephew, Orlando Anderson, in the back seat, who he claims was the shooter.
He's done. That, stuck a fork in it.
Your reaction is to the arrest of Keefe D?
Surprise, number one, because I didn't think Keefe D would never get arrested. Nor do I want to see him get arrested. Let's get one thing straight. Me and Keefe D played on the same Pop Warner football team. And whatever circumstances, if he had an involvement with anything, if he didn't have any involvement with anything.
So Keefe D was like, look, I need the money. Puffy and them supposed to give me $1 million. They gave us most of the money or half of the money. And that's how everything unraveled for is what happened in Vegas.
Who want to see? I wouldn't wish somebody going to prison on my worst enemy.
The DA says that Keefe D was in the car with his nephew. His nephew, according to the DA, is the one that shot Tupac, and that it was done with the full knowledge of Keefe.
There was only two people in the car. And Pac not going to tell the story. I ain't going to tell the story, but I tell you this. And I never had nothing bad to say about Orlando because, number one, he wasn't the shooter.
How you feel about the people that feel like Big Dre, he shot Tupac? Because you did make a confession some years ago, man, and you said that you gave the gun to Big Dre, but he got cold feet. So Orlando, he ended up snatching the gun and shooting Tupac.
Yeah.
So he didn't pull the trigger.
Man, We already discussed that. What, you trying to get me in jail again?
Number two, he came to my hearing and told to let me go and tell the truth. They still didn't let me go.
If you are called to testify in this case,
I wouldn't be.
Why not?
Yeah, I wouldn't be.
Why not?
Well, number one, because I'm not going to get on the stand and testify on somebody for what?
They seem to be saying that Orlando was the shooter and Keefe was in on it, that he had full knowledge of what was going down, and it was revenge for Orlando getting beaten up by Tupac and his team at the MGM after the Tyson fight. Is that correct?
No.
Then who shot Tupac?
It wasn't Anderson, so that's all I got to say about that part.
To summarize, you are saying Orlando was not the shooter, although you won't say who the shooter was. You are not saying whether Keefe was involved in any way in the shooting. And you are saying that if you're called to testify by either side, you will not comply. You will not testify. Do I have that right?
1,000%. I wouldn't go. I wouldn't testify. None of that. At the end of the day, free Keefe D.
So you have a sense.
Hold on. Let me shout out the chat real quick. Y'all see, they are in the courtroom, and once the proceedings start proceeding, we gonna be all the way quiet. But in the meantime, shout out to the most aggravating chat in the game, the most appreciated chat in the world. Y'all don't even know, man. Y'all so aggravated.
So aggravating as hell, man.
But y'all so appreciated. Shout out to y'all. Hold on, who I see in the chat. Mel says, get the likes up. Mike from the Ville says he got trial today. Opening statements today. Type-ish. Mr. 610 Geo say, man, get the book. Throw the book at him, man. Shout out to y'all. What up with it? Miss Duval. Hey, finally back at the desk. I know that's right. Do your thing. What up with it? Is that Babas? Shout out to Babas. Y'all get the likes up. Please get the likes up. Court is about to start pretty soon, it looks like. We're going to be locked in. As much as possible, this trial is supposed to be 4 weeks. Listen, we're going to cover this as much as possible, man. 4 weeks of this shit. I'm going to tell y'all this, though. If, yeah. We might not catch every day, nigga. 4 weeks of it. Anyway, shout out to y'all. We gonna run run the likes up. Hold on. Get the likes up, man, y'all. Never mind.
It's a remorse for what happened to Tupac?
The RUMORNATI NETWORK.
Yeah. I got a sense of remorse that happened to any brother. Man, dog, whatever life got to offer me, I'm gonna handle it, dude. You know what I'm saying? I'm a God-fearing man. Whatever life gonna, you know what I'm saying, deal me, whatever cards I got dealt, I'm gonna handle it. I ain't gonna go up there and cut my wrist, hang myself or nothing like that. If they wanna come put me in jail for life, it's just something I got to do, dude. You know what I'm saying? And like I'm scared of jail or nothing.
Well, you've done a quarter of your life in prison already, right?
Yeah.
So I guess it doesn't really worry you.
It ain't nothing.
Because the only way they're gonna line it up is now because they have something to go on. Remember, they didn't have nothing to go on at first.
Yeah.
They had shit to go. There was no way, hell, they could have did the movies that they did and put out the films that they did if that interview wouldn't have took place and he said what he said.
I see Keefe D. Keefe D was spooked. First thing he told me was they didn't have nothing to do with the killing of my homie Puncher. I responded to Keefe D and said, shit, if I thought that, I'd be on you already. He said, but I'm gonna give you something that's real true, and I didn't want to tell you because we've been knowing each other, since we was kids. So Keefe D was like, look, I need the money. Puffy and them supposed to gave me $1 million. They gave us most of the money, or half of the money, and that's how everything unraveled for is what happened in Vegas.
So you guys are driving around, and then you hear these girls say, Tupac.
No, we coming up, what's the name? Was that Flamingo? Yeah, I think that's Flamingo. We was coming up Flamingo and got to the light. We was gonna go drink and smoke some weed, and he happened to be hanging out the window. He was hanging out the window like he was in a parade. And we just came, and shit. I ain't gonna go into details like that, you know what I'm saying? But, you got it in the book.
Well, in the book, you said that as you're driving up towards the BMW, with Suge driving and Tupac in the passenger seat. And you said that Tupac pulled out a gun.
It looked like he was reaching, yeah. No, shit, once he got the reaching, I got the ducking.
So someone from your car started shooting at Tupac and Suge.
Suge just ducked his head, and the first bullet went in his head, so the next one's hit him. It was like he was doing a breakdance, trying to jump in the back seat or something. Yeah. Like, damn.
That man Keefe D the last one left in this whole situation, and can't nobody get him in trouble but himself. And he
to me, it's a
The murder trial for Dwayne Keefe D. Davis, the man accused in the 1996 killing of rapper Tupac Shakur. Among those listed as expected witnesses, Mary and Suge Knight.
You are called to testify in this case?
Yeah, I wouldn't be.
Why not?
I'm not going to get on the stand and testify on somebody for what?
I don't know why.
Yo, what up, man? Hey, did y'all see this? Mary and Suge Knight has been called to duty, according to Fox 5 Vegas.
A new witness list is out ahead of the murder trial for Dwayne Keefe D. Davis, the man accused in the 1996 killing of rapper Tupac Shakur here in Las Vegas. Davis is charged with orchestrating the drive-by shooting that happened near Flamingo and Koval. Shakur died 6 days later. The trial is expected to start in 1 week on August 10th. Among those listed as expected witnesses, Mary and Suge Knight, who was in the car with Shakur that night and is the only other surviving witness to the shooting, as well as Shakur's sister and former Las Vegas Mayor Oscar Goodman. Davis was arrested in Henderson in September of 2023, and he is the only person ever taken into custody in the case.
They want him to take the stand, but he has vehemently taken the stance that he's not going to take the stand.
Reaction is to the arrest of Keefe D.
Surprise, number one, because I didn't think Keefe D would never get arrested. Nor do I want to see him get arrested. You know, let's get one thing straight. Me and Keefe D played on the same Pop Warner football team. And whatever circumstances, if he had an involvement with anything, if he didn't have any involvement with anything.
So Keefe D was like, look, I need the money. Puffy and them supposed to give me $1 million. They gave us most of the money or half of the money. And that's how everything unraveled for is what happened in Vegas.
Who want to see? I wouldn't wish somebody going to prison on my worst enemy.
The DA says that Keefe D was in the car with his nephew. His nephew, according to the DA, is the one that shot Tupac, and that it was done with the full knowledge of Keefe.
There was only 2 people in the car. And Fox not going to tell the story. I ain't going to tell the story, but I tell you this. And I never had nothing bad to say about Orlando because, number one, he wasn't the shooter.
How you feel about the people that feel like Big Dre, he shot you?
Number 2, he came to my ear and told to let me go and tell the truth. They still didn't let me go.
If you are called to testify in this case?
I wouldn't be. I wouldn't be.
Why not?
Yeah, I wouldn't be.
Why not?
Well, number one, because I'm not going to get on the stand and testify on somebody for what?
They seem to be saying that Orlando was the shooter and Keefe was in on it, that he had full knowledge of what was going down, and it was revenge for Orlando getting beaten up by Tupac and his team at the MGM after the Tyson fight. Is that correct?
No.
Then who shot Tupac?
It wasn't Anderson, so that's all I got to say about that one.
To summarize, you are saying Orlando was not the shooter, although you won't say who the shooter was. You are not saying whether Keefe was involved in any way in the shooting. And you are saying that if you're called to testify by either side, you will not comply, you will not testify. Do I have that right?
1,000%. I wouldn't go, I wouldn't testify. None of that. You know, at the end of the day.
We now have Mr. Davis. He's present in custody with Mr. Stamp. Anything we need to address outside the presence of the jury from either party?
Nothing to say.
Nigga walked in there and wiped his nose,
I have
dude.
that issue with regard to the Discovery Commissioner. I just want to make sure. I think it's at 12:30.
We had moved it for that, so we'll plan on stopping in time for you to get to that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, and you were able to talk to Commissioner Gans and get that all straightened out?
Not directly, but through my office, yes.
Okay, excellent, perfect.
Thank you.
And I guess, Your Honor, I think it was mentioned during jury selection, but at this point, I think both parties would be invoking the exclusionary rule.
Okay, so if we have anyone present in the courtroom who's on the witness list, you do need to step out at this time until you're allowed to come back in. Additionally, for everybody who's here as in the audience, obviously we're in court, so I expect that there'll be no outbursts or speaking audibly that the jury can hear. Otherwise, we might have to remove you. Additionally, if you guys could all check and make sure that your cell phones are turned off or are at least on silent so that we don't have any distractions while we get going.
Your Honor, with regard to the exclusionary order, because of the fact that this is being broadcast, are we instructing as well witnesses to not be watching the broadcast prior to their testimony as well?
Great point. Yes.
Okay.
Anything further? All right. Let's bring in the jury.
That boy walked in and wiped his nose. That boy Keefe D walked in and said, slime, slat. That boy wiped his nose. Why do they got this box in the corner? Let's see. Hold on, let's go to another screen before we get another screen. That shit, wow. Here we go. Did Tupac get justice? Did Keefe D talk his way to life? I think Associated Press may have the best combination of visual and sound. Law and Crime and Court TV has the best sound usually, but they have this big stupid, what is this extra box right here? You see what I'm saying?
Stand for the jury.
Let's go. Nigga look disgruntled in the I'm sure he is.
Okay, you may, did the party stipulate to the presence of the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Hopefully you were able to get everything situated over the long weekend, and we look forward to proceeding with trial. Before we get started, we do need to have you sworn, so if I could have you all stand and raise your right hand, we'll proceed with that.
You and each of you do solemnly swear that you will well and truly try the case at issue and a true verdict render according to the evidence, so help you God? Yes. Thank you. You may be seated.
All right, thank you, Jessica, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen. At this time, we're going to turn to opening statements. Mr. Plal, are you ready to give your opening statement at this time?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning. On September 7th, 1996, Tupac Shakur came to Las Vegas to attend a Mike Tyson fight. After the fight, Tupac, along with Suge Knight, Trayvon Lane, and other people that were with that group ran into a person named Orlando Anderson. And Orlando Anderson is the defendant's nephew. And when they encountered Orlando Anderson sitting by himself, they attacked him. Then, a few hours later, Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight drive down Flamingo Road to Club 662, where Tupac is scheduled to perform a concert. Then 2.5 hours later, after Tupac and Suge engaged in the beating of Orlando Anderson, they are gunned down. Tupac is gunned down in a drive-by shooting from a white Cadillac in an act of revenge. During those 2.5 hours, you will learn that the defendant was escalating and planning the retribution for the beating of his beloved nephew. Now, let's be clear. Dwayne Davis did not pull the trigger. But what he did do was plan the retaliation for the beating of his nephew. You will learn that Dwayne Davis got the gun. You will learn that he got into a white Cadillac. You will learn when the opportunity presented itself for retribution, Dwayne Davis made sure that the shooters were armed and ready to execute their revenge. And remarkably, you will learn that from Dwayne Davis himself. But to understand what happened on September 7th, 1996, on the streets of Las Vegas, we need to go about 275 miles west to the city of Compton, California. What you'll learn is that Compton is about 10 square miles. But in the mid-1990s, those 10 square miles were occupied by over 30 gangs claiming its territory. And important to this case, there are two gangs, Mob Piru and the Southside Compton groups. Let's talk a little bit about the Mob Piru. The Mob Piru is a group that associated with the color red. And you'll hear that Suge Knight, the person who was driving Tupac Shakur that night, grew up in the neighborhood of Mob Piru. But by the mid-1990s, he had become a very successful CEO of the record label Death Row Records. But despite, or maybe because of where he came from, you'll hear that Suge Knight continued to employ Mob Piru gang members as part of Death Row. They would act as unofficial security, and other times they would engage in, let's call them other acts, on behalf of Suge Knight. But Death Row in the mid-1990s, record labels around. They had artists such as Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre, and of course, Tupac Shakur. And in 1996, Tupac Shakur was maybe the largest and biggest, most successful rapper around. He had just sold, released All Eyes on Me, a double album that was met with huge success. Additionally, Tupac Shakur was a movie star, having appeared in a number of movies in critically acclaimed roles. He has, at times, been referred to as an icon. But for the purposes of this case, what you need to know is that Tupac Shakur was not a gangster. He was a hip-hop artist associated with the Mob Piru. Now, the other gang that's important to know here is the Southside Compton Crips. And when it comes to Southside, Dwayne Keefe D. Davis was the leader of the Burris Street faction of the Southside Compton Crips. And while Suge Knight rose to prominence in his neighborhood, Dwayne Davis rose to prominence in his neighborhood because he was a very successful, large-scale drug trafficker. And he moves up in the world of gangs by bringing in money to the neighborhood. The other thing you'll learn is that Orlando Baby Lane Anderson was his nephew, and also a highly respected member of the Southside Compton Crips. Now, as part of this case, you're going to hear another name, Eric Zip Martin. Now, Eric Zip Martin is not a member of the Southside Compton Crips. In fact, he's based out of New York. He's involved in the drug trade and knows Dwayne Davis as a result of both their involvements in the drug trade. Dwayne Davis from the West Coast, Eric Zip Martin from the East Coast. And one of the connections that Dwayne Davis gets through his association with Zip Martin is with Sean Puffy Combs, who was then the CEO of Bad Boy Entertainment. Sean Combs wanted some security when he came out to the West Coast. He was worried about Mob Piru. He was worried about the members of Death Row Records. And so Dwayne Keefe D. Davis agreed to be around to act as unofficial security for Sean Combs and his artists when they came out west. Specifically to ensure there are no problems with Mob Piru and Death Row Records. And this took a rivalry between Mob Piru and Southside Compton Crips and escalated.
All right, Associated Press, get it together.
Those tensions boiled over in the Lakewood Mall in the summer of 1996. There, you'll hear that Trayvon Lane, a member of the Mob Piru, associated with Death Row Records, was there with other members of Mob Piru in order to do some shopping. Lakewood Mall was a mall nearby Compton. You'll also hear that Baby Lane Anderson, Orlando Anderson, the defendant's nephew, was there. Now, Trayvon Lane that day was wearing a chain with a Death Row medallion. And there was a fight that occurs between the Mob Piru group and the Southside Compton Crips. And at one point, that chain is pulled off Trayvon Lane's neck. Now, what happened to that chain is an issue of much dispute. Not everybody agrees with it. But the act of disrespect of pulling the Death Row chain and the brawl that occurs further escalates this heated rivalry. And what you'll learn is that these two men, Trayvon Lane and Orlando Baby Lane Anderson, they encounter each other again. This time in Las Vegas. So that brings us back up to September 7th, 1996, here in Las Vegas. Again, Mike Tyson is fighting Bruce Seldon. He disposes of him in less than in a round. Doesn't take a full round. And then after the fight, Tupac Shakur, Suge Knight, and the people that are here with, they leave. And among his group is Trayvon Lane. And that is why this fight occurs. Trayvon Anderson was by himself because when Dwayne Davis purchased the tickets for the Bruce Seldon fight, he got them through a scalper. So everybody that came with Dwayne Davis were seated separately throughout the fight. And so Orlando Anderson was at that time by himself. You'll see that Mr. Shakur, Mr. Knight, and his group leave the MGM Grand. And you'll see that Orlando Anderson, after being held by security, is questioned for a bit, asked if he wants to press charges. He decides he doesn't want to participate in any type of prosecution and that he doesn't need medical attention. Dwayne Davis hears about this beating. And what you will hear is that in his world, there is no question that a response is required. And you will hear from Dwayne Davis what happens next. Because what happened over the next 2.5 hours is something Dwayne Davis would later describe himself in the secret 2008 interview from his attorney's office with the federal task force. And we'll talk about that interview and the circumstances surrounding that later. But we'll hear about what the next 2.5 hours was. So, what we learn is that Dwayne Davis is upset about the beating of his nephew. And frankly, that's not an unusual response. What's unusual is the next steps Dwayne Davis takes. Unusual for the normal person, maybe not unusual for in gang culture. He is going to organize a retaliation that this beating cannot go unanswered. Then he runs into a person named Zip Martin. Remember the Zip Martin that was the connection with Bad Boy Entertainment from New York? And Zip Martin tells him that he has a gun.
Hey, where do you go to? What do you tell Zip right now? You tell Zip, hey, we're gonna go handle this shit or whatever?
Oh, no.
Y'all want us to come?
Associated Press, hold on, y'all fucking up. Let me switch.
Don't get 6 2 club.
Who's saying that?
Everybody.
Everybody.
Yeah, everybody. You only come
Well, how do you know that Zip's got a gun? Did she tell you?
It was in the lobby, but I'm in the lobby. I got one.
Did you ask her? Do you have one, or just tells you, yeah, I got one?
Yeah, that's when they asked me, do we need some help? I said, yeah, like, yeah, okay, cool. I don't know what to get. Yeah.
Before that, he gets the gun from Zip Martin. He goes out to his Mercedes-Benz, gets the gun from Zip Martin, and then after some time, he assembles 2 cars to go to 662 to violently confront Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight for the beating of his nephew. And you'll hear that Dwayne Davis wasn't initially in the white Cadillac. He goes into a van, and Orlando Baby Lane Anderson, they go in a white Cadillac, and they go to Club 662, waiting for Tupac Shakur, waiting for Suge Knight, waiting for this violent confrontation. And what you'll learn is that Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight don't show up while they're there.
We went up to 626, they didn't show up. We waited about 15, 20 minutes, they didn't show up. So, it's like, let's go get some liquor. We stopped at the liquor store. I got out the van there and jumped in the Cadillac.
So what you hear Dwayne Davis say is he got out of the van and goes into the Cadillac. And the plan at that point is to go to a liquor store, get some booze, and then go back to the Las Vegas Strip and party. What the original intention was before Orlando Anderson was beaten at the MGM Grand. But on the way back to the Las Vegas Strip, they see a caravan of cars. And that caravan included Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight. And in that white Cadillac, before the shooting occurs, Dwayne Davis explains that the driver is Terrence T. Brown. In the rear driver's side is DeAndre Dre, or Big Dre Smith. In the rear passenger side is Orlando Baby Lane Anderson. And that Dwayne Davis himself, KVD, is in the front passenger side. And this is how Dwayne Davis explains the murder of Tupac Shakur.
Yeah. These little liquor stores right there that we came up Harlem at the Las Vegas Boulevard. And shit. Here they come in that BMW and they take your car. And brawls, Tupac! We like, there you go. Made the U-turn. We wasn't supposed to make it. Just wanted the U-turn. They was in a little lane. And we just pulled up on the side and checked every car to see where they was.
So what directed your attention to him was some girl shouting at Tupac?
Tupac! He gave us other way. Otherwise, they would have gone away. He all had that quick. You know how they do. They was bitch. And we got him.
You did a U-turn, so then you pull alongside of it. You guys were in the car. Have you already handed him the gun at this point, or at what point did you hand him the gun?
I thought he was going to pull on my side. You know, that's one of them there going to the out for him. You know, and he pulled on his side.
So you were fitting the blast if you had to, or you were just...
Yeah, we would have been on my side, I was blast.
Okay. So you hand the gun to the back seat?
Yeah.
You hear Lane?
I gave it to Dre. Dre was like, no. And Lane's like, dude, fuck, dude.
So what you hear Dwayne Davis say, admit, that as they see Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight driving to Club 662, Dwayne Davis, along with Terrence Brown, DeAndre Smith, and Orlando Anderson, decide to make a U-turn, confront Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight. Dwayne Davis had the firearm. It's the firearm he got from Eric Von Zit Martin, and then he passes it to the back. Dwayne Davis says that if they were on his side, if Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight were on his side of the vehicle, he would have shot them himself. But because they were on the other side, he handed it to DeAndre Smith. DeAndre Smith, according to Dwayne Davis, did not want to shoot at that time, so Orlando Anderson shot into that car. Dwayne Davis explains this over and over again.
Literally on the street.
Okay, Wayne starts blasting. You say Suge looks over, he sees you. He looks right at you. Are you nervous?
I just know he does something to say, you know.
When he looks over at you, and then, Tupac's busy getting shot. Evidently, the story is Tupac's trying to either get out of the
back seat or something.
Yeah, what do you see happening inside that car?
I see the bullet going through. Yeah, I thought he was dead. He was scraped or something in the head or something.
A piece of glass went into his neck right here.
Yeah, the thing in the head.
Great.
I thought he was dead.
Okay. So, I'm sorry, did you guys stop the two girls? Did both stop the car and let them get off?
Yeah. And we made the right.
Okay, but he stopped what you said, why you cool and let off?
Yeah. And we made the right and some all the Seabreeze and homeless. Stupid bitches. We shot their window around and they stopped.
So Tupac's trying to jump in the back seat. And what should do? Just hug him?
Hug him. He couldn't really hug him, he was too big, Yeah.
One other thing Dwayne Davis talks about during the murder of Tupac Shakur is that there's a car full of women. I think he calls them broads at one point. A car full of women who are there as well. And you're going to hear from one of those women. And what she's going to tell you is that she disagrees slightly with Mr. Davis's rendition of facts. They were, in fact, communicating with Suge and Tupac's car, but they weren't talking to Tupac, they were talking to Suge. And what she says is she hears gunshots, she sees the white Cadillac flee, and then what Dwayne Davis interprets as them chasing her, she'll tell you is them just panicking and trying to get away. But she will say they inadvertently follow Dwayne Davis and the other people in the white car as they are fleeing. After Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur's vehicle is shot, Suge Knight makes a U-turn and heads back to the Las Vegas Strip. The car ultimately can go no further and stops. Police arrive, medical arrives, and you will hear that Suge Knight was grazed in the head and had some glass going in his neck. He ultimately survives those injuries and is released fairly quickly. You'll also hear that Tupac Shakur was shot multiple times, that he was brought to UMC, and that 6 days later, he succumbed to those injuries. And within 24 hours, the Cadillac and the assailants are back in Compton. They stay the night, and they drive right home as though nothing happened. But a war followed them back to Compton. Because while people were afraid to come forward to police, the police knew and the streets knew that Southside Compton Crips were responsible for this murder. And the war that follows at Compton is a bloody one. You'll hear that Mob Piru and Southside Crip members start shooting at each other. Within 10 days, 3 people are killed. A number of people are shot, including an 11-year-old girl. And what you'll also learn is that none of those cases were prosecuted. Why? Because in this context, in the gang context of this, the combination of gangs and guns is scary. And in this world, silence means survival. The one person who has a hard time being silent is Dwayne Davis. You're going to hear from 1998 to 2023, Dwayne Davis has given a number of statements regarding this case. So, as early as 1998, Davis spoke to the FBI. He admitted he was in Las Vegas during Tupac's murder, but he denies being responsible. Then in 1999, Davis speaks to the FBI again. And these aren't interviews that are focused on the Tupac Shakur murder. These are interviews regarding drug transactions and drug trafficking. But he does say that Tupac does come up, and Dwayne Davis admits to being in Las Vegas for Tupac Shakur's murder. Says he wasn't involved, but he was mad about the fact that Orlando Anderson was beaten, and that his plan was to handle it in Compton had Tupac survived. Then in 2008, the interview of clips we've heard today, in a secret interview with the federal task force, Davis admits to his role in the murder of Tupac Shakur. And we do need to talk a little bit about this 2008 federal task force. Because what this task force is investigating is not the murder of Tupac Shakur. What this task force is investigating is another rapper's murder. A rapper by the name of Christopher Wallace. Somebody who is known as Biggie Smalls, so the notorious B.I.G. Christopher Wallace got murdered 6 months after Tupac Shakur was killed. And there was some allegation that the LAPD might have been involved. So a federal task force was formed to determine what happened to Christopher Wallace. And the interesting thing about the murder of Christopher Wallace is that Christopher Wallace is killed leaving a party in LA. Also at that party, Dwayne Davis. Christopher Wallace there was a suspect vehicle that involved a Chevy SS Impala, and Dwayne Davis happened to own a Chevy SS Impala. Now, as a result of that, the task force decides, well, let's look at Dwayne Davis. And the thing we know about Dwayne Davis is that he trafficked narcotics. And so they were able, through a CI and an undercover, to have a drug transaction with Dwayne Davis. And as a result, Dwayne Davis now has a case, a big trafficking case. And so the federal task force approaches Dwayne Davis and his attorney, and they say, hey, look, we want information regarding the murder of Christopher Wallace. That is what we are trying to investigate. And what Dwayne Davis says is, I don't have any information about that thing, but I can tell you about what we did. I can tell you about Tupac. And that's what he does. He tells a federal task force that's about his involvement, what you've heard.
I got a quick question.
Did y'all hear that?
Shout out that boy Mike from the Ville. Let's go. 199 super chat, super step says R.I.P. Pac. Drop a like and where you from in the mother effing comments, y'all. Let's go.
2009, Davis is being so helpful to federal authorities that he actually flies out to New York to try and get Zip Martin to implicate himself in the Tupac Shakur murder. Zip Martin at that time was dying of cancer, was out of the game, and really did not engage with Dwayne Davis. In 2009, though, Dwayne Davis gives an interview to Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department Detective Dan Long. Now, Dwayne Davis is more guarded in that interview. It is a different setting than the interview of 2008. It's not a secret proffer agreement. But Dwayne Davis does admit a number of things. That he was in Las Vegas, that he was mad about Orlando Anderson getting beaten, that he was the boss, that he was in the white Cadillac, and that he procured the firearm that ultimately killed Tupac Shakur. Then, in 2011, the landscape changes. Because in 2011, Greg Kading the guy who was leading the task force in 2008, the guy who organized the secret proffer between Dwayne Davis and the federal task force, he leaves law enforcement and decides he's going to publish a book about his investigation into Biggie Smalls, the guy who was killed 6 months after Tupac, and Tupac Shakur. And what he puts in the book is that Dwayne Davis confessed to the murder of Tupac Shakur. The book tells the story about Davis' admission, about himself, but it also tells the story of Dwayne Davis telling about his nephew's involvement in the murder, about Big Dre's involvement in the murder, about Terrence Brown's involvement in the murder. And this is a problem for Dwayne Davis, because that meeting was supposed to be secret. And now his cooperation with federal authorities is open to the world. Not only that, Greg Kading is now profiting off Dwayne Davis's life story. So, in 2017, Dwayne Davis decides to go public. He's approached by the producers of a show called Death Row Chronicles that appears on BET. And this is just a small portion of what he says is his motivation for appearing.
On the way to DVD days, I was Compton, Keefe, drug dealer. I'm the only one alive that really can tell you the story about the Tupac killer. People have been pursuing me for 20 years. Newspapers, magazines. I'm coming out now to tell the story because I got cancer. I got nothing else to lose. All I care about now is the truth.
Dwayne Davis says, all I want to do now is tell the truth. And in the 2017 public interview, he's a little evasive, but he admits to being the boss. He admits to being in the white Cadillac. And he admits to be part of the murder of Tupac Shakur. And when he says he's the only person that can tell what happened, he's right. Because by 2017, Terrence Brown is deceased. DeAndre Smith is deceased. Orlando Baby Lane Anderson is deceased. Terrence Brown was murdered in an unrelated incident. Orlando Anderson was murdered in an unrelated incident. And DeAndre Smith died from health issues. Remarkably, in 2019, Dwayne Davis then decides he's going to publish his own book. And with regards to the book, it is certainly a lot of self-aggrandizement. But again, the core remains. He was mad about Orlando Anderson the beating of Orlando Anderson, his nephew. He was in Las Vegas. He got the gun. He was in the white Cadillac, and he handed the gun to the sheriff. And what you'll notice is a constant thing that always goes through these statements is Dwayne Davis's visceral anger at Tupac Shakur for putting hands on his nephew. In the book, he says, them jumping on my nephew gave us the ultimate green light to do something to their ass. Then, Dwayne Davis decides that he's going to do public interviews regarding his role in the murder of Tupac Shakur.
So you ended up getting in the car with Baby Lane and them? Yeah, the car was on, yeah. We rented it in, went to the right on Sunset and Flamingo, and dude, we acted like he was in a parade or something, that nigga, and that BMW hanging out with him, hey, it's Tupac, it's Tupac. And them bitches, shit, they was hollering for him. Yeah, they were that motherfucker. They came up on the side of him. Oh, shit.
Davis's public admissions mirror his private life. He admits to being a leader of Southside Crips. He admits to the significance of the fight over the Death Row chain at the Lakewood Mall. He admits to being in Las Vegas the night of the fight. He admits to being angry that Tupac stomped Orlando Anderson at the MGM. He admits that he was hunting down Tupac and Suge, first going to 662. He admits that he got a Glock 40 from Eric Zip Martin for the purposes of hunting Tupac. He admits that he was in a white Cadillac with his gang members looking for Tupac. He admits to seeing Tupac in a black BMW and then changing directions, making that U-turn to confront Tupac and Shakur. He admits to putting the gun he obtained that night in the back seat of the vehicle so the shooters could shoot. And again, what remains, even as late as 2020, 2021, 22, is Dwayne Davis's visceral anger at Tupac Shakur.
He didn't, my nephew never jumped over fucking Tupac. Come on, man. Tupac was wrong with two little fucking shoes. I mean, don't you think he was wrong? Honestly.
I mean, yeah, I think he could have, reacted in a better way.
Listen, you don't think that man is wrong?
He could have reacted in a better way, I guess.
I'm talking, Vlad is his fucking biggest fan. He admitted that man is wrong, man.
I mean, yeah, man, he was wrong, man, but that was only done out of loyalty, man.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. He never jumped, my nephew didn't jump on him. He jumped on my nephew with a kid, man. My nephew was a fucking kid. He was a grown-ass man, dude. You know what I'm saying? He was a fucking kid, dude. That's why he had on the channel. He's a fucking kid, dude. You know what I'm saying? He was wrong. My nephew never jumped on him. They jumped on my nephew. My nephew didn't throw a punch, man. Shit was wrong, dude. Jumped on the fucking kid, dude.
And this anger is not just demonstrated publicly, but you will hear as recently as 2024, privately, in a conversation with his son, he talks about his feelings about Tupac Shakur, nearly 30 years after the murder. Visceral anger that Dwayne Davis had for Tupac Shakur. It did it in 2.5 hours. He took care of what he thought was the proper response. And 28 years later, he still is angry about what Tupac did. On September 7th, 1996, Tupac Shakur publicly, on camera, participated in a humiliating beating of Dwayne Davis's nephew, Orlando Anderson. Dwayne Davis knew that in his world, that required a response. And over the years, in private interviews and public statements, and even in private calls, Dwayne Davis has repeatedly told us, over and over again, about the anger he felt and his own role in the revenge drive-by shooting of Tupac Shakur. And now, nearly 30 years later, we're going to ask you to finally hold Dwayne Davis accountable. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Poole.
Did the prosecution just cook? Did he just cook? Oh, is Keefe D already cooked?
You got it, or do you want IT to assist you?
I think I got it. This is it, right?
Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. We spent a lot of time, I think, when we were picking a jury to determine who would be the right jurors for a case like this. Obviously, we want people who are going to reserve judgment until the end, but really look at the evidence with a critical eye. Now, what the state has just told you what they believe to be the evidence in this case. But really, at the end of the day, you have to ask yourself if what they're saying is really truth or fiction. Fact or fiction. I don't know if some of you recall, but I had asked the question specifically about what you were holding in your hands. And right now, for instance, you're all holding notepads and pens. That would be a fact, right? And in this case, for instance, I had asked before about the idea of, I can just do this, right? Microphone. I'd ask some of you, if that microphone was buried and dug up 30 years from now, would it still be a microphone? The answer is yes. And the reason why that's important is because in this case, what they are telling you, they're representing to be a fact when it really is fiction. And it's up to you to determine what the facts are in this case.
What?
Now, I'm going to give you a timeline here for you to understand just a little bit of how this is going to work, because there's so much evidence in this case that we have to sort of compartmentalize some things. And what I've done is really just sort of focused on the 3 detectives that work this file from beginning to now. First detective you will hear about is Detective Becker. He works the file. He's the original detective on the scene. Detective Long takes over the case for about 15 years or so. And then it ends with Detective Mogg, who presents this to the grand jury in 2023. But why this timeline is relevant is because you have to see the span of time for yourself. 30 years. And ask yourself this, what facts do they have after 30 years? Now, Detective Becker does what every homicide detective does when he arrives on scene. He's assigned to the case. He starts his investigation. At that particular time, though, Tupac Shakur was not dead. He was critically injured. He was at UMC. And it isn't until 6 days later that he passes away. But Detective Becker starts his initial investigation because it's pretty serious. And as a result, he just takes over the investigation. What he will testify to is that Flamingo Cove on a Saturday night in the middle of a fight between Mike Tyson and Bruce Seldon, it was very busy when he arrived. And he arrived at a time where he was able to determine cartridge casings, 40 caliber, that was found at the scene. That's another fact for you. But at some point they're going to learn, he learns that potentially it was a Glock 40 that was the actual firearm that was used in this case. And then when crime scene analysts arrive on scene, they document the evidence. And they document the cars. That will be important, and you'll determine at some point why the cars are documented. And with regard to Detective Becker, what he'll tell you is police officers write reports. Critical. Hugely important. Why? Because at some point in the future, like in this case 30 years later, Detective Becker will not remember details like he would if he had what? His report in front of him. And that's going to be important for you to consider in this case. Now, what Detective Becker does, though, is because of the outcry, the attention, the media focus on this case, he took his file and he secured it in his office under lock and key. Because he was worried about leaks in Metro, leaking information out to the public, because so many people wanted to know answers to the question as to what happened and who did this to Tupac Shakur. Now, what you're going to find is, when Detective Becker testifies in this case, is that a lot of his reports are now missing. They're gone. Which is Metro's responsibility to hold and to pass on to the next detective, and then finally to the next detective. Now, Detective Becker also did not trust Compton PD. Why is that important in this case? Because there's an individual by the name of Reggie Wright Sr. He was a lieutenant working in Compton in charge of the gangs in Compton in terms of investigations. His son is Reggie Wright Jr. He was the head of security for Death Row Records. The same security that was here in Las Vegas on the night of September 7th, 1996. Death Row Records was affiliated with Mob Pyru Blood, and detectives Ladd and Brennan from Compton answered directly to Reggie Wright Sr. Becker did not trust Compton PD.
Reggie and Puffy better be careful. Reggie and Puffy, nigga.
He came from confidential informants that were not reliable.
We're going to shout out the top 10 in a little bit. Most aggravating chat in the game, most appreciated chat in the world. Y'all keep rocking out. Let's go.
Compton PD was shut down in September of 2000 due to internal corruption. They just evaporated that police department, and the sheriff's department for LA County absorbed the responsibilities for the police department in Compton because of the corruption that was there. Now what facts, right? Just like the pads of paper that you have in your hand and the pens that you have in your hand, what facts can we determine from Detective Becker's efforts? First and foremost, we know that Tupac was shot multiple times. That's a fact. That can be proven. We know that it was with a .40 caliber firearm. That's a fact, due to the cartridge casings. On the corner of Flamingo and Cobalt. That's also a fact. Right? We're on board so far? We know the date, September 7th, 1996. That is a fact. At 11:17 p.m., we know that to be a fact as well. And then finally, that he was in a vehicle during rush of night, and that Tupac died 6 days later. Those are facts that will not be refuted by anybody in this courtroom during the time that we spend together. But here's the one thing. There are no facts to point to Keefe. Not one. And you're going to hear about this over and over and over again. No facts like the microphone in your hand or the pad of paper that you have that you write on. Detective Long takes over the case in 2002, and he has it from 2002 to 2017. He was, interestingly enough, on the gang unit, and at the time of the shooting, he was in gangs, and he had been one of the first to arrive on scene. He will testify and tell you that every time he did something on this file, he wrote a report. Because that's important. That's what you do as a police officer. And he conducted follow-up interviews, and he made some travel to Compton. He will tell you those things. That's his role in all of this. But here's the thing. Detective Long also encountered some challenges in this case. They had to hide the case file with Metro because people were still accessing the file in Metro, and they weren't authorized to do so. So they changed the case number so that people couldn't find the file. In addition to that, what you're going to learn is LAPD reached out to him, called him up and said, hey, Detective Long, we have the gun. And we've tested it, and it matches back to what you're looking for in terms of the weapon that killed Tupac Shakur. Detective Long goes to LAPD, gets the gun, transports it back, gets it tested, and it comes out as not a match. LAPD tells him after, we gave you a fake gun to test you out. This is the level of, I don't know how to put it, that was going on during this time period between Metro, LAPD, and Compton. This is what's happening during this time period. Beads, according to Detective Long, became very scarce and stale, meaning that it was just taking a long time for him to follow up with people. Witnesses became unavailable. Why do you think that is? Because of time. So as a result, memories started failing because of that time. So Detective Long had these challenges. But here's what Detective Long does. He interviews Keefe in 2009. Sits him down, has an interview with Keefe, just like the state said. And guess what happens? Detective Long doesn't even know that Keefe had actually spoken to a task force the year before. How is that possible? Metro is the agency responsible for the investigation of Tupac Shakur's murder, and they don't even know about this. No one in that room in 2008 told Detective Long or Metro what was going on. And you know who was in the room in 2008? You had FBI in the room. You had DEA in the room. You had LAPD in the room. You had the United States Attorney for the Central District of California in that room. And Detective Long does not know about any of that. What you will also learn is out of all those people in that room, not one person verifies what KPD tells them. That the FBI, the gold standard of investigation in our country, did not go out and follow up on what was said. Now, one of the things the state showed you was a picture of a car and indicated there was 4 individuals in that car. And he tell you that at some point, 3 of those individuals are dead and Keefe's the only one that's remaining. But at the time that he gives his statement to the task force in 2008, there's another individual that's still alive. They never interviewed that individual to verify if that information was true. Why not? Because the FBI just fell asleep? That the LAPD just didn't care? Keefe was never charged for any of what he said during that time period. And it's because they knew he was full of crap. Otherwise they would have. Why wouldn't they? When Detective Long comes back to Las Vegas, he goes and he talks it over with the Clark County District Attorney's Office. And you know what happened then? They didn't charge the case either. In 2009. Ask yourself the reason why that is. Is because they just didn't care about Tupac Shakur or his life? Or is it because they looked into it and realized we can't verify this information, we don't believe this to be true? Why would the Clark County District Attorney's Office not charge it in 2009? Now, what facts do we get out of Detective Long based upon what he did for those 15 years? We don't have any facts. Outside of statements made, allegedly by KPD and other people, we don't have anything to verify any of that information. Not one single thing to corroborate the statements made by that man in 2008 or 2009. Not only by Metro, but by the FBI, by LAPD, by the DEA, by the United States Attorney's Office. No one corroborates any of this. So, 2017 comes along, and an entity called the Center of Investigative Reporting, they file what's called a FOIA request with Metro. And what that means is, FOIA is the Freedom of Information Act. It allows or requires government agencies to give up information if you ask for it. That's the goal, is to be transparent. And people wanted to know what was going on with the murder files. This is 2017. This is years after any of the statements that were made and anything else. Where's the investigation? What's going on? Well, Metro said, no, we're not going to give it to you. So in 2018, the Senate turns around and files a lawsuit against Metro to force them to give them the file, to show them what work had you been doing over, at that particular point, I don't know, what's that, 20 years? That's when Detective Mogg enters the picture. What you will learn is that Detective Mogg basically says, I'm here just to close out the case. He's not here to solve the mystery of who killed Tupac. So with everything you have in front of you, that you're now hearing for the first time in terms of the statements that were made in 2008, 1998, 1990, whatever, Detective Mogg comes along and says, I'm just here to close out the case. That's his role. And what you're going to learn is, Detective Mogg received a copy of what's called the Death Row Chronicles in 2018. It's not a deposition. It's not testimony under oath. It's edited, and it's done for experiment purposes. He receives a copy of it. You know what happens when he receives that copy of the interviews that the state has basically shown you in this case? No charges filed. Why? So, Keefe writes a book, allegedly. Right? Allegedly, he writes this book called Conspiracy Legend in 2019. You know what happened with the book? Right? Even he confesses to it. What you find is, no charges filed. What is going on? District Attorney's Office doesn't want to charge the case. No charges filed when the interview happens. No charges are filed when the book is written. What is going on? 5 years goes by, and nothing is going on with the case. But Detective Mogg says he's closing it out. Detective Mogg turns around and applies for what's called a search warrant. Now, what a search warrant is that in July of 2023, around that time period, a search warrant requires a police officer to get permission from a judge to basically violate the sanctity and privacy of your home. Right? There's got to be legal reasons for it. He's got to go through that process, and he's got to ask permission from a judge in order for him to get that. And what he does in that search warrant application is he assures the judge, hey, what we are looking for is in the home. The thing that's going to help us solve this crime, who killed Tupac, is in the home. And he signs an affidavit, and that's important. I want you to remember this. He signs an affidavit attesting to what he's saying to this judge to be true and correct. What he says is, I think we have evidence in Keefe D's home that will solve the murder of Tupac. So up until this point, they've got all these statements, they can't be corroborated. So now they're saying, we have evidence in this home that we think probably is in the home. And as a result, we're going to find this evidence. It's going to help us solve this case. What I'm going to tell you right now is they don't find it. And in the meantime, Detective Mogg retires. He now becomes Mr. Mogg. And Mr. Mogg goes to the grand jury. And in the grand jury, it's a secret proceeding. We're not there. The defense, isn't sitting like we are here. It's just the prosecutors. There's a panel of people called the grand jurors, and you have people come up and they testify under oath. And there's really no way for the defense to challenge any of it because it's done in secret. We don't really know about it. But in this particular case, Mr. Mogg is sworn to testify truthfully. And you know what Mr. Mogg does? He just reads pages of the book into the record. He doesn't do any more in terms of an investigation than read pages of a book into the record. He never documents in any of his efforts any verification of the book before he reads it into the record. He walks up, gets on the stand, and reads the book as if it's the gospel truth. And that's what he does. He treats that book like it's fact. Now, what you're going to find out about Mr. Mogg is that he never wrote a report. So when he took over the case in 2017, all the way up until when he retired in 2023 and was in front of the grand jury, he never wrote a report. Not one time. Not like Detective Becker, and not like Detective Long, and not like any other police officer who does their job. This man never writes a report. In fact, what happens is he transitions, right? He's a Metro detective, he retires, and then he gets a job working as an independent contractor for the district attorney's office as an investigator. And as an investigator, he doesn't have any police power. He continues to work as a lead detective on this case. Even though the procedure is you hand your file and your officer's report to the next detective in line. That's how this works. But he keeps the file for himself and he starts billing against the file after he retires as a detective with Metro. Because now he's an independent contractor. That's important to know. Why is that important? Because what the evidence is going to show you is that he backloaded his work. And when he finally writes a report, it's not an officer's report, it's an investigative report that spans from 2018 to current, and we just received it about 5 weeks ago. The importance of capturing everything you do, the accuracy that you would need to be able to be in court on a murder case, not some type of college paper that you forgot to do and then the last second just put something together and, get it out the door. Mr. Mogg does not do any of that. That's going to be important later for you to consider. Because according to that report that he submitted 5 weeks ago or so, he never verified the book. According to that report, he never investigated any of the alternate theories that were out there, and you're going to hear about those alternate theories. There are people who have developed over time answers to the question, who did this and why? He never looked into any of it. Which I think, at the end of the day, don't you want to see what's out there to help you with your investigation? And according to his work, his report, he did more on the case after he became an investigator than he did before when he was a detective. What I'm going to tell you right now is what you're going to find when you listen to all the evidence, that his work was biased, sloppy, and incomplete. Those are the three things you're going to determine for Mr. Mock. Now, because of the fact that in terms of the evidence itself, he doesn't have much, the state's going to lean pretty heavily on their witnesses. And I'm going to give you a sampling of the type of people you're going to run across in this trial based upon their witness list in this case. First person is this guy named Reggie Wright Jr. He's the security company for Death Row Records. And what he is a felon. Second of all, you're also going to find that he's a former Compton police officer. He worked for Compton PD for about 5 years, and apparently he got disabled. At some point, he becomes a felon. You're going to learn about that. And his father, like I said before earlier, Reggie Wright Sr. was the head of the Compton PD gang unit. What you're also going to learn about Reggie is that, once again, he was supposed to be protecting Suge Knight. Where was he the night of the shooting? In addition to that, he orders his security team to not carry firearms the night of the shooting, before the shooting took place. What you're also going to learn is, he wasn't even around when the shooting occurred. So the principal, meaning the person he should have been protecting the most, would have been Suge Knight, the head of Death Row Records. This man was nowhere to be found. He was sitting at a club called 662 down the street, waiting for Suge to show up, while he left his people that were working for him unarmed in the vehicles behind Suge Knight. And when push comes to shove, he orders his people to lie to police during their investigation. That's going to be called by them. That guy's going to be called by them. In addition to that, when everything was said and done, Suge Knight went to prison because he was not supposed to be in a fight in Las Vegas. He violates his release. Guess who takes over Death Row Records? Reggie Wright Jr. Now, the state is also going to bring in other people with unreliable positions, including criminal histories, financial motivations, and inconsistent statements. That are the people and the quality of the evidence that you're going to listen to in this case. Just to give you another example, there's going to be an individual by the name of Devonta Dirt Rockley. Who is he? He's been a paid informant for years. You're going to hear that they have paid him to be an informant. He will, of course, say whatever he needs to say to avoid his own criminal actions, but his testimony will be inconsistent. And that's what you have to really rely on. Is what exactly is he going to say, and can you even believe it? In addition to that, you're also going to learn about a disgraced LAPD detective by the name of Greg Kading. The state told you about him. He wrote a book. He benefited off of what was happening with regards to Keefe. Now, Greg Kading, he stole the file. What you're going to learn is he actually stole the file. He took the Tupac and the Biggie case files and walked out the door. This is an LAPD detective that they are using, or one of the people that they're going to be focusing on to establish their case. He writes the book, and then he holds himself out as the person who solves the murder. That's Greg Kading. That's the LAPD detective. Now, what you're also going to learn is Greg Kading, when he was a detective with LAPD, was basically caught manipulating witnesses. And because he was caught manipulating witnesses, it led to cases being overturned as a result. There was a court finding on this issue. A judge determined that. And there we go. That's Greg Kading. That's a witness in this case from that. Now, your challenges, right? I mean, gosh, we're sitting here, there's cameras in the room. I mean, there's things going on. But it's really time. Like, how do you, as jurors, try to figure out time on this case? There's been so much time. Delays. By who, though? And there's corruption. How do you look at your information that you're receiving with anything more than just like skepticism? Like you're going to look at this stuff and be like, well, I mean, you have a motive to lie. You have a motive to tell or deceive. And it's because at the end of the day, there's not actual facts. When you get past all the talk and me talking, just look at the actual facts. What facts do you have to support any of what KPD said or any of his interviews are in the book? When you look at this relevant timeline again, and you see the length of time, ask yourself, what facts do they have to even put KPD in a car in Las Vegas on September 7th, 1996? What facts? When you look at the video that happened at the MGM, look for them. Try to find them in there. Try to find any of the other individuals. Remember, he said there's 3 individuals in the car with him and Orlando Anderson. Orlando's in the video because he's getting beat up. Find any of those other individuals on the videos of the MGM. Look for evidence that shows that KPD was even in Las Vegas on the night of the fight. Receipts, credit cards, a picture of him standing next to somebody else, maybe watching the fight from another casino. Something. Give me something. In the book, you're going to learn that Keefe says that he was at the fight. He was sitting on the second row. He was sitting with all the celebrities, and he's dressed in his finest gear. There's not one iota of proof that he was ever at that fight. But you know who does show an iota of proof that he was at the fight? Suge Knight. Suge Knight was raided, and at some point, there is a ticket stub to that fight, the Tyson versus Selden fight with Suge Knight's possession. Because he went to the fight. And you would think, a fight like this, you want to show everyone that you were at the fight. There's no evidence at all that that man was even at the fight. When we take fact versus fiction, really at the end of the day, what you're going to hear from witnesses that will testify to this is that KPD was known to do this. That's the testimony you're going to hear in this case. That's what you're going to hear about that man right there. And so you have to ask yourself the question. If I just say things, is that going to end up being one of those things where I'm going to be hemmed up for a murder if I just keep repeating a fiction? If I keep repeating that? The answer is no. You have to corroborate everything I say in order for it to be true. Otherwise, it's just that. Or fiction. And at the end of all the time we spend together, what you're going to find is that the state cannot prove to you beyond reasonable doubt the claim that Keefe had anything to do with a first-degree murder with use of deadly weapon. There's no facts to that matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sandwood. State, at this time, are you prepared to proceed with your case in chief, or did you need a brief break?
Just need a break to bring the evidence in, so maybe give the jury a few minutes.
Sure, we can do that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we are going to take a 15-minute break. During this recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, the internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is finally submitted to you. We'll have you guys back here at 11 a.m. Please rise for the jury. For the record, the jury is exiting the room. Is there anything we need to address outside the presence?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, you guys are just going to work on marking those exhibits so it goes a little smoother?
I was going to bring the box in. We've already given our list and it's marked, and then I just need to grab the exhibits for the witnesses tonight.
Sounds good. All right. And then we'll give you about an hour, or when we return about an hour and 15 before we have the break.
We're still on the record, so everybody still needs to remain quiet. I have to stop at 12:15.
No, I'm just saying, we may be done before 12.
Oh, God. Okay. Please, Mark. We'll be in business.
Hold on. Did that bitch just say an hour and 15-minute break? Hold on. I know that motherfucker ain't just say no hour and 15-minute break. Hold
Or
on.
express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until.
And at the end of all the time we spent together,
Hold on.
what you're going to find is that the state cannot prove to you beyond reasonable doubt the claim that Keefe had anything to do with a first-degree murder with use of deadly weapon. There's no facts to that matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sandwood. State, at this time, are you prepared to proceed with your case in chief, or did you need a brief break?
Just need a break to bring the evidence in, so maybe give the jury a few minutes.
Sure, we can do that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we are going to take a 15-minute break. During this recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is finally submitted to you. We'll have you guys back here at 11 a.m. Please rise for the jury.
Nah, that's all good. 15 minutes. All right. I had to check, nigga. Like, what?
For the record, the jury has exited the room. Is there anything we need to address outside the presence?
Hang on.
Okay, you guys are just going to work on marking those exhibits so it goes a little smoother.
I was going to bring the box in. We've already given our list and it's marked, and then I just need to grab the exhibits for the witnesses today.
Sounds good. All right. And then we'll give you about an hour, or when we return about an hour and 15 before we have the break.
We're still on the record, so everybody still needs to remain quiet.
I have to stop at 12:15.
No, I'm just saying, we may be done before 12.
Oh, God. Please, Mark. We'll be in business.
All right. Okay. So they're going to appeal. Excuse me. I'm reading the chat. Sorry, guys. They're going to a 15-minute break, and then they're going to come back, and she says she'll let them go for about an hour and 15 minutes before they take another break. All right. Had to figure out what was going on. Shout out to y'all. Hold on. First and foremost, I got to salute y'all, man. Thank y'all. Hold on. We 2 likes away. We need 2 more likes. We need 2 more likes to get to 50 and aggravate the algorithm. Let's go. This is day 1 of the Tupac murder trial. No, my goodness, man. That's crazy. 28 years later, Dwayne Keefe D. Davis talked himself into this. This is all his fault. This is all from him running his mouth. That's where this came from. Let's show love to the chat, man. We about to show some love to the chat. We need 1 more like to aggravate the algorithm, y'all. Let's go. 1 more, get us to 50. 1 more, get us to 50. Go ahead and sub up if you didn't already. 1 more like will get us to 50. We appreciate y'all rocking out, man. We appreciate y'all. Let's go. Let's mother effing go. Over here, we celebrate the milestones, man. And I appreciate y'all. Y'all get on my nerves, bro. Y'all so aggravating. 50 likes, we aggravate the algorithm. Y'all so aggravating. Y'all get on my damn nerves.
So, aggravate.
Y'all so appreciated, man. So aggravating, but so appreciated. The most aggravating chat in the game, the most appreciated chat in the world. Let's go. Shout out y'all. Shout out y'all. Super duper salute. Super duper salute. Let's go. Now, let's shout out the top 10. First and foremost, we got to start with number 1, Mike from the Ville. With the 199 super chat, super still.
Did y'all hear that?
Now let's get to the top 10. Number 1 says, I care of OD. Number 2 is Mike from the Ville. Number 3 is Mr. 610 Geo. Number 4 is Most Feared One Cuz 2. Number 5 is XO Males. Number 6 is Miss Duval. Number 7 is Faison Sampson. Number 8 is Damian Williamson. Number 9 is Alrighty Then. And number 10, Slim Jones McGeezy. Shout out to the bros. Shout out to y'all, the top 10. Let's go. And then honorable mention, number 11 and number 12, just because I can see them. The world ain't what they say, I guess. I can't see the entirety of the name. And Ralph 8078. Shout out to y'all. Shout out to y'all. Shout out to y'all. How y'all feel about this Keefe D trial, man? Is he fried? Is Keefe D fried? Will Keefe D take the stand? How y'all feel so far?
Free Keefe D.
According to Suge, no way. Suge say, hold on, say it again, Suge.
By either side, you will not comply. You will not testify. Do I have that right?
1,000%.
Do y'all agree with Suge?
I wouldn't go. I would testify. None of that. At the end of the day, free Keefe D.
Y'all heard the man. Free Keefe D. Do y'all feel like that? Do y'all agree? According to Suge, no way he's taking a stand. Not at all. But he did go on an interview.
Is out ahead of the murder trial for Dwayne Keefe D. Davis, the man accused in the 1996 killing of rapper Tupac Shakur. Among those listed as expected witnesses, Mary and Suge Knight.
You are called to testify in this case?
Yeah, I wouldn't be.
Why not?
I'm not going to get on the stand and testify on somebody for what?
I don't think Suge testifying, man. I don't see Suge testifying though. I know people was talking about that shit. I don't see Suge testifying. Hold on, we got 15 minutes, they said. Let's show some love to the chat, y'all. Let's show some love to the chat. Is that A 3445 Most Feared? Mike from the Ville, what's that? Oh, how many witnesses? Oh, okay, I see you, Most Feared. Shout out Most Feared. Shout out Mike from the Ville. Shout out Big Dog Lee. Shout out, is that Al Clear? Shout out Al Clear. Where we at? Oh, the world ain't what they say. The world ain't what they said as kids. Oh, okay, shout out to you. I couldn't see your name on the top 10 list. K Leo 20 Toes. Shout out to you. XO Mills, James Collins, Mark Wright, Nurse Lady T, Ronte from Pelican. What's that? That might be some gang stuff. I don't know. Roddy Pryor sent to hiding for 10 Jews. What's up, Roddy Pryor? Appreciate the hiding, bro. Most Feared. I watch YouTube too much. I know that person. User. All righty then. Hurst. What up, Hurst? What up, Ralph? What up, Chris? What up, Faison? Fogtown. What up, Fogtown? Ralph say not guilty. Johnny Wallace, what up? I see y'all. Lori Park says, I'm just saying, I think Suge Knight put the hit on Tupac. I've been thinking about this for a long time. Damn. What that say, Shane Leah? Nah, shorty, I ain't hiding. I ain't chasing it like everybody else. Why, you chasing it? You want to be seen? Mel says, share the live with your mama, your aunt, your cousins, friends, etc. Anyone who may be affected by the loss of the Honorable Tupac Shakur. The Honorable. All rise. The Honorable Tupac Shakur presiding. Y'all wild, man. Y'all wild. The world ain't what they say it says. This is proof that the hip-hop community have been telling on themselves since the 90s. Damn, so you saying it ain't nothing new. All these drill rappers showing guns and say, I smoked that nigga, I slid on him. That ain't nothing new. K. Leo says, could have had 10 hats, but he talking about one. One. Al Clear says, does any of this ish even matter? At this point, only to who it matters to. You know how it goes. When it's a whole, especially a lot of news going on, a lot of things going on in the world, a lot of occurrences, a lot of injustices, a lot of stuff. You can't personalize everything. One thing about it, you can't personalize or care about everything. It don't matter. Every single, just like what's them boys' name? Al Sharpton and Ben Crump ain't at every injustice, you know? You can't internalize everything. You can't be emotionally attached to everything. So some of that shit, you just got to let it go. Big Dog Lee says, I've been following this case since 95. I'm 43 now. I was in school when they both got killed. Tupac should have not said nothing. He started all this, never got shot 5 times. He shot himself. 5 shots couldn't stop me. I took it and smiled. Now I'm back to set the record straight. With my AK, I'm still the thug that you love to hate. Motherfucker, I hit him up. I'm from NEW, Jersey, with plenty of murders occurred. No points or commas. We bring the drama to all you herbs. Hold on. So y'all niggas really think Suge sat in there and said, hey, right, nigga said graze me a little. Man, just graze me a little bit. Kill that nigga, but just hit me up a little bit. Even though he's small and I'm way wider than him, and if he moved to the left or right at all, a bullet could hit me. Y'all shoot around him and y'all make sure the bullets don't go past him. Nah, bro. I can't go with the idea that Suge set Tupac up when he got shot himself. If a nigga walked up and popped his ass, yeah. If a nigga walked up and domed him like right there's passenger side and Suge never got hit, something like that, I could see. Is it as suspicious as Suge Knight is? Don't get me wrong, bro. In the beginning, that was a big theory, and a lot of people believed it. I probably even felt that way at one point in my life for real, but just being older now and thinking about it, it's like, bro, who the fuck gonna put themselves in these aren't trained shooters. These aren't professionals. These are gang members, allegedly, right? These are just random niggas, right? These niggas haven't been trained in the art of shooting and being able to hit. They're not a Nicholas. What's Nicholas, the sniper guy, Nicholas, that can hit a target from 300 and 1,000 yards and all that shit? Boy, these niggas hold the gun sideways and get to shooting and end up hitting their homeboy in the back of the head trying to shoot at the ops. You know what I'm saying? So I doubt Suge Knight put his life in the hands of the holding the gun sideways ass niggas and said, y'all niggas go ahead and let that bitch loose, let it rip, but make sure you only hit him. I just can't see that, bro. I ain't gonna lie. I can't see that one, bro. If so, he's a brave soul. If so, he's a brave and desperate soul. And would have to have such a twisted mind and such a bloodlust, because then why would you want to take him out and then you possibly not live too? You feel what I'm saying? Like, it would have to be some real kind of sick bloodlust type of thing. Like, oh, he got to get out of here, even if I got to go with him type shit. Like, nah, I don't think Suge got nothing to do with it, bro. They back in court. We got, somebody said, somebody said that his lawyer looked like Weird Al, reminded him of Weird Al or somebody. Is that Karl Malone in the back? Who the fuck was that? Is that Orlando Brown? Oh, no, that's Romeo Miller. Oh, that ain't Romeo Miller. Oh, shit.
Back on record in State versus
Don't
Davis.
sit behind me and be shaking your head agreeing with the prosecution.
All right, let's bring him in.
That white boy that's sitting behind Keefe was shaking his head when the prosecution was opening. Boy, shut your bitch ass up, boy. Hey, dude right there in the green flannel was shaking his head agreeing with the prosecution when the prosecution was doing the opening. Don't sit behind me and be shaking your head agreeing with the goddamn ops, nigga. This nigga sitting behind him shaking his head like, yeah, you right. Keefe did say that. That's fucked up. He must have did it. Bitch, go sit on the other side. Don't be sitting behind me like that, nigga. The fuck?
Yeah, okay. Yeah. And that's the female that was sold off the ceremony, which is why the cops are next to the garage. Gotcha. To see the person build it. No, it's the female one.
All right, y'all, I gotta shut up. The proceedings are about to proceed. And that's when we get quiet. Shout out to y'all. I see you, Kev. I see you, Lori Parks. I see you, Slim John. Who? Slim John. John. I see you, Mike from the Ville. I see you, Big Dog Lee. I see you, XO Mills. I see you, hold on. Ronte from Pelican. Al Clear. Hold on. Faison Sampson, I see you. Hold on. All right, I gotta shut up, y'all. Most Fear. All right, y'all, I'm shut up. The world ain't what they said. Hold on. All right, I'm shut up. K Leo, I see y'all niggas, man. Let's go.
Stand for the jury.
Mark Wright, I see you, man. Geo, what up, nigga? Hurst, Ralph, Chris. All righty then, let's go.
You may be seated. All right, State, you may call your first witness.
Gary Dale.
I got shut up, man. They can't get to it. They got the witnesses coming out, trying to shut up. They got witnesses. Did I say all righty then? Let's go. YFR, let's go.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the
YFR, let's go. Shay, let's go. All right, I'm gonna shut up, y'all.
May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
First name is Gary, Garry. Last name is Dale, D.
Damian Williams, Zilla, J-Boy, excuse me. Let's go. I'm quiet, y'all. Let's go. Kevin McCants, all right.
Of 1996, how were you employed?
I was working for the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department at that time.
And how long did you wind up working for Metro?
25 years total.
On September 7th of 1996, what was your assignment?
I was assigned to a bike team on bicycles on the Strip, Las Vegas Strip area.
Is the uniform similar to the ones they have today where you're wearing the yellow shirts, or were you wearing something different?
Yellow shirts and black pants.
Direct your attention to right around 11 p.m. What part of the Strip were you working?
I was working the little bit further south end, south of Flamingo.
Did you have a partner?
Yes, I did.
What was his name?
Richard Golgart.
While you were working on that area of the Strip, did you cause there to be some sort of car stop of a vehicle?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what was the purpose of stopping this vehicle?
I initiated a car stop on a black BMW that had no license plates.
May I approach, Judge?
You may.
First, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Stage Proposed Exhibits 1 and 2. Now, there's some obvious markings on here, but these appear to be two aerials of the Las Vegas Valley from, well, generally around the time period of the 2096 area.
Yes, sir.
Accurately reflect kind of the locations that they're describing on there. Flamingo, Harmon.
Yes.
Move to admit 1 and 2, Judge.
Any objection?
No objection.
So admitted. You may publish.
I'm going to start with exhibit number 1. And right next to you, don't click it, but there is a mouse that you can roll around with a pointer. Can you generally tell me where this car stop occurred?
It won't work because you're doing it off of your computer.
I have it plugged in. It works.
There it goes.
So it will work.
Trying to wrap around the boulevard here.
So if I told you that red dot's Harmon and Flamingo, or sorry, Harmon and Las Vegas Boulevard.
Yes, sir. Our car stop was right around, I believe it was right around this area.
So just south of Flamingo on Las Vegas Boulevard.
Yes.
When you approached the vehicle, did you recognize the occupants?
No, I did not.
Why did you stop this vehicle?
It had no license plate on the back.
When you approached the vehicle, did the occupants communicate with you?
Yes.
And did you, at that point, did you learn their identity?
They told me who they were, but just as identifying them, not.
Did you know them?
No, I
when
didn't.
They told you their names?
They told us their names because we asked them their names, but I didn't know. I had no knowledge of them before that. We ID'd them.
As you sit here today, do you recall who they were?
Yeah, Tupac, Shakur, and Marion Knight.
May I approach?
You may.
Showing you grand jury exhibit number 3. Is that how the two of them appeared to look that evening when you approached them?
Yes.
In particular, Mr. Shakur is wearing or has on a very large gold necklace.
Yes.
Did you talk to him about that necklace?
Yeah, we talked to him for a few minutes out there, and I just remarked to him, "Wow, man, that's a huge piece of gold," or something like that he had around his neck.
Would you describe your interaction with them as congenial?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ask them about the license plate, why their vehicle had no license plate?
Yes, I did.
And what was the response?
They stated that they were filming a video, so they had taken the license plate off because they were filming a video going up and down the strip.
Move to admit 3, Judge.
Any objection?
I'm sorry. No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted. You may publish.
And this large gold medallion is what we're talking about, correct?
Yes, sir.
How did that interaction with Mr. Knight and Mr. Shakur end?
We told them that they were going to have to put the plate back on their car, and we warned them and released them.
Did you remain down on the strip area after they left that car stop?
Yes, sir.
We'll fast forward about, let's say, 10 minutes later. Something unusual happened. What happened?
We were continuing riding on the strip area. We were heading southbound on the boulevard, and we heard some calls come out about a vehicle. Can't remember exactly what was said, but heading up towards Harmon, we saw the vehicle that had been described in the median of the road. It looked like it had ran up on the median and was stopped there in the middle of the boulevard.
What do you do when you see that?
We approached the vehicle.
Is it you and Mr. Goldgart? Or Officer Goldgart?
Officer Goldgart and I.
And do you see either of the two people that you saw earlier in the vehicle?
Yes.
And who is that?
Marion Knight was outside of the vehicle, walking around, talking, and Tupac Shakur was being removed by EMS people.
As Marion Knight is talking, do you recall anything he's saying?
He was telling us to take care of Tupac Shakur. He had Marion Knight had a chunk of shrapnel or something in his head. He was bleeding, and when I went to talk to him, he was adamant that we needed to go and care for Mr. Shakur.
Did you then go to Mr. Shakur?
Yes, I did.
And then what do you do? What's your responsibility as it relates to Mr. Shakur as the EMT's working on?
I was trying to talk to him to find out what had happened. Excuse me. Gather information to see who had fired at them.
Did you wind up riding anywhere with Mr. Shakur?
Yes, I rode to the hospital in the ambulance with him.
During that time period, between the time you get to Mr. Shakur and the time period he gets taken into the hospital, are you able to have any sort of communication with Mr. Shakur?
He was still talking, and I was trying to convince him to tell me the name of whoever his assailants were.
And did he ever respond?
Yes, he responded, no, we'll take care of it. So, something like that.
No, we'll take
care of it, something like that.
And that's the only thing you were able to gather from Mr. Shakur?
Yeah, I couldn't get him to talk to me any further than that. That was repeated a couple of times.
I'm going to approach with a few photographs. Obviously, when an incident, well, let me back up. When an incident like this happens, there's first responders, but then there is detectives, crime scene analysts, everybody who's called out. Is that
yes,
correct?
sir.
Showing you what's been marked as grand jury exhibit number 4. You recognize the individual who appears to be inside that vehicle at that time?
Dan Ford.
Do you know what he did for Metro?
At the time, he was a detective. I was not there when that photograph was taken. But at the time, he was a detective. I'm not sure what he was, homicide or general assignment or...
Could he be a crime scene analyst?
Crime scene analyst, yeah, CSI.
Okay. And then I'm just going to show you a few other pictures of the vehicle itself. Showing you state's proposed exhibits 5 through 8. Just flip through those.
Man, lawyer tatted up, ain't he?
Okay.
Is that how the vehicle appeared to you when you first arrived on scene? Obviously without people in it.
Right, on the scene of the, where it stopped in the middle of Harmon Boulevard.
Move to admit 5 through 8.
Any objection, Mr. Sant?
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted, you may publish.
And then finally, while you were at UMC, did you collect some personal items off Mr. Shakur?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as state's proposed exhibit number 33. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
That's the objects I removed from Tupac Shakur. I impounded those into evidence. There should be a property report for those.
Let's talk about that large gold chain we see in that photograph right there. The second time you came across Mr. Shakur, was he wearing that gold chain that's around his neck?
No.
And so you weren't able to recover that from him at the hospital?
No.
Judge, I'm just going to put up a few of these photographs.
Okay. My clerk's letting me know that 4 was not admitted.
Move to admit 4.
Any objection, Mr. Sant?
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted.
Showing you 4. That's Mr. Ford appearing like he's inside that vehicle.
Okay.
5. That's the front of the vehicle. Yes?
Yes.
Sorry, she's typing down everything, so you got to answer yes or no.
Apologies.
That's the rear of the vehicle without the license plate still?
Yes.
Number 8 is the driver's side of the vehicle.
Yes.
And, oops.
Mr. DeJacmo,
Right, no, I
33
put the
also
wrong
not
one up,
admitted.
Judge.
Okay. It's done.
There you go. 7. That is what the passenger side of that vehicle looked like.
Yes.
Finally, for you, 33. Those are the items you were collected off Mr. Shakur at the hospital.
Yes.
Judge, Mr. Samt has requested, and I've agreed, to also offer Dan Ford's CSA report, as Mr. Ford is not physically capable of coming to court to testify.
So that'll be admitted via stipulation?
Yes.
What exhibit did you want it to be?
I guess we should just make it next in order, which I believe is 143.
All right, that'll be admitted via stipulation as 143.
Thank you, Honor.
No problem. I think 33 has been written down. They have not been voted.
And based upon that agreement,
This is 33? 33 is also not admitted.
move to admit 33.
Any objection?
No objection here.
So admitted.
And based on that agreement that we've reached with Mr. Samt, I believe he has no objection to the rest of Mr. Ford's crime scene photographs at this particular scene, which is State's Proposed Exhibits 9 through 32.
That is correct, Honor.
All right, 9 through 32 will be admitted via stipulation. You may publish.
I'll pass the witness, Judge.
Okay.
And you are Mr. Gale.
Yes.
Well, welcome back to the courtroom.
Thanks.
So let me ask you this. So how long had you been working for Metro until you retired, basically?
Like 13 years.
I see. And at the time when you were on the bicycle on September 7th, 1996, how long had you been working for Metro at that point?
Yeah, I thought that's what you asked to begin with.
Oh.
I started in '83, so it would have been right around 13 years.
I see. And obviously, when you are first a police officer, you go through an academy before you become an actual police officer.
Yes, sir.
And you learn skills and techniques and things to help you become a successful police officer.
Yes.
One of those things I would imagine would be writing reports.
Yes.
Now, fair to say, though, in this particular case, what you had seen, or what you had done was basically you saw a license plate that wasn't on a vehicle, you stopped them, you asked for their ID, and at some point you just allowed them to continue on their way.
Yes.
So there was no need to write a report about that?
No.
Okay. Did you write a report and with regards to that stop?
No.
Okay. Now, when you were present at the scene and you saw the vehicle stop, do you know if any other vehicles were behind it?
No, I did not see any other vehicles behind it, so I don't know.
So there wasn't like a caravan or a line of vehicles behind the black BMW when you stopped the BMW?
No.
Can you describe for us a little bit about what the area was like on the night of September 7th, 1996?
It was a pretty average night for the Strip as far as the amount of traffic flowing and things like that. Not particularly crowded or packed or anything like that. The area we stopped them in had some lighting, but it wasn't like right in front of a hotel or something that cast a lot of lighting on the area or anything like that. But,
I see.
you know, nothing out of the ordinary.
So there was nothing out of the ordinary as to that particular date and time in terms of any special events going on in Las Vegas at that particular time?
I'm sorry, was always something going on the strip. So I heard that things were going on that night, but I was really aware of them.
Were you ever aware that on that particular night there was a championship boxing match between Mike Tyson and Bruce Seldon that was being held at the MGM?
Yes.
All right. And I would venture to say that that would be something that would have been briefed to all the police officers prior to you going on your shift for that night.
No, we didn't really talk about it.
All right. And then with regards to the amount of traffic, you're saying that even though this championship fight had taken place, in your opinion, there wasn't a lot of traffic on the strip?
Not more than ordinary.
Okay. And when you say not more than ordinary, can you describe for us what that means exactly?
So the strip is always pretty crowded, or was at that time. So, that's why they had us out there on bicycles. It's because we could get in between in and out of cars. So I guess when we conducted the car stop, there was enough traffic that we felt comfortable that he was going to have to stop and pull over, that he wouldn't be able to just take off on us.
Right.
And that's the best description I have. That's why we rode bikes out there. So, but there was always traffic in that area. It's always congested over there.
Okay, and that's probably the best way to put it, right? It's still congested for Las Vegas.
Yes.
But it's normal for Las Vegas to be congested.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it wasn't like, for instance, I don't know if you were around Las Vegas in 2020 when you could just take your bicycle and just ride down Las Vegas Boulevard with like no one around, right? It's not that kind of.
It's not like that.
All right. And when you say congested, meaning that cars could not go very fast because there's always cars around in that area.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, your testimony was that you had arrived on scene, and then at some point you're actually in the ambulance with Mr. Shakur.
Yes.
Being transported to the hospital.
Yes.
And the hospital you were going to was UMC?
It was UMC.
Okay. Now, when a police officer first arrives on scene, is that police officer considered to be the primary officer until such time as they are relieved of that duty?
Ordinarily, yes.
Were you the primary officer at that particular scene? Were you the first officer on arrival?
I don't really remember. There were so many of us that showed up like at right around the same time. There's just a lot of officers showed up there pretty quickly.
Right. Now, I mean, you have a pretty clear memory of this. Did you review any records or have any meetings with the district attorney's office prior to your testimony here today?
Yes, I did. I reviewed the records.
Okay. And once again, you do that so it'll help you refresh your recollection as to what occurred 30 years ago.
Yes.
Okay. Even though this might be something that's unusual, right? You have a celebrity who's shot on the strip, you still have to refresh your recollection in order for you to remember things.
Some of it, yes.
Yeah. And once again, you're doing that so you make sure that for this jury that you're accurate about what you recall 30 years ago.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, you were shown a map, and I'm going to show you again here. This is State's Exhibit number 1. See this?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell me, this map, do you know if this map was the actual map in 1996 of the Las Vegas area?
No.
You're smiling.
It's just a long time ago. It changes so much down there.
Yeah. So we know that this is a map of Las Vegas.
Yes.
But you cannot tell us, for instance, if this is 1996.
No, I cannot tell you.
Okay. So, for instance, on the top over here, this doesn't look like the sphere, does it? Does it?
No.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
And then down over here, does this look like T-Mobile or anything like that, as far as you can tell?
No.
Okay. Now, and once again, I just want to make sure I'm clear for the jury. This particular map, as it sits here right now, as it's here, for instance, we have what looks like down here at the bottom. I'm pointing where the MGM label is right here. Do these look like walk bridges over the streets?
I can't really tell.
Let me just scroll here real quick. Does that help you?
Yeah, they do look like walkways.
And fair to say that those walk bridges in 1996, people were still walking on the streets, crossing like pedestrian crosswalks, right?
I'm trying to recall. I couldn't honestly recall. I remember them taking the crosswalks out and putting those walkways in.
Right.
I remember when they did that, but I don't remember the year they did it.
And once again, I'm not trying to, it's not a catch-a moment.
No, I understand. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I don't want to say something that I can't be sure of, but I remember when I was down there working, they no longer allow traffic to cross on foot across the strip because of all of the accidents that we had. So they put those walkways in when I was still working.
Right. Okay. Now, and just finally here, with regards to the when you're riding on the strip and you're riding with your with the other person that's with you, you said at some point you were made aware that there was a shooting that had occurred, and the radio traffic indicated that the vehicle you had stopped was potentially the vehicle that was being involved. Remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us just really quickly here, based upon State's Exhibit number 1, and once again, we're not looking at it in terms of an accurate 1996 view, but just in terms of the streets. Can you tell us where you were at when you took off to wherever the vehicle was? And I'll just pull that here real quick so you can.
Thank you. Sure. I couldn't really tell you where we were because my memory serves me, it was called out right around the same time as we were rolling up on that vehicle.
Okay.
There was shots fired call and vehicles involved, and then we rolled up and saw that vehicle in the middle of Harmon.
And when you rolled up and you saw the vehicle, can you tell us other vehicles that were behind that vehicle? Were there any other vehicles in an entourage behind the black vehicle?
There were several vehicles stopped all over the strip. It was cluttered with cars, so I couldn't tell you if they were with them or not.
Sure. Did other police officers aid in terms of securing the scene and making sure that anything of evidentiary value was going to be kept in that area?
Yes.
Because I would imagine it wasn't just you by yourself.
Right.
Your partner, other officers arriving on scene would have started to help as a team.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Any redirect examination, Mr. DiGiacomo?
No, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, do you have any questions for this witness? If you do, please raise your hand and I'll walk you through the process. Seeing no hands, thank you so much for being with us, Mr. Dale. You are excused.
Thank you.
Damn, the jury get to ask questions?
State may call their next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. State calls Ingrid Stokes.
Now go to sleep now, Keefe. Wake your ass up.
Yes.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You may be seated. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Ingrid Stokes, INGRIDSTOKES.
Thank you, ma'am. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Paul, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Stokes.
Good morning.
Back in 1996, did you have a different last name?
It was Johnson.
Okay, so you went by Ingrid Johnson back then? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Did you come to Las Vegas on the weekend of September 7th, 1996?
Yes.
Who'd you come with?
My best friend and some girlfriends.
Okay, can you tell me who they were?
Shalane, Tanisha, and Lauren.
And why'd you come to Las Vegas that weekend?
Well, when you live in LA, you go to Vegas all the time. It's just a party city. So we decided to go for the weekend. We were all off work. And so we went to come hang out, have fun.
And were you aware, and well, first let me take a step back. So you guys were living in LA at the time?
Yes.
What part of LA?
I may have been living at my dad's, which is Carson.
Okay. And then and you came out for the purposes to party. Were you aware that there was a Mike Tyson fight that weekend?
Yes, that's one of the reasons. There was always a Mike Tyson fight. But we were coming because my friend knew one of the managers or coaches, I forget what they're called, and we had planned on going to the fight.
Did you end up going to the fight?
No.
What happened?
Women in a bathroom, 4 women in a bathroom did not work. We took too long. We missed the fight completely.
And so, where were you staying that night?
I believe we were at the Lexor, or the Rio, but I think it was the Lexor.
Okay. And then, did you ever actually make it to the MGM where the fight was?
We made it to the let out, is what I call it, because the fight was already over, so everyone was kind of hanging out. So we went to see what was going on for the night.
And did you hang out there for a while?
I don't remember, but it would have been enough time to run into a few friends and say hello and hang out, and maybe drink or two, maybe.
So, what did you do after hanging out at the MGM Grand?
Well, we had met one of my friends, and they had mentioned there was somewhere they were going to go, so we decided, okay, we'll go there first and see what's happening before we decide, where we're going to end the night. So we all got back in our car, the rented car we took from LA, and drove.
And do you recall what kind of car that was?
It was a convertible Supreme.
And did all 4 of you go into the car?
Yes, all 4 of us were in the car.
And what happened once you guys started driving?
That's a loaded question. A lot happened. We got in the car. I believe we left the MGM parking lot, and then we went to the main street, Las Vegas Boulevard, I guess. And we were driving, and I believe we were, I don't know, about 10 minutes after leaving the parking lot, and then we ran into Suge and Tupac in the car.
Damn, it's all your fault.
And when you say you ran into them, what'd that look like?
Well, we were driving, hanging out in a convertible, and my girlfriend Lauren at the time, she knew Suge, and she told us, "Hey, there's Suge. Pull up next to him. I'm gonna ask them what they're doing." And so Shalane was the driver, and she slowed up close to them.
And so you said Shalane was the driver.
Yes.
Where were you seated?
I was a passenger in front.
In the front passenger? So Shalane's driving, you're in the front passenger, and the other 2 women are in the back seat?
Yeah, Tanisha's behind me, and then Lauren is behind the driver.
After all these years, you still remember that, huh?
Well, yeah. Some things you don't forget. That one you forget.
And so then when you start driving, or when you see Suge, and your friend starts talking to Suge, what happens?
They were talking, and she was like, "What's going on? What's happening?" We look over initially, we pull up to the car, and we kind of nod or say hello, that kind of thing, but we were in our own little world. While she was talking to him, he said, "Hey, we're all going to the club. Why don't you follow us? Get behind us. You can go with us." And so that was decided we'll go there first and see what's happening before we go anywhere else.
So do you follow, do you remember who's driving and who's in the passenger side?
Suge was driving, and Tupac was in the passenger seat.
All right. We believe States Exhibit 3 has never been admitted. We're going to publish that. Is this kind of the way they look at night?
Yeah, that was just like this.
And so, you decided to follow Suge and Tupac to the club? Is that a yes?
Yes, I'm so sorry, yes.
That's okay. And so, do you recall the name of that club?
It was an area code, so I remember it was 662 or 702, but now I know it's 662.
And then what did you do? Did you guys start driving over to Club
We got behind them, and we start driving down the Las Vegas Strip. And it was weird because there was a car behind us, and they kept going around us trying to get in front of us. It happened quite often. It was really annoying. We didn't understand what was going on. And then at one point, we were getting ready to turn to go on the main street. I guess Flamingo was on. Or Flamingo, I think is what it's called. When we turned that way, I was like, what the heck's going on? People keep getting in front of us. I know how to get to the club. Let's figure out our own way. I can drive and we can meet them up there. And so our plan was to get out from behind them.
So you were confused about the way the cars were moving?
Yeah, I didn't understand. In hindsight, I know now, but I didn't understand there was entourage. I just thought, they were going to a club. We didn't think about it.
And then at some point on Flamingo, do you stop at a light?
Yeah, so when we get close to the light, I tell Shalane, pull over, I'll drive. I know where I'm going. I've been there before. So we pull from around them, and then we stop at the light, and
before this, that's my fault, not yours. So before, when you guys are stopped at the light, where is your car relative to Suge Knight's and Tupac Shakur's car?
So I believe there was 4 lanes, a turning lane, the lane next to it, the middle, and then there was one for like the outside lane. So they were on the third lane, I believe, and when we got off the lane behind them, we got out and we went past, and I think we were a car or two on the second lane from the light.
And so were you behind or in front of Suge Knight's car?
We were in front.
So you're in the lane next over, a car, or maybe two in front.
Yeah, exactly.
Then while you're waiting at that light, does anything happen?
Well, me and Shalane were going to change seats. I was going to drive. I'm the more aggressive driver, and after what, she was nervous with them coming back in front of us so much. So me and Shalane were literally head down, taking our seatbelts off when we heard the gunshots, when all hell broke loose.
And to be fair, you didn't see those gunshots.
No.
And then what do you do when you hear the gunshots?
I freak out, and I scream, what the hell? I said, what the hell? And then Shalane is kind of half up, half down, and so I grab her head to bring her down, and I was like, what the hell is going on? And then she has her hand on the wheel, but she's like frozen, and so I don't remember how many gunshots there were, honestly, but I know I put the car on drive, and I told her to get the hell out of there and drive. And so I may even grab the wheel. Like I said, I'm very aggressive, and from that, she tried to drive off.
And then, did you see the color of the vehicle?
Yeah, so we almost hit the car. When we were trying to drive off, there was a car in the lane, that last lane, that was the turning lane, and it was a white four-door. Can't tell you what kind, but I just know it was like white-ish, and we almost hit it when we were trying to get away.
Were you trying to pursue the white car?
Hell no. Just want to get away.
And then where did you guys go? Did you turn off? Did you follow them turning off? Or?
We turned off. We turned the only way you could turn because it was a red light, which was down that first street past. And then when we turned right, we were just driving fast. There still might have been gunshots. I can't speak for anyone else in the car, but it was a lot going on. There was a lot of adrenaline. And then the first street we saw that was on the left, I was like, turn left. And we just turned down a random street that had like apartments on it.
Now, it's fair to say you didn't see who was in the car, right?
No, didn't look.
But did you go back to where the shooting occurred?
Yes, I did.
Were you nervous about talking about what happened?
I didn't think I had anything valuable to say, to be honest. So I wasn't nervous initially because I just was like, we came back because when we wanted to know what happened. Because we left, so we didn't know. We didn't look around. We didn't see anything. We just left. And so when we came back, we saw there were a lot of police presence. And I wasn't a big fan of the police at the time, so it's not like I wanted to stop and talk to them and offer my help. But I also wanted to make sure if I could help, I would help. So when we went back, we told the officers we had been there when something happened. What happened when we left? And so he made us stop the car and get out the car. The police officer made us sit on the ground on the sidewalk in front of everybody. Cars are still, I think, may have been passing. So it was kind of an odd situation where they were like kind of rude to us, and then they're treating us like we're suspects. We really didn't know what happened though. And so they said, well, we need you guys, eyewitnesses, we need you guys to come downtown or in a van for you guys to come, and had us sit there. I kept asking a lot of questions, but no answers.
Now, I noticed some of your friends aren't going to be here. Is there this fear about talking in this kind of case?
Absolutely, yes.
Why is that?
Snitches get ditches, saying, not the coolest, but yeah, talking to police is not a thing we do in our culture anywhere in LA. It's not a normal thing. So there was that, especially in the 90s and 80s. There was multiple reasons why, but I didn't see anything, so I was kind of limbo. I didn't see anything. I didn't think I'd be beneficial. And then, I don't know, I was going to offer some assistance, what I could, because I may have had more memory back then. I may have heard the number of gunshots. I may have had, more. But the police treat us so bad that I just we start shutting down, because we're like, if someone did it, they could come by and sitting on the ground. They can see we're sitting here telling people, even though we're not saying anything. So this was a really bad situation.
And is it fair to say that that was something that also would scare you, is that if somebody was seeing you talking?
Absolutely.
Objection,
yeah.
Honor, to leading.
What's your response, Mr. Paul?
I'm just following up on your question that she's going to lay the foundation to.
I'll sustain if you could rephrase.
Okay. Is it fair or unfair to say that you are concerned about people seeing you talking to police?
Yes.
All right. No further questions, please.
Cross-examination, Mr. Stanton.
Thank you, Honor. Hi, Mr. Turner. Obviously, I would imagine you've never testified before about this particular situation.
No, I was in the grand jury.
Okay, so you were at the grand jury. And with regards to your testimony, when you were in front of the grand jury, did you meet with the district attorney's office prior to giving that testimony to the grand jury?
Not except outside the door when I got to the courthouse. I mean, the door of the grand jury.
I see. And with regards to that testimony, did you review any documents, records, anything like that in preparation for your testimony in front of the grand jury?
No.
All right. Now, asking you again for today, did you review any documents in preparation for your testimony here in front of this jury?
I looked at the grand jury testimony that I said, but other than that, no.
Okay. Now, when this thing had occurred, I would imagine it would have been a very traumatic experience for you.
Yes.
And at some point you go back to LA?
Yes.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
That's all right. It's just for the record. When you go back to LA, did you ever just sort of keep on top of it, like in terms of like articles that would come out in magazines, anything like that at all?
No, we didn't talk about that night for decades. We didn't talk about it.
Okay. Now, did you ever at any point capture what you had remembered in a journal or anything like that?
I did a documentary, a couple of documentaries. Yes, years, like 20 years later.
I see. And in preparation for those documentaries, what did you use to refresh your recollection back then?
Talk to my girlfriend. I mean, more talk and try to remember pieces that I could.
Right. And your girlfriend was also present in the Sebring when it happened?
Yes,
as well?
she was driving.
I see.
That's right.
Now, just to describe us a little bit that night, you're driving in a convertible Sebring.
Yes.
And I'd assume that the top was probably down.
The top was down. Yes.
Okay. And the weather that night, was it raining?
No.
Can you describe for the jury what the weather was like that night?
It was Vegas in September. It probably, I'd be guessing, but I know what it wasn't. It wasn't raining. It could have been a cloud in the sky, but I wouldn't remember that.
Was it
cold?
cold?
It wasn't bad.
Yeah.
No, I didn't. We didn't have any jackets. We had designer clothes. That's why I was mad. I had to sit on the curb. But no, it was a nice, cool evening, so I would probably say in the 80s, 70s, 80s. I have no idea.
All right. But obviously, among the four girls, no jackets or anything that would indicate that it was cold that night?
Yes, no.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, your testimony was that you had pulled up alongside Suge Knight's vehicle at some point.
Yes.
Now, I noticed that you weren't given a map. Did you ever have an opportunity to kind of envision exactly where this had occurred?
I didn't forget that part.
Okay. If I were to show you a map, would you be able to point out for
Yes.
us exactly?
As much as I can, yes, absolutely.
Sure. I'm going to show you what's been marked in there as State's Exhibit number 1. And just for the record, I'm showing you State's Exhibit number 1. It's just an overview of Las Vegas. Does that help you at all?
No, not really, but I see the streets. It's what I thought. I'm assuming the red dot is Vegas Boulevard.
And when you say red dot, there's a mouse that's right there in front of you. You can use that to sort of move that mouse over to where. No, that doesn't do that.
I can point it, but
Now let me do this.
When you're on our computer, can you do that? This is
you can point it.
All right. So would this be? And
Yes,
I'm using my
that's-
Sharpie. That's
yes,
the dot.
yes.
Okay. So yes, that would be Las Vegas Boulevard. Now I'm going to point over here. Do you recognize this particular area?
Yeah, that's where it happened.
Okay. And this I'm pointing now once again for the record, Flamingo, and it looks like this would be Koval.
Koval. That sounds about right.
Now, you were describing for us a little bit about where the cars were. If I were to give you a piece of paper, can you draw for us just a little bit better so we can have a better view?
I can try.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, you may.
And what am I drawing exactly again?
If you can draw for us where, on that night, where Koval was. And just for the record, you're writing Koval, is it for the horizontal line or the vertical line?
It is the horizontal line.
Okay, so that's Koval. And then can you draw for us where Suge's vehicle was when you pulled up to it?
Well, we were behind it.
Okay.
So it would have been, I'm just going to make lanes and don't quote me, I could be off by one, of course. So I'll say this was Suge and we were behind, so this was, I'm going to put I for me.
Okay.
And then we moved and went right here, so this is where we end up parking. I'm not parking, but stopping at the red light.
That's fine. And just for the record, you have made a mark that looks like an S, and I would assume that would be for Suge's vehicle?
Yes.
And then there's another I, it looks like right there, and that would be for your vehicle.
Yes.
And then you have an arrow pointing to the next lane over where the I is now at.
Yes, that's where it ended.
Okay, great. And then when the shots, when you're, I guess, trying to change seats, can you tell us where you were at that particular point?
You mean in the car?
Well, not in the car, but where the car was.
It was here when the shots happened.
Okay.
And when we were trying to flee, we were trying to get in this lane to go around to get the turn.
I see.
And that's what we ended up doing eventually.
I see. So when the shots were fired, you were still in that I.
The I, yes.
And then you pulled off onto Koval.
Yes.
Okay. Now this area right here, what is this? What street is that?
What do you mean? This Flamingo? No, is this Flamingo, I'm assuming? I'm guessing. Like I said, I'm bad at direction on places I still go today.
That's right.
And then here was like a gas station or something right there. And then here was where we turned off, right, which is where that first left was. So I don't know the name of the streets or anything.
No problem. I'm going to show this. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. All right. Your Honor, if I could have this marked as defense exhibit, opposed defense exhibit A.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
And move for admission.
Any objection to its admission?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so admitted. Did you want to publish?
I would like to publish it.
Okay, feel free.
Thank you. Now, I've shown you what's been marked and admitted now as defense exhibit A. All right, and I will just explain this for the jury again. So where you have Koval is actually the street Koval, is that right?
Yes.
And you have Flamingo, which would be the other street that's going vertical down the defense exhibit A.
Yes.
And then on the corner, it would be one of the corners. There's a gas station.
Yes.
Now over here, this S, that would be what you would call a Suge Knight's vehicle.
Yes.
And you were directly behind that vehicle at some point. And you pulled up, and that's the arrow pointing up to the next lane over, and that's where you were at, right next to Suge's vehicle.
In front of, not next to. That's why it's a little above.
I see. So you're slightly in front of Suge's vehicle. Was there another vehicle over here in front of Suge's vehicle?
I'm assuming yes, because we weren't at the front of the line. So yes, maybe two.
I see. Maybe two vehicles, but presuming that there would be at least a vehicle in front of Suge's vehicle.
At least two, I'd say, because there was one in front of me.
Okay. And then this lane over here, what lane is that?
That's the a small lane that you could turn off.
Turning lane?
Yeah, it didn't say, but yes.
Yeah. And so at some point when the shots were ringing out, you just immediately just gassed the car and made a right-hand turn on Koval.
Yeah, into the turning lane.
Okay. And your testimony here right now, for instance, is that the top was down, but you didn't see...
No, I was looking down because I was initiating changing my seat. So I would thank God I was all face down.
Okay. And when you pulled off and you made that right-hand turn, did anyone shoot at you?
Probably. I honestly don't know. There was a lot of gunshots.
Sure. Did any, after the event had occurred, did you ever observe any bullet holes in your vehicle?
There was no bullet holes in my vehicle.
Was there any shattered windshield as a result of anything happening on the scene?
No.
Okay. And then with regards to where you were at, when your testimony was that you were talking to Suge. Suge was saying, "Hey, come to 662." Is that what was happening?
Yes.
And during that time period, You said, and I want to make sure I'm clear, that while there was a conversation about going over to Suge's place, but it seemed like everyone was sort of talking. Like it was like the girls in the back seat maybe were having a conversation or something like that.
No. Lauren was the only one talking to Suge because she's the only one who knew him.
I see.
So nobody, we were just like, oh, okay, looking like, because it wasn't our conversation.
Right. And when that was happening, did any of your people in your vehicle yell out, Tupac, anything like that?
Absolutely not.
Oh my gosh, it's Tupac.
No.
Okay. Now, during that time period, as you're over here behind Suge's vehicle or next to it, did you ever see, can you describe for me what Tupac was doing in the vehicle?
When we pulled up on the side of him and she was talking to Suge, he was relaxed, like sitting in the sitting in the passenger seat, and Suge was relaxed talking to Lauren. Nothing, like there was no engagement.
Okay, so as you're sitting there and you pull up, Tupac was not hanging out the window and doing something out of the window?
Absolutely not, no.
Okay. His torso was not sitting on top of the window yelling to his fans, Tupac, Tupac?
No, there was no fans around. They were just driving in the car listening to music like we were.
All right. And during that time period, when you were here during this time period, there's a red light.
Yes.
Preventing you from moving forward. And once again, going back to Defense Exhibit A, there's no green light allowing traffic to move in the direction of Coble.
No.
Okay. So everyone was stopped at that particular point.
Everyone was stopped.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? You do have one? Okay, so what I'll need you to do is write your juror number on the question and then write the question on a full sheet of paper and then hand it to my marshal when you're done. Any questions from anyone else? Okay, perfect. Can I have the party's approach? All right, one question from a juror. Could you gauge what direction the shots were coming from?
No.
No? Any fault? Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I'm going to say it was just
You're okay.
it was too chaotic, and you're not, thinking about that, but no.
Okay. State, any follow-up based on that question?
No, Your Honor.
Defense, any follow-up based on that question?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. You are excused. That was asked. State, any quick witnesses, or are we prepared to take a lunch break at this time?
Lunch break, sir.
Okay, sounds good. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our lunch break at this time. During the recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. We'll have everyone back here, let's say 1:15, so that everybody has enough time to get everything done over the lunch break. We'll see you guys back at that time. Please rise for the jury. For the record, the jury has exited the room. Anything we need to address outside the presence?
Nothing from the state?
No.
Okay, we'll be in recess. I'll see you guys back right around 1:15.
Thank you.
If you need any more time, just let us know.
It should be.
He did indicate that you could go over whenever, and so if you want to go over now, you'd get.
No, they need to keep the microphone on so we can hear what they saying. Don't add more time. You already said 1:15, damn it. The fuck? Yeah, don't switch up now. So that's really an hour and 20 minutes.
All right, here we go. Keefe D, welcome back to Vlad TV.
Yeah, you're welcome. I'm here.
It's been some years.
Yeah, about 4 or 5 years.
I nigga said you
and
welcome.
you know, we did like what I feel is your first real interview.
Yeah.
You know, and after that, you did some other,
Yeah.
you know, some other platforms and everything. But I think we got like the full story in our last interview. So I kind of want to fill in some of the blanks along the way in terms of some of the stuff that's happened since last time, plus some of the stuff that I think we skipped over last time. So the first thing I want to talk about is, well, you have, how many siblings do you have?
I got right now. I got
Well, originally, how many siblings did you have?
It was six boys, 6 girls.
Okay, and your older brother got killed.
No.
No.
Never.
No. Okay.
My oldest brother died of leukemia in 1971.
I thought you. Okay, and one of you said your older brother got shot in Compton. All right, here we go. I think we have one of the most controversial figures in hip hop right now. Keefe D is in the building. How's everything?
I'm all right. And how is I'm controversial?
You're pretty controversial. You're pretty controversial. But let's go ahead and get into your whole story. So you grew up in Compton.
Yes.
And you know, these days people have a certain perception of Compton being kind of a violent area, a gang area. But when you grew up there, it was totally different.
When it first started out, yeah.
Okay, talk about that a little bit.
It was all white. All our neighbors was white. Moved out there in 1965. And yeah, most of our neighbors was white. Then
Man said he finally got the fame he wanted. What's up, A-Non, Big Dog Lee, Slim John, Shadow Pop, Mike from the Ville, Douglas Carter, most feared, 6'6" Cowboy, Jake Jacobs, More Wisdom, Daryl Anderson, I Kev OD, Ellipsis 66, XO Mills, Superfly, Yin Gone, She Choosing, Or is that chosen? Most feared. I said most feared. What up, what up, what up?
The blacks started coming in like 1969, 70, 71, and started converting into the black community.
And you actually dealt with some racism as a kid.
Yeah.
Talk about that.
One day, me and my moms was coming from the store, and some white dudes in a 57 Chevy came up.
And they keep bringing up Biggie's homicide in this. Will the Biggie Smalls investigation be open? Will exploration into the Tupac? Well, all this evidence for Tupac. This trial is just going to open the doors for Biggie. Are we going to get 2 of these murders solved? Is Puffy going to get fucked up? And is Reggie right? Boy, this nigga Keefe D even got his lawyer throwing Reggie Wright's name all in the shit, boy. This nigga hates Reggie.
Guard Anthony Wolf Jones. Meanwhile, Tupac has been languishing away in prison for months, unable to come up with the money to post bail while his case is appealed.
This prison, Clinton Correctional Center.
They wrote me a script to follow. So now will tell you that I didn't do it.
I don't know why.
Listen, and Keefe D's attorney, and
I think he's a damn idiot.
I just did it for the money, you know what I'm saying? The last thing, the lady, she gave me $150,000.
But then when I was watching the interview this week, and the way you sort of go through it by play, like then this happened, it's very believable.
They wrote me a script to follow. My lawyer came with the script. It seemed like he was in bed with them the whole time.
When you were talking in this interview about Tupac's murder, and when you were doing this book, were you considering maybe his family at all?
No, I just did it for the money, you know what I'm saying? I was trying to feed my family, you know what I'm saying? And it's wrong. It's just wrong. I'm an innocent man. And they said, yeah, crib. I haven't been around that stuff since like 89. I stopped that stuff, pulled up my pants. I'm not no leader or Crips or none of that stuff. That's wrong. They just try to make their case look good or something. He's a leader of the Crips. He's way up there in the Crips. No, I'm not. You know what I'm saying? There's no color line. I'm messing with Bloods, Crips, everybody. You know what I'm saying? I just want the leader of the Crips. I helped somebody get that record company together. You know what I'm saying? And why would I kill the guy that's making us the most money? You know what I'm saying? That rapper back then. Why would I kill our money like that? It don't make sense. So now you'll tell you that I didn't do it.
Has the DA's office offered you any plea deals, and would you consider a plea deal?
I'm not gonna take no plea deal because I didn't do nothing. You know what I'm saying? And I'm 63, I had a cancer battle, and I got 3 stents to my heart. And the average American lives to about 74 years old. 10 years, I'm dead. So what I want to take them to jail, you know what I'm saying? I heard it was like something from 10 to 25. I'm not gonna do that, you know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna take a deal like that, and I ain't have, especially after I hadn't done nothing. I'm an innocent man.
How concerned are you that you'll be convicted after this trial and you won't get to spend your final years with your family?
Yeah, I think the Ninth Circuit Court is gonna let me go. I think they're gonna let me go, because it's not right. I'm gonna be all right though, because God seriously got me, and He know I am this. Yeah, and I hate I put my family in jeopardy like this. So that's one regret I have.
So you had a proffer deal. So that means whatever you say during that day was like nothing could ever be used against you.
Exactly.
During that day.
Yeah.
How come you didn't ask for like complete immunity?
I did.
You didn't want to give it to you?
I did. That's why I'm sitting here.
Well, the proffer deal is only good for
What you
that
said?
day.
No, man. That's why I'm still sitting here.
What do you think about the Keefe D situation?
I don't think they're going to convict him. A lot of circumstantial stuff.
You might be right.
I think he's a damn idiot I think he thought that his proffers over here was like a federal thing that covered the United States.
Keefe did never get arrested.
So I gotta ask you, man, I know you've been hearing the rumors that's been going around. So Reggie Wright Jr., he did an interview and he said that you're gonna be getting arrested soon for Tupac's murder. Is that true?
Not that I know of, unless he's a U.S. attorney or something. I don't know. This dude obsessed with me.
About the Keefe D thing is, he better try to get all this stuff dismissed. And if he don't, he better not go before no jury, because if so, he's gonna be doing life in prison. So I really predict that he's going to be taking a plea deal about 10 to 15 years, and hopefully he gets out when he's about 75, and then he get another 5 to 7 years of his life to live. Should be his goal.
Him saying it out his mouth, this is, if you're on the wiretap, then he can say it out your mouth to use it against you. So I don't know how it's going to go on these podcasts that he was possibly paid for, what he's going to do.
I mean, he could say it's all fake and he just needed the money.
Exactly.
I don't know Keefe D like that to be, singing about no murder stuff like that. I believe he even lied about his nephew and everything.
Personally believe Keefe D's story about what happened in Vegas with Tupac?
If you ever been in anything that has to do with some law enforcement, right? Before they get to that videotape, before they get to that camera, you understand? It's already written down what you're gonna say. So we heard what Greg Kading needed Keefe D to say.
Lane starts blasting. You say Suge looks over, he sees you. He looks right at you.
Yeah, he looks at me.
Okay. When he looks over at you, and then Tupac's busy getting shot. Evidently, the story is Tupac's trying to either get out
In
of
the back seat or something.
Yeah. What do you see happening inside their
Jumping
car?
in. I seen the bullet going through his head. I thought he was dead. I thought he was dead.
So Orlando shot his car across Dre.
He leaned over on the window. We rolled down the window, popped. They would drove on my side. I would pop them. You know what I'm saying? But they was on the other side.
Right. Can you take me through how you got Keefe D to cooperate?
Yeah, that's essentially what we did. Built a drug case against him that was going to put him potentially in jail for the rest of his life, and said, here's your opportunity to mitigate that situation, scenario to them, and let them make a decision whether or not they think it's in their best interest to cooperate. So that's essentially what we did. Built a drug case against him that was going to put him potentially in jail for the rest of his life, and said, here's your opportunity to mitigate that situation and tell us the truth about what happened in Tupac's murder or Biggie's murder.
Art of Dialogue got an interview with the lady, man. Oh, that nigga do not be playing. Shout out to the Art of Dialogue. Hold on, we about to go there in a second, y'all. Just let this play. Hold on.
Whichever you happen to be involved in. And he agreed, his lawyer agreed, and there was a formal agreement between the U.S. Attorney's Office and Keefe D's attorney, and sat down and started the process of cooperating as far as he needed them.
Are you worried at all? Are you worried that this might come back and bite you? And you might end up having to, essentially, at this age, anything related to that would be a life sentence, right?
Man, whatever life got to offer me, I'm gonna handle it, dude. They don't have no evidence against me. Came and put me in Las Vegas.
Correct. He passed the gun, and he looked Suge in his eyes.
Yes.
Did he say these two
He
things?
didn't say that. Yeah, well, the pass the gun, I'm not sure. But he said him and Suge locked eyes and they've known each other since they were kids.
So what was Tupac and Suge's reaction when Orlando started shooting up the BMW?
Suge just ducked his head.
How you feel about the people that feel like Big Dre, he shot Tupac? Because you did make a confession some years ago, man, and you said that you gave the gun to Big Dre, but he got cold feet. So Orlando, he ended up snatching the gun and shooting Tupac.
Yeah.
So he pulled the trigger.
Man, we already discussed that. Would you trying to get me in jail again?
But if he verbally said he passed the gun, at that point, you are aiding, abetting. This is premeditated.
From 2019, that he was in the car during the shooting and he passed the gun to his nephew Orlando Anderson in the back seat, who he claims was the shooter.
He's done. That
stuck
a fork in it.
your reaction is to the arrest of Keefe D.
Surprise, number one, because I didn't think Keefe D would never get arrested. Nor do I want to see him get arrested. You know, let's get one thing straight. Me and Keefe D played on the same Pop Warner football team. And whatever circumstances, if he had an involvement with anything, if he didn't have any involvement with anything.
So Keefe D was like, look, I need the money. Puffy and them supposed to gave me $1 million. They gave us most of the money or half of the money. And that's how everything unraveled for is what happened in Vegas.
Who want to see? I wouldn't wish somebody going to prison on my worst enemy.
The DA says that Keefe D was in the car with his nephew. His nephew, according to the DA, is the one that shot Tupac, and that it was done with the full knowledge of Keefe.
There was only two people in the car. And Doc not going to tell the story. I ain't going to tell the story, but I tell you this. And I never had nothing bad to say about Orlando because, number one, he wasn't the shooter.
How you feel about the people that feel like Big Dre, he shot Tupac? Because you did make a confession some years ago, man, and you said that you gave the gun to Big Dre, but he got cold feet. So Orlando, he ended up snatching the gun and shooting Tupac.
Yeah.
So he didn't pull the trigger.
Man, we already discussed that. Would you trying to get me in jail again?
Number two, he came to my hearing and told to let me go and tell the truth. They still didn't let me go.
If you are called to testify in this case?
I wouldn't be.
Why not?
Yeah, I wouldn't be.
Why not?
Well, number one, because I'm not going to get on the stand and testify on somebody for what?
They seem to be saying that Orlando was the shooter and Keefe was in on it, that he had full knowledge of what was going down, and it was revenge for Orlando getting beaten up by Tupac and his team at the MGM after the Tyson fight. Is that correct?
No.
Then who shot Tupac?
It wasn't Anderson, so that's all I got to say about that point.
To summarize, you are saying Orlando was not the shooter, although you won't say who the shooter was. You are not saying whether Keefe was involved in any way in the shooting. And you are saying that if you're called to testify by either side, you will not comply, you will not testify. Do I have that right?
1,000%. I wouldn't go, I wouldn't testify. None of that. You know, at the end of the day, free Keefe D.
So you have a sense of remorse for what happened to Tupac?
The RUMORNATI Network.
Yeah. I got a sense of remorse that happened to any brother. Man, dog, whatever life got to offer me, I'm gonna handle it, dude. You know what I'm saying? I'm a God-fearing man. Whatever life gonna, you know what I'm saying, deal me, whatever cards I got dealt, I'm gonna handle it. I ain't gonna go up there and cut my wrist, hang myself, or nothing like that. If they want to come put me in jail for life, it's just something I got to do, dude. You know what I'm saying? And like I'm scared of jail or nothing.
Well, you've done a quarter of your life in prison already, right?
Yeah.
So I guess it doesn't really worry you.
It ain't nothing.
Because the only way they're gonna line it up is now because they have something to go on. Remember, they had nothing to go on at first.
Yeah.
They had shit to go. There was no way, hell, they could have did the movies that they did and put out the films that they did if that interview would have took place and he said what he said.
I see Keefe D. Keefe D was spooked. First thing he told me was they didn't have nothing to do with the killing of my homie Buster. I responded to Keefe D and said, shit, if I thought that, I'd be on you already. He said, but I'm going to give you something that's real true, and I've been wanting to tell you because we've been knowing each other, since we was kids. So Keefe D was like, look, I need the money. Puffy and them supposed to gave me $1 million. They gave us most of the money or half of the money. And that's how everything unraveled for is what happened in Vegas.
RUMORNATI Network.
So you guys are driving around, and then you hear these girls say, Tupac, Tupac.
No, we coming up, what's the name? What's that, Flamingo? Yeah, I think that's Flamingo. We was coming up Flamingo and got to the light. We was going to go drink and smoke some weed, and he happened to be hanging out the window. He was hanging out the window like he was in a parade. And we just came, and shit. I ain't gonna go into the details like that, you know what I'm saying? But, you got it in the book.
Well, in the book, you said that as you're driving up towards the BMW with Suge driving and Tupac in the passenger seat, and you said that Tupac pulled out a gun.
It looked like he was reaching, yeah. No, shit, once he got the reaching, I got the ducking.
So someone from your car started shooting at Tupac and Suge.
Suge just ducked his head, and the first bullet went in his head, so the next one's hit him. It's like he was doing a breakdance trying to jump in the back seat or something. Yeah. Like, damn.
That man.
And
all the dialogue and wait 1 second. He went and found her. The day she get on the stand, this man got the interview dropped. Shout out to all the dialogue. Shout out to y'all, though, the most aggravating chat in the game, most appreciated chat in the world. We are 7 likes away from 100. Y'all continue to run them likes up, please. I ain't gonna waste too much time talking. I know y'all don't want to hear my rusty, crusty, dusty voice. I know y'all want to see the content, get to the content, but what I gotta do is check in, chime in, and shout y'all out, because we always show love to the chat. We celebrate the milestones. At 50, we was aggravating. At 100, we break the glass. Let's go. 7 more. Get us there. Let me shout out the top 10 real quick. Number 1, we got IKFOD. Number 2, we got Mike from the Ville. Number 3, we got Most Feared. Number 4, we got Mr. 610Geo. Number 5, we got XO Mills. Number 6, we got Slim Jones McEasy. Number 7, we got Big Dog Lee. Number 8, we got Faison Sampson. Number 9, we got Nurse Lady T. And number 10, we got Miss Duval. And then number 11, honorable mention, Corey Branch. Honorable mention number 12, Damian Williamson. Only because I can see the names. Don't talk about, but really it's all about them top 10. But shout out the rest of y'all. Don't talk about 5 more. Get us there. And let me shout out the most aggravating chat in the game, most appreciated chat in the world right now. I see Kirk Mansell. I see Corey Branch, Mike from the Ville, Troy Neal, Keefe, OD, Big Dog Lee, JB Mo. Shout out JB Mo, XO Mills, Tez DiBiase. Let's go. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. Let's go. Let's go. All right, y'all. We gonna Mike for the Ville says, she wild for doing this. What's the legality of this? Doing interviews before taking the stand. Kirk Mansell says parading from the cell to the courthouse. Corey Branch says like Aerosmith, Metallica, Ozzy, the others. I guess they talking about that music. Anon says Nurse Lady, hey boo. Mike from the Ville says, why did Keefe D ever think about participating in a high profile murder? Why did I say high school? He was ever a good thing. Idiot Big Dog Lee says, and that BS about Diddy bodyguard and night bodyguard. Oh, that's fake too. Let's go, y'all. Let's go. And JB Mo said, man, y'all love Tupac way too much. Damn, nigga.
Great. Happy to have you on the platform. Been trying to get you for a good minute now. For the people that may not be familiar with you, let the people know who you are.
Hi, my name is Ingrid, and I was one of the last people to see Tupac alive.
Yes, indeed. So you was actually one of the 4 women that was actually on the side of Tupac and Suge BMW, right?
Yeah, it was 4 of us in our car that was part of the party.
Hi, my name's Jamal.
Give me a play-by-play.
Hi, y'all. My name's Jamal. I was the man pushing a hot dog cart the night that Tupac got killed. Yeah, you know, I was selling a coney with mustard, extra mustard, and some onions when I just heard somebody say, hey, there go Tupac. And I looked over. Boy, I swear anybody get an interview, boy. Nigga pushing a hot dog cart I was the last one to see him alive. What happened after that? Well, shit, I made the sale. And then I was gonna go over there to check on him, but I couldn't leave the cart unattended. So I just looked on as he passed away. I'll never forget that moment. Man, get your bitch ass out of here, man. Hot dog cart pushing that.
Play. Why was y'all in Vegas?
Of course. So I'm from LA, and being an LA girl, you go to Vegas a lot just because it's the playground of LA at the time. It's still the time. But it was my best friend and another friend, Shalane, and then Tanisha, and then another friend of ours who was a friend, but not like best friends like the rest of us were, Lauren.
I swear I was different. Well, according to Keefe D, you the one that put everybody on notice as to why Tupac got smoked. According to Keefe D, you the one who put everybody on notice. Man, let's go to Suge Knight.
Judas took 30 pieces of silver to portray into my skull. I responded to Keefe D and said, shit, if I thought that, I'd be on you already.
You know that trial coming up, man. It's around the corner, man. And he officially came out with his defense. He's saying that, Diddy, he put a hit out on you and Tupac, and that's the reason why Tupac got killed in Vegas. So, yeah, man. How you feel about that?
Well, first thing first. I mean, that conversation been out there. He put his truth out there. A lot of other people put their truth out there.
Crazy.
Me personally, if it wasn't already out there, I wouldn't have no comment on it. But since it's there, I tell you this. When I first paroled back in the day, I used to keep a box at the Staples Center. So I'm at the Laker game, fucking with a bitch here and there, got some bitches with me. I step out for a little fresh air. I see Keefe D. Keefe D was spooked. First thing he told me was it didn't have nothing to do with the killing of my homie Buntry. I responded to Keefe D and said, shit, if I thought that, I'd be on you already. He said, but I'm going to give you something that's real true, and I've been wanting to tell you because we've been knowing each other, since we was kids. So Keefe D was like, look, I need the money. Puffy and them both gave me $1 million. They gave us most of the money, or half of the money. And that's how everything unraveled for is what happened in Vegas. At that time, I'm on parole. I look to the left, look to the right. The whole place is packed. So I'm like, I had to go take the piss. Let's have this conversation in the restroom. He was like, man, I ain't going in that restroom with you. And good thing he didn't, because even though we was friends, but if a motherfucker paid you to kill us, I got a bullet into my skull. And one of the best friends I had ever had in life is Pac. And he ain't here. I'm gonna beat the fuck out that nigga in that restaurant. My blood was boiling. Somebody used to always say. But at the same time, I am an intelligent, wise man and a businessman. So I can't do nothing to him. I might as well get him to answer some questions. So I doubled back on him and said, what you mean? He said, well, look, Puffy used to come to the hood. He said, you can ask James. Him and James have always been good friends. James is the one who went through some things and been tampered with. But it's not about James getting tampered with. It's about the conversation Keefe D told me what he told James. Guess they baby mamas was best friends. So Rat James, what Keefe D said, he told Rat James that, look, it's big money in this. Only thing Puffy want to do is pay $1 million to have both of them killed. He told me that. He said it was, according to him, he said it was security that accepted money, participated in it, and it was so-called homies. So he laid it out to me in a way that he's spilling his guts to me, saying it wasn't just him, it wasn't just Puffy. He named names, he named people. And usually when
Come on, man. How they not gonna subpoena Suge? How can Suge not take the stand? Not Suge Knight. Suge Knight. How can he not take the stand? Look at what, brother, y'all hear this shit? God damn, Suge.
People name names the way he was naming names. I believed him because he wasn't talking just to be talking. I felt he was also coming straight because there was a big war behind that. A war that they lost. And I think it was a war that destroyed their neighborhood. So that's being said. I know what I know from being there. I know what I know later on when people told lies or never told me the truth. I know that later on when I found out certain people was suspect in assassination of Tupac, an attempted assassination on me. I know from conversations that if somebody was a suspect, one of the first things they should have did was told me. I know what Frank told me. I know what I had to go through to basically have the homies find Frank and pretty much kidnap Frank. I wouldn't use the word kidnap, but made Frank drive back to.
No, nigga, you already used the word kidnap. Don't try to switch it up now. I wouldn't say that. I mean, never mind.
My house in Loserville.
Keep it like that.
Just to have a conversation with me. I know that Frank also told me that the reason why he wasn't asking his phone or his walkie-talkie is because the head of security told him don't, and if he comes back to the house, something's gonna happen to him. Beat up, maybe killed. So he said that's why he was avoiding this. I know when I talked to Frank, I was aggressive rather, to get the truth. I know when I asked Frank why he didn't carry his gun. I asked Frank why he didn't tell us that he wasn't carrying his gun. I asked Frank, even you carrying your gun for your own protection, you definitely would need your firearm if you're doing security for Pac. And I know that Puffy got to be one nervous motherfucker right now.
Oh, man. Come on, bro. Is this case gonna mess around and open up the investigation for the Biggie Smalls murder? Is Puffy about to be, man, all right.
Puffy got to be one nervous motherfucker right now. Puffy got to be one nervous motherfucker right now. And it looks like it's going to be the trial of the century.
In real time, did you know that it was a hit on you and Pop? Did anybody tell you anything?
In real time, no one did. So this is the thing that bothers me the most. Getting into it with somebody, no big deal. Having enemies, no big deal. Going to war, no big deal. Getting shot, we all know what we signed up for. But it's a problem when if you're doing security and you off duty and you getting paid to protect my artists, do your best to protect my artists. If you getting paid to do security, which you was, and if it's true that the police tell you that these off-duty police officers who are doing security can't carry their firearms, it should have been brought to the owner of death row, which is me. And I always say that because I could have talked to the mayor, I could have talked to David Chasnow, Asher Goodman, with Rex Bell, who runs Vegas. Or I could have said, recommend some guys with their CCW can carry their gun to do security for Tupac. But no one never told me. I never found about none of this stuff until now while I'm in prison. Nobody never told me that they made those calls until I seen the indictment. I think it was page 69 or whatever when they said that.
the FBI guy with us, because he said he can't sit in if there's being interviewed unless he goes and gets special approval, and we weren't going to wait around for that. His decision.
Shout out to Star Power celebrity documentaries and biographies. Let's go. Tupac Shakur's final days, secret betrayal, and the death row exit. Since day one of the Keefe D trial. I see y'all in the chat. $sign the Rumonati Network on Cash App. Super Chats is open. Cash App is open. PayPal is open. Feel free, send $1, help the host get a new mask. Let's go.
To surreptitiously record that interview is everything. Like, I can't even tell you, like, I could never have done the book or any of these things. We wouldn't be here where we are today, honestly, I don't think, if he hadn't secretly recorded that entire interview.
I think the recording that I've listened to, where Greg Cady just starts doing all the talking, that's not how a proffer session works on the federal side.
Well, I'm Bacon, Federal Public Police Department. You got a search warrant, border, you can come out with your hands up.
In reading this transcript, once Detective Long leaves the room, they're completely leading Keefe on what to say and to stick to the story and not let Keefe speak freely. And instead, they're putting words in his mouth to say, this is what you need to state during this interview.
Hold on, so do Keefe D got a chance when you hear that? Do Keefe D got a chance? Hold on.
Reading this transcript.
You got a search warrant, border, you can come out with your hands up.
In reading this transcript, once Detective Long leaves the room, they're completely leading Keefe on what to say and to stick to the story and not let Keefe speak freely. And instead, they're putting words in his mouth to say, this is what you need to state during this interview. If you stick to this story, you'll sleep well. If you don't stick to this story, you're not going to sleep well, and we're going to potentially cause problems for you, which is complete police coercion, which is crazy. It's not acceptable, obviously. It's hard to be believed, but I'm reading it, so yeah.
Well, damn. I don't know if we could watch this one either.
But is he like fighting? Why are you wearing a big sweater and he's wearing a t-shirt? I mean, it's like, why? You just ask these questions and you look at those pictures, that last photograph of him, the deer in the headlights photo, and he just looks sad, and it's just sad. And you think I think about the times that we were supposed to go to Vegas like a few times. Like, I think to myself, God, obviously, was set for it to happen there.
The Guinness Book of World Records recognizes him as the best-selling hip-hop artist, with over 75 million albums sold worldwide. Something else important concerning Tupac was the way he died. He was shot to death in Las Vegas, September 6, 1996. His death remains one of the most notorious unsolved murders of the last 20 years. In 10 years, a new team of investigators.
And since Suge Knight was making all these moves, and Tupac didn't want to be in prison anymore, he wanted to be out recording music and doing shows and all that.
Boy, I'm going to keep my... Never mind. Let me just...
Not word for word, that came out of his mouth. He said Snoop was corny. He was paid. He called. I said, yeah, towards a certain point.
That's just 2 projects, man. That ain't 3 albums.
I just found out from media, he said he never got paid a penny for that Machiavelli. Yeah, that's everything. Just from death. He wouldn't go to the office, he wouldn't go to the studio, he wouldn't make records. He didn't want to be around that album. When Dre left, all the money got cut off. When Dre left, yeah, that's everything, just no money. So I always wonder where all that money is. I just found out from media, he said he never got paid a penny for that Machiavelli album. Either did I. Nobody got paid. That thing sold 50 million albums or something like that.
Man, that's 3 albums. No, that's 3. And Suge looked at it, no, that's 3 projects. That ain't, that's just 2 projects, man. That ain't 3 albums.
So Tupac was pretty unhappy at death row.
At a certain point, yes.
Towards the end of his life?
I'll say, yeah, towards the end of the Machiavelli thing. And I'm going to tell you why I think he was unhappy. Because during the making of Machiavelli, he called the office, death row. And these were some of the words, not word for word, that came out of his mouth. He said Snoop was corny. He was taking too much time doing a record. He'd take all day doing one song. He says, I'm paying Nate Dogg child support, okay? And at that point, that's when I knew, oh, wow, this guy is not happy.
So recoupment is a non-issue with respect to whether or not he could go and put out his records himself. And given the success he had with selling records, I think there'd be people lined up to make a record deal with him for him to put out records on his own. So yeah, so I would not agree that he would not be able to put out his own product.
We were getting very close to wrapping on Gridlock. We probably had maybe a week or two left on it. And myself and Kevin Hackey, we were both on duty that day on the set. And it was in the evening time.
That's crazy. They got Frank Alexander in this mall.
Because it was already night. And I got this phone call from Yasmin Fula. And she said, hey, Frank, I'm coming down to Gridlock. Don't you and Kevin leave because I need to talk to the two of you.
Tupac wouldn't move for nobody he didn't want to move for. Believe me. Either Tupac was with you or he was not. Either he liked it you or he didn't. Frank, he was a diamond in the rough. I mean, Tupac loved Frank and Frank loved Tupac.
So, probably 30 minutes later, she shows up and she goes, hey, there's some things going on over at the death row office. Pac is called an audit on the death row office.
Who did you always fear? Who did the streets always protect, and who do you always fear? The streets always protect the accountant, and you don't want the accountant to tell anything. So the mentality of an audit means you think you're gonna get the truth.
I talked to Frank. Frank was very knowledgeable, very, he understood the whole record business. Like, I need to get Tupac to the studio so Tupac can make the record get turned in, Tupac make money, and I can ask for more money.
Now, this was the first time I had ever heard anything about an audit, obviously, because she came down to tell us this a story about, the audit going on. And her main thing was that she wanted us to pay, like, a little bit more closer attention to Pac, watch him a little bit closer.
I think Frank Niece came in there and Pac sat with her for an hour and a half, talking, ordered food.
She wasn't sure of the repercussions of this audit that was going to be going on because apparently Pac was pretty hot over it.
He should have been auditing his statements and then challenging anything on the statements that were not his.
Okay, and she basically said, you guys need to step up your game, watch him. We're shaking some things up right now.
Frank was everything. I mean, you needed Tupac, everybody knew, go to Frank.
Damn, hold on. They said Pac owed $1,690,625. Damn.
Picking some things up right now.
Frank was everything. I mean, you needed Tupac, everybody knew, go to Frank if you want to get Tupac to do something.
And because we had already heard on the phone, driving around in LA, a call, Tupac is at death row, pissed off. He wants his shit. That was in June.
Is this nigga smoke? Is this a black and mild nigga?
I got a call from Al Gittins. I was at home. I lived in Orange County. And Al Gittins says to me, hey, you need to get to the studio because Pac is trying to, take masters out of the studio.
He who owns the masters do whatever he want, when he want. I can put out a record. I don't need nobody's opinion, nobody's right, because I own the what? Masters. He who owns the masters choose, picks, when, what, how. So the masters is a big play.
And Suge has told us that no one is to take masters from the studio anymore.
And they are important to a record company too.
So apparently there had been a problem. And this was, again, the first time I heard about no one can take masters or anything that they've recorded out of the studios.
And you've probably seen the writing where it says, this is deemed to be a work for hire within the meaning of the copyright law. The reason you have that in there is unless you have that kind of statement, anything that people create, they own, even if somebody else pays for it.
And get there in time to stop Tupac from taking his masters? I don't think so.
Hey, yo, Frankie. Frankie! Yo, Frankie!
I didn't even try this fool.
Oh, well, back then, because we only kept one set back then. Because remember, back then we were actually dealing with reels or DAT tapes.
He did those 3 albums. It didn't take him long.
Oh, when will an artist see money again? From their record sales? Never. 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 They're always going to stay in the hole.
The chances of Tupac recouping his money and leaving Death Row Records was very slim. They kept him in a cycle of debt. It reminds me of the minor sounds, where people would go to the general store and spend their debits to buy goods at an elevated price.
That's to keep them signed to you.
If the record company's controlling the numbers, then the record company's controlling the artist.
because his contract was just for 3 records. So when he delivered the 3 records, whether he was recouped or not, he was free to go.
I just recently had an artist within the last 30 days say to me, I was out of my deal in 2013. I said, no, you weren't. They said, yes, I was. I said, no, you weren't. You weren't recouped till 2019, and I just got you your release letter.
I didn't spend that much money. I've seen people spend a lot. Remember, MC Hammer sold millions of records and went bankrupt. The world's full of people who made millions and millions of dollars and went bankrupt. You can spend it.
So that's the completion of that obligation as I know it. And I tell you, he had movie scripts and he was truly interested in that. People were talking to him about it.
Yeah, I knew what an audit was, but it wasn't per se what type of audit that was going to be performed on a record label.
You know, things that I heard from the horse's mouth for how they do things. And he was like, I'm Tupac. You know, the IRS took my car. I went the same day and bought another car cash. And I was like, okay, I understand, but this is the way they do business. It's not going to benefit you.
Because every Friday, the runner from Death Row office would bring $5,000 in cash and give it to me to give to Tupac later on that day. And Pac would, every Friday, would tell me, Frank, call the office and have Rory bring me, 5.
And then, we found out 20 years later that that's exactly what happened. They were holding on to his money. They were putting things that he was supposed to own. They were putting it in other people's names and keeping it away from him.
Yeah, he was making millions of dollars, but $5,000 out of $1 million is not much. That's not even a fraction of a percent.
He was bigger than life, but the process of the money rolling in had not, it was being leveraged. It was being leveraged by the sales and funded.
They was doing Pac dirty. God!
By UMG. Because that's 9 times out of 10, that's how it happens. When you see the lifestyle, somebody's got to pay for it.
You haven't seen the way people spend money. Just go buy yourself a plane. You'll be broken in a year.
It just was going to be ugly.
Leave death row. I always took it to mean Tupac was happy to stay there, but now it has a totally different meaning.
In music news, multi-platinum recording artist rapper Tupac Shakur has single-handedly ignited a bi-coastal war with the release of his controversial track, Hit 'Em Up. In this profanity-laced diss track, Shakur takes on not only his former friend and fellow rapper Christopher Biggie Smalls Wallace, but the entire East Coast rap scene in what many are already calling the greatest diss track of all time. For his part, Shakur claims to have been the victim of this East Coast rivalry when he was shot in New York in November of 1994.
I was worried when I started hearing about the song because of the fact that I realized
the personal attacks. I mean, he's saying, I slept with your wife.
And some of that actually started because she had come out to California and she had taken a picture with him.
I mean, so rappers say a lot of things in songs and it's just the cut at you. You don't know if it's necessarily true or not.
Now, everybody's got camera phones. It was
close rivalry issue. And one thing that was very important for me to have in that issue was a survey. So we prepared a survey. It was like 3 questions that we presented to artists and we asked them to respond. Like, do you feel like there is really an East Coast, West Coast rivalry? And what do you feel are the contributing factors? It was like three questions.
But
from the East Coast.
Would hurt him. Forget shoot. Would hurt him. He didn't believe that.
I walked away from hip hop because I thought a lot of the kids were just out of control and hadn't been taught a certain moral code. Like I used to talk to Pac about. He had too much of a moral code to hang out with some of the dudes he started hanging out with.
Oh no, man, Sugar was a buster. He's not anybody to be afraid of. But his desire to be in that kind of street life, he put out in the streets. Anybody gets out of prison, come to death row, I'll give you a job. So he began to surround himself with some people who really were serious criminals.
And I would always tell him about that. Ice-T would tell him too. It's like, yeah, but you have a moral code these other dudes don't have.
I think one of the strangest things I've ever seen was in New York when Tupac had left New York, came to California, and we went back. We got to a confrontation at the park with a couple of other artists. There was some pushing, there was some shoving, some name calling, and I don't think we really left on good terms. I knew going back to New York would be trouble for us if we ventured back there in the future.
But I was around him a lot, and when a lot of the...
Bruh, whoever knew that Bubba Gump was a hip-hop artist or involved in hip-hop and been around Tupac? This is Bubba Gump. Shrimp fried, shrimp, boiled shrimp. This is Bubba Gump, bruh. I gotta find Bubba. This Bubba.
Hood dudes would come around and they would start getting crazy. I would get out of there, man, because I've spent enough money on lawyers.
I was there when an argument took place between Tupac.
Boy, this nigga mouth ain't connecting, like he ain't really saying the words. Y'all seen that shit? What's
Hood
wrong with his
dudes would come
footage? Not
around
him.
and they would start
The next dude, what?
getting crazy. I would get out of there, man, because I've spent enough money on lawyers.
Look at this shit. Watch this shit, bro. What's wrong with this footage?
I was there when an argument took place between Tupac and Mr. Knight. I was in a limo. Me and Tupac, Outlaw Mortals. We were driving around in Harlem, and the radio came on with Snoop Dogg saying that he had no beef with New York.
Biggie Smalls, he's an artist that I I listen to his music. I love what he do, you know what I'm saying? And it's just me. I'm just a smooth, peaceful individual. I don't have beef with nobody right now, babe.
Which sent Pac
I don't have beef with nobody right now, babe.
into a rage. Because Pac, of course, had big beef with New York.
How the fuck you say because with your teeth? That nigga said chicuz Pac. He said chicuz. This nigga what?
I listen to his music. I love what he do, you know what I'm saying? And it's just me. I'm just a smooth, peaceful individual. I don't have beef with nobody right now, babe.
Which sent Pac into a rage. Because Pac, of course, had big beef with New York.
Come on, bro.
Set
What's wrong with
Tupac
that
off,
fucking
and we immediately spun the limo around, and we went back to the hotel to confront Snoop. We couldn't find him, but we found Mr. Knight. And Pac's words were, I'm gonna cut out Machiavelli, and when I cut out Machiavelli, I'm the hell up out of here. You got your money. I don't want nothing else to do with Death Row. I'm out. And this is the first time I've ever heard of Machiavelli before it even came out to be a CD record, that he's gonna give Suge all the rights to Machiavelli. He just wants his freedom, and he wants off Death Row.
And Suge didn't want to hear that.
And Mr. Knight was very upset, and they got to yelling at each other back and forth. They confronted each other basically to a face-to-face. I did slide in between them and said, hey, you can't do this while I'm here, or I am gonna have to step out of the room.
What happened was he signed his deal, and then he started realizing that Death Row wasn't what he thought Death Row was. So, attitude. And that was Suge Knight's company. So Suge Knight was not going to let Tupac control the narrative at his company.
Normally, I am asked in every situation that I can remember while working with Death Row, when there was altercations, fights, where some type of discipline was going to be passed out during Death Row, I'm usually asked to step outside the room. But on this occasion, I think Mr. Knight had me stay for the safety of Tupac.
Motherfucker say, Mr. Knight. Hold on, y'all. I might run some of y'all out of here with this noise. But I ain't gonna lie. I don't give a damn. Shout out to the team. We done broke 100 lights. Let's go. We done broke the glass. Let's go. Let's go. We done broke the damn glass. How the fuck we get a whole 100 likes? Let's go. Whole 100 likes, whole 100, how the we get a whole 100 likes? Let's go, let's go, let's go. Appreciate y'all, man. Y'all so aggravating, man. Y'all get on my nerves, man. God dang, y'all aggravating.
So aggravating as hell, man.
Y'all so appreciated, man. Y'all so appreciated. Most aggravating chat in the game. Most appreciated chat in the world. Most aggravated chat in the game. Most appreciated chat in the world. No content creator is nothing without the support of the people, man. We appreciate y'all. Thank y'all, thank y'all, thank y'all for running it up. Thank y'all. We have broke the glass. 100 likes plus. Super duper salute to y'all. Big up yourselves. The most aggravating chat in the game. Most appreciated chat in the world. We aggravate the algorithm around here. We celebrate the milestones. I thank y'all for always running it up. No content creator is nothing without the support of the people. We can't watch our video hundreds of times, thousands of times, hundreds of thousands of times, or millions of times by our goddamn self. Make sure your favorite content creator is stopping and putting some respect on your goddamn name, because your time, your money, your effort, your energy is the reason that they are big. They might not give two shits about you. I'm trying to make sure everybody gets some love. Make them do the same, nigga. Because they don't give a fuck about you. You a channel member over there. You all in the comments, all in the videos, like Suge Knight say, you all in the comments, donating, and don't get no recognition. You want to get some love? Come to Rumonati.
I mean, that's the reason I was there, because I think Mr. Knight, with me not being there, he would put his hands on him. He was that upset.
Especially with somebody like a Suge Knight, who was extremely dictatorial. You know, he wasn't the kind of person that you could just go up to and say, look, I'm sorry, I don't want to be with your label anymore. It didn't work that way.
Tupac said, hey, fuck it, I'm out here. This was in New York after the MTV Music Awards. Prior to us going home, there was an altercation about what Snoop had done over the radio while we were in the limo.
What did you tell me he told you? And then you and I had a conversation. You told me that Pac felt like
I think what it was is that I think at the time after we did the MTV Awards, I think after we did the MTV Awards, you know, I don't know what went down, but he wasn't too happy.
This nigga looked like Tyler the Creator for some goddamn reason. I thought this was Tyler the Creator for a half second.
What it was is that I think at the time after we did the MTV Awards, I think
when you pause the video, no. Yeah, he still looked like him. Probably the gap teeth.
I think after we did the MTV Awards, you know, I don't know what went down, but he wasn't too happy about it, and he didn't care about going anywhere. You know, so he didn't feel like he didn't want to go to Vegas. I don't even think he wanted to do the video.
The last thing he said to me prior to leaving was, he's not going to be in Vegas. I don't have to worry about him showing up, and don't worry about it because he won't be there. That's what he told me right before we put him on the plane.
Suge didn't let none of my security ride with me. I had to ride on the plane with him, his homies, and Pop. And it was the most uncomfortable ride I ever had in my life because my nigga didn't say nothing to me the whole ride. And that's a 5-hour flight.
Because he had told us that he was not going there with, his words, them sellout niggas.
Because I feel like they finna try to do something to me. So when I get off the plane, we land, he walked down the steps, I walk down the steps. We meet right here. I'm like, cuz, you going to Vegas? He do me like this.
On September the 6th, Tupac was back from New York. They were shooting a video, Toss It Up.
Y'all see that? That's it. Everybody keeps saying that. Multiple witnesses claim that Tupac did not want to go to Las Vegas. They claim Tupac's motive for going to Vegas was to settle his fight with Knight. So damn. That could explain why he looked like that. Like why he had that look on his face where he wasn't so happy-go-lucky or whatever. Or somebody might say, oh, deer in headlights. Man, yeah, me and this dude need to ride and have a talk about some business. So who knows? Who knows?
My name is Chris Herzog. I'm the owner and sole proprietor of the Bodyguard Group of Beverly Hills. And I would like to state for the record that the only reason that we've never had a client injured, robbed, never been sued by a client, never had a client have a burglary, home invasion, nothing. I repeatedly begged Tupac. I said, please, Tupac, this is a B7 armored vehicle. It can stop armor-piercing AK-47 rounds on full auto, point blank. It's the highest level you can get. Listen to me. Ignore the people telling you not to do this like Suge Knight and all the other people that he had said to me, keep telling him, you don't need that, you don't need that, it's too expensive.
Reggie made a mistake prior to that happening. I brought it to his attention that he needed to have additional bodyguards while we were in New York simply because of what had happened prior.
He let the stupidest people he knew make his decision. What, are you gonna put one in every city you're going to? Yeah, because at one point he had the money. So I said to him, they're wrong and what they're doing is gonna get you killed. And he said, I ain't growing old anyway. And I said, don't you wanna be alive for your mother and for the people you love?
I would always try to correct him when he would say that he probably was gonna die young. And I'll go, man, why you put that negative stuff out there like that? Stop doing that, man. He was like, nah, I'm just, no, you're right. I'll keep it high. I'll keep the science high.
And his girlfriend, who was standing next to him, was arguing with him, listen to Chris, listen to him.
He was very sensitive. When I say very sensitive, that's what made him a brilliant actor. That's what made him a brilliant artist, because he saw everything.
Tupac drops Hit 'Em Up, and already his list of enemies is compounding. You already have Congress, police officers, and now Tupac decides to take on the whole East Coast.
Facts.
On September the 6th, when I arrived in Las Vegas, I found out that September 7th, the next day, that we were going to have a security meeting around noon at this attorney's office. This attorney that we met at his office in Las Vegas, never before had we had a meeting at an attorney's office or with an attorney even present in any of our security, meetings. Never.
Why did you go to that meeting? Who was that guy? You see what I'm saying? Now, I don't tell the door. And you know how the doors that has listed people that work at that door? His name wasn't on it. His name ain't on there. I always do that. That's what happened to him. Especially after he had to be a car. That's right. So I made it a point, Frank. Because he didn't even know where his cars were. No. And that's what his office. That was his office. He was lost. Yeah. He didn't even know where the pins were at.
I don't know who the attorney was. He was no one that none of us had ever seen before. This happened on September 7th of 1996. First time out of character.
We were told specifically, do not carry your weapon. That's what we were told.
And that's the first time we've been in Vegas where somebody said, that's right. That's right. And then they were really persistent about you not having one. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. They're going to be checking you. And then they was even trying to convince people in CCW not to carry.
You have to ask yourself, why would people make this up in a conversation between themselves? I'm pretty sure that Michael didn't even know he was being recorded, and Frank was doing.
This all helps helps build the suspicion as to why people suspected Suge, but I just can't see. Does it sound fishy? Yes, but I can't see risking myself. Like, oh, don't shoot him till he in the car with me, unless there was a change of plans or the shooters didn't know when they were supposed to attack or something like that. I don't know. Other than that, now that could be a variable. Maybe Pac was supposed to ride with somebody else, or maybe they were supposed to get at him at a different time and the shooters jumped the gun or something like that. Now, if that's the case, then I can see Suge being involved like that. But just to set it up and have it, when I get in the car with him, shoot him. You know?
This for his own safety. The whole thing is very telling.
Now, we've been to Vegas about 5 times, Frank. Have you ever heard him say, don't carry your weapon?
Absolutely not. I've written 3 books. I've done a documentary. I've appeared in a few other documentaries. In 2007, right after our first assassination movie came out, Reggie contacted allhiphop.com and told him that he never told the bodyguards not to carry weapons. He said something stupid like it was only for people working at the club. He also said, specifically, I'd never say that to a bodyguard. Now, we would have debriefings and things like that just to let us know, hey, this is what things are going to be like, ABC, XYZ. Nothing like on September 7th, around noon or so.
This is supposed to be his office we're in.
Dog, look how detailed Frank Alexander is when he said that nothing on like September 7th around noon or so. Come on, bro. And then he just, never mind.
Oh, hey, this is.
Let me keep my tinfoil hat on.
What things are going to be like, ABC, XYZ. Nothing like on September 7th, around noon or so.
This is supposed to be his office we're in. Now, here's the better thing. Did you notice the pictures?
Yes.
They weren't him, Frank. Yeah. They weren't him. And you know what I'm thinking? I don't think that guy was a lawyer. That office wasn't his.
I've been to Club 662 on many occasions, and never have they told me to leave my weapons, either in my room or my car. So I questioned them. Why would I leave my weapons in a vehicle or in the hotel room, and I'm personally guarding Pac in one of the most hottest places to be?
I'm telling you. Something is not right.
Who is this Tupac looking like they got to do this last still shot? Boy, you don't get the fuck out of it. Nigga don't look nothing like Tupac. The silhouette, nothing. They just went and got a bald-headed nigga. This nigga don't look shit like Tupac.
Something is not.
Okay. No, not even when you turn to the side and just do the silhouette. That don't even look like Tupac's silhouette, man. That shit ain't. Let me see. Let me squint my eyes. If I squint my eyes, I could just tell who it is because it's a bandana and you point at. That ain't no more. Hell no, man. Who is this nigga? Somebody said, dog, Anom said, that's Lil Woody's pops. Dog, that's funny. That's Lil Woody's daddy. Come on, bro. Y'all funny. Who is this, bro? Get him the fuck out of here, man. Come on, y'all. Y'all could have did better than this, bro. Oh man. Shout out to him. Shout out to him. They should be back in court in a few minutes, y'all. They should be back in court in just a few minutes. Let's look at some of these opening statements. Vlad got them up. F it. Let's go.
Sure. You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Hopefully you were able to get everything situated over the long weekend, and we look forward to proceeding with trial. Before we get started, we do need to have you sworn, so if I could have you all stand and raise your right hand, we'll proceed with that. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. At this time, we're going to...
Good morning. On September 7th, 1996, Tupac Shakur came to Las Vegas to attend a Mike Tyson fight. After the fight, Tupac, along with Suge Knight, Trayvon Lane, and other people that were with that group, ran into a person named Orlando Anderson. And Orlando Anderson is the defendant's nephew. And when they encountered Orlando Anderson sitting by himself, then, a few hours later, Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight drive down Flamingo Road to Club 662, where Tupac is scheduled to perform a concert. Then 2.5 hours later, after Tupac and Suge engaged in the beating of Orlando Anderson, they are gunned down. Tupac is gunned down in a drive-by shooting from a white Cadillac in an act of revenge. During those 2.5 hours, you will learn that the defendant was escalating and planning the retribution for the beating of his beloved nephew. Now, let's be clear. Dwayne Davis did not pull...
Dawg. It said, split them up, dawg.
But what he did do was plan the retaliation for the beating of his nephew. You will learn that Dwayne Davis got the gun. You will learn that he got into a white Cadillac. You will learn when the opportunity presented itself for retribution, Dwayne Davis made sure that the shooters were armed and ready to execute their revenge. And remarkably, you will learn that from Dwayne Davis himself. But to understand what happened on September 7th, 1996 on the streets...
Bruh, this man named Optimistic James and says, look at the car, which bullet hit Pac? Impossible. Bro, you lived up to your name, bro. Optimistic James, shout out to you. Mel says, Pac is crazy because I would never sign to a nigga whose label is Death Row. Facts. What is he? Bro, I wouldn't. He just, listen, Tupac was desperate to get out of jail, and he thought, he was just going to fulfill his contractual obligations and be able to get out. He didn't know that they literally had him on Death Row.
Of Las Vegas, we need to go about 275 miles west to the city of Compton, California. What you will learn is that Compton is about 10 square miles. But in the mid-1990s, those 10 square miles were occupied by over 30 gangs claiming its territory. And important to this case, there are two gangs. Mob Piru.
Bro, I see y'all killing that fake Tupac that we were just looking at on that. I think Anon called him 3-Pac, and this boy Corey Branch called, that nigga said Tubi instead of Tupac. Tubi, 3-Pac, Shakur. And I think he said split them up, dog. That shit, that too funny.
And the South Side.
Y'all,
let's talk a little bit about the Mob Piru. The Mob Piru is a group that...
Big Dog Lee said, I heard that fight wasn't even 10 minutes, not even 3 rounds. Oh yeah, that fight was short as a bitch. Orchestrated hit. It seems like an orchestrated hit. It's just, my only thing is Suge getting hit. Suge being in the car to take the bullets. Does everything point to Suge being a part of it? Does everything point to a setup and it looking like some shit? It's a lot of shit that looks fishy. It look funny. Hell, exactly. And the people that's still alive, Tupac's existing family, wants justice. And that's what we here for. But I will say this. I just can't see him being willing to sacrifice himself to get shot himself or even be like, okay, shoot the body of the car. The most I'll do is get hit in the leg. I'll survive. I'm not going for that. Unless the killers jumped the gun and moved out of turn, they moved before they were supposed to or something like that, then yeah, other than that, I'm taking Suge out of the equation, bro.
Associated with the color red. And you'll hear that Suge
Strictly based on the fact that he was in that car.
Knight, the person who was driving Tupac Shakur that night, grew up in the neighborhood of Mont Pine. But by the mid-1990s, he had become a very successful CEO of the record label Death Row Records. But despite, or maybe because where he came from, you'll hear that Suge Knight continued to employ Mob Piru gang members as part of Death Row. They would act as unofficial security, and other times they would engage in, let's call them other acts, on behalf of Suge Knight. But Death Row in the mid-1990s was one of the most successful record labels around. They had artists such as Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre, and of course, Tupac Shakur. And in 1996, Tupac Shakur was maybe the largest and biggest, most successful rapper around. He had just sold, released All Eyes on Me, a double album that was met with huge success. Additionally, Tupac Shakur was a movie star, having appeared in a number of movies in critically acclaimed roles. He has, at times, been referred to as an icon. But for the purposes of this case, what you need to know is that Tupac Shakur was not a gangster. He was a hip-hop artist associated with the Now, the other gang that's important to know here...
Bruh, when Keefe D rubbed his scalp, I swear I was about to say, oh, that nigga shit shinier than mine. Damn, that's what he was thinking, right? And then I look over, I see Mike from the field said, why so many bald people involved in this case? Everybody bald in a bitch.
Is the South Side.
The dead nigga, the two surviving niggas, the prosecuting nigga, bald nigga, bald nigga, bald nigga.
Compton Crips. And when it comes to Southside, Dwayne Keefe D. Davis was the leader of the Burris Street faction of the Southside Compton Crips. And while Suge Knight rose to prominence in his neighborhood due to the money that he was bringing in through the music industry, Dwayne Davis rose to prominence in his neighborhood because he was a very successful, large-scale drug trafficker. And you will learn that that is how one moves up in the world of gangs, by bringing in money to the neighborhood. The other thing you'll learn is that Orlando Baby Lane Anderson.
Come on, man. Baby Lane looked more like Tupac than that other dude. Baby Lane looked more like Tupac than this nigga. Come on, man. And then peep how these niggas, well, it ain't, I guess it's very obvious. I know why they're doing it, but the whole background blue, for the Bloods, it was red. Come on, man. Y'all supposed to have a white background, but they trying to paint the picture, so never mind.
Was his nephew, and also a highly respected member of the Southside Compton Crips. Now, as part of this case, you're going to hear another name. Eric Zip Martin. Now, Eric Zip Martin is not a member of the Southside Compton Crips. In fact, he's based out of New York.
I'm trying to think who this dude look like. Oh, they're coming back in. We're waiting on sound from the courthouse. Soon as the proceedings proceed, we're going to get quiet. We're going to let them have it. You know what I'm talking about? Show love to the livest chat in the game.
Now, Eric Zip Martin is not a member of the Southside Compton Crips. In fact, he's based out of New York. He's involved in the drug trade and knows Dwayne Davis as a result of both their involvements in the drug trade. Dwayne Davis from the West Coast, Eric Zip Martin.
I don't think that's YouTube. I think that's the stream elements thing. Sometimes you have to hover over it. Like it'll look like a Chinese character. It'll look like you type something like AHHHH, and then I hover over it. It'll be I hover over the Chinese character and the AHHHH. It says yo. I'm like, what the fuck? Yeah, I think it has something to do with stream elements. Like T-Dog TV right now, it says Mania Fresh. Then you hover over it, it says Manny Fresh. I don't know. It's something with the A word, the A. I don't know. We'll figure that shit out. Let's go.
Martin from the East Coast.
Are they back in court?
And one of the connections that Dwayne Davis gets through his association with Zip Martin is with Sean Puffy Combs, who
That nigga look like he got a shit, don't he? He just like, man, he like he holding it. Damn, I got a shit.
was then the CEO of Bad Boy Entertainment. Sean Combs wanted some security when he came out to the West Coast. He was worried about Mob Piru. He was worried about the members of Death Row Records. And so Dwayne Keefe D. Davis agreed to be around to act as unofficial security for Sean Combs and his artists when they came out west. In order specifically to ensure there are no problems with Mob Piru and Death Row Records.
Ball Eagle, Ball
and this
Eagle,
took a
Ball Eagle,
rivalry
Ball
between
Eagle,
Mob Piru
Ball
and
Eagle.
Southside Compton Crips.
I don't know why I said that.
And those tensions boiled over in the Lakewood Mall in
Who
the summer of
family is this?
1996.
Is that Mo Preem?
There, you'll hear that
Tupac
Trayvon
cousin?
Lane, a member of the Mob Piru, associated with Death Row Records, was there with other members of Mob Piru in order to do some shopping.
I'm gonna say this Tupac family. They got dread. They got dreads. I'm gonna say that's Tupac family, man. And then plus that dude, before they got close enough, the dude with the bald head looked like Mo Preem, Tupac's cousin anyway, so. That gotta be Pac's family. Why else would they keep showing them? I know Reggie family ain't up in there. Well, I ain't gonna say that. Damn, that sounds like nobody there for him. Who are these motherfuckers? Man, brain, I wonder when Reggie Wright Jr. coming in. When Reggie Wright gonna take the stand. Mel says, I'm just shocked that Compton is so small. Everybody knows everybody. Everybody cousins, and y'all talk about the South kissing cousins. No, Compton is kissing cousins. Damn, Mills. Optimistic James says, Keefe is getting released. Diddy about to remain. Mo said he was going. Big Dog Lee says, eating that cold ass food. Slim John say Keefe coming home. Oh, he back in. All right, anytime they should come with the sound. That's why I didn't go back to the other video with the sound, guys. The court should come back on any second. Is she smiling? Is that a smile? Is that like a look of disgust? Or, oh, yeah, she can't stay. Oh, he stink. Keefe D fucking stinks. Who is she to Tupac? Cause she all right, what's up with the sound in court? Y'all turn the no, let me check and make sure. What's up with the sound? Oh, that's definitely them. We got sound.
You'll also hear that baby Lane Anderson.
See, we got sound. These niggas really got a Keefe cam, bro. Law and Crime got a Keefe cam. They got a camera that stand on Keefe D the whole fucking time. Bruh. What y'all doing with the sound, y'all? Hold on, let me go to another one just to check and make sure. No, that's courtroom. All right, that's courtroom with no sound, y'all. Oh, the judge ain't in there. Ain't shit going on. All right, now we should get sound. Judge look like one of them girls used to play baseball or something, don't he? Look at that little ass nose. I bet she ain't getting that much oxygen at all. That motherfucker like she got a mouth breathe all day. Little ass nostrils. Skinny ass nostrils. Motherfucker look like coin slots for dimes. Like if you go to an arcade that only take dimes, that's how her nostrils look like you play at an arcade that only take dimes. Real small nose slots having ass. She can only mouth breathe. Little nose ass. That motherfucker nose small than a bitch. Boy, if she get one booger, she gonna damn near have a attack. She get one booger, that bitch that bitch, you got a mouth breathe. She get one booger, it's over.
Okay. Okay, I'm talking normally now. And now I'm trying to mute. And now I'm trying to talk. And now I'm trying to mute.
Any difference?
That bitch gonna die. She can't smoke through her nose. That bitch try to hit the weed and take the smoke through her nose. That bitch gonna damn near die. A little bit of smoke coming her nose. Just a little. That bitch gonna little ass nose.
I'm on mute. I'm pressing the mute button. The mute's not working. The mutes are not working.
Her baseball coach looking ass. Yeah, I'll tell her baseball coach looking ass up. Skinny ass nose. Where she better not ever get a cold. You know how one side of your nose gets stopped up, you gotta breathe through just one. Did he just look at some ass? Was that a girl that walked by? He just looked at some ass? What was that? Oh, hold up. What just happened?
Okay.
Did he just look at some ass?
Okay, I'm talking normally.
Who wearing all green?
And now I'm trying to mute. And now I'm trying to talk. And now I'm trying to mute.
Any difference?
That nigga needs something to take to the cell.
Okay, I'm talking, and now I'm muting. I'm keeping on mute. Can you hear me? I'm on mute. I'm pressing the mute button.
Man, alright, fuck, that's
The mute's not working. The mutes are not working. That is suboptimal.
Hold on, wait. Who just walked by? Who did he just look at? Who wearing that green? Who the
To the party stipulates your presence with jury.
We do.
Okay, you may all be seated. At this time, the state may call the next witness.
Who?
All right, Mr. Becker, can you hear me?
Oh.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to have my clerk swear
Boy,
you.
this father time.
Please raise your right
Yes,
hand.
ma'am.
Boy, you don't get your...
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action
Oh,
shall be the
man.
truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Brent Becker, BRENT BECKER.
Thank you.
Sorry. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you. Sir, you're retired these days. Is that correct?
Why they
Yes, sir.
shooting him?
What'd you do for a living before you retired?
I was a police officer for the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
And what years were you with Metro?
It's doubling because Brett has his background turned up too loud. Watch. When they talk, it don't. When he talk, it don't double. When they talk, it does. Watch.
96. What was your?
I was a detective with the homicide section.
Do you recall how long you'd been with homicide when you in 1996?
That's their audio, y'all.
I got into homicide, I think it was November of 1994.
Did you have a partner in 96?
Yes, it was Mike Franks.
And who was your sergeant?
Kevin Manning.
Sorry.
He look like an old ass young dude. Like he still do all the young man shit. He just old as fuck. He still look young though.
Can you still hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
See, he's not an old. I was just about to say. See how respectful he is. He not an old dude that's. Oh, you gotta call me this and call me that. He'll call you sir and think nothing of it. He got a young spirit to him.
Did you get called?
But you can see he old as shit.
For a shooting that happened, ultimately determined to be happened at Flamingo and Cobalt.
Yes, Sergeant Manning called me. It was about 12:30 in the morning and I was asleep, so it would have been September 8th.
No, your ass was high.
And so it was around 12:30, so by the time I got up, got dressed, and got there, it was probably about 1 o'clock in the morning on the 8th.
And when you say you got there, what scene did you go to?
The weed scene.
Initially, from what I recall, I went to Harmon in the Boulevard because that's where general assignment and everybody was at to get debriefed on things and get some of the notes. And then, from what I recall, I went over to Flamingo and Cobalt to kind of look.
Y'all right, cuz high as a bitch.
They had some witnesses from the car that supposedly was directly behind Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur.
Oh, he fried.
Harmon and the Boulevard that I needed to interview.
Can we talk a little bit, first of all, Tupac Shakur is still alive on September 8th of 1996, correct?
That's what I was told. He had already been transported. He was not at the scene when I got there.
Is it somewhat unusual for homicide to be involved in a situation where there isn't a deceased victim yet?
That was very unusual, and normally we don't get called out, at least at that time, we didn't get called out unless there was a deceased victim. So it was unusual. I think when we arrived at the scene, we were told that because of the nature of who the victim was, general assignment wanted us to come out to it.
Let me ask you, we've heard from a first responder today. Back in those days, what was general assignment? What does that mean?
General assignment was in essence, the night detectives. They worked swing shift and graveyard shift. So they were the night detectives that if something needed a detective to respond, they were the ones that got called out to the scene.
So they would have been at this scene before you, and then they made a determination along with, I assume, the command staff that homicide should be called out to this investigation.
Correct. Actually, uniformed officers would have been the first people called to the scene of anything. And general assignment, I'm sure, was monitoring the traffic. So if they had heard the call, they may have been responding, but they would have gone out, assessed the scene, and eventually determined if someone, the type of scene it was and if someone needed to come out to it. And in this case, I guess someone must have called Sergeant Manning because he's the one that called us.
And your partner, Detective Franks, do you recall where he responded to?
I believe he got sent directly to a University Medical Center, the hospital, which is where Shakur and crime scene, yes.
And then does at some point crime scene analyst...
The CSAs were assigned to each shift, so I'm pretty sure he was that particular shift CSA. He would have already been out there doing whatever he did for the scene, marking it, taking photographs and such.
When you, at the end of sort of both the two scene investigations, so the Harmon and Las Vegas Boulevard, as well as the Flamingo and Koval investigation, essentially, what was the facts you were dealing with?
Well, according to the witnesses that I had interviewed, Frank Alexander, Malcolm Greenidge, Katari Cox, and Yafu Fula, and I'm just doing what I remember the pronunciation was. They were in the car behind Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur, and what they described was that a white car, and from what I recall, they described a white Cadillac pulling up alongside Knight's car, and someone inside that white Cadillac opening fire or shooting into the car that Knight and Shakur were at. Their descriptions varied a little bit, but from what I recall, I believe they all said it was a white car and more or less agreed that it was a Cadillac. And there might have been a little bit of a variance between 2 and 4 occupants.
And what direction after the shooting does the vehicle head?
After the shooting, it would have turned south on Koval. That was at Flamingo and Koval, because the Knight group was heading eastbound on Flamingo, and the
Mike from the vid, what the fuck is that? Where did you find that, dog? Keefe, D emoji. Oh my God.
The bullet holes that are in the BMW that's located at Harmon and Las Vegas Boulevard, all those bullets appear to be coming in from the passenger side of the BMW.
The impact strikes that I saw were all on the right rear passenger door, the right front door, or the right front passenger door. I believe there was some sort of a mark or impact on the windshield. Those were the strikes that you could see. Like, you know, it was you couldn't tell if anything had been a stray.
Drop the Keefe D emojis in the chat.
You have bullets being shot from south to north into the passenger side of Suge and Tupac's car, but you have no idea how many actual bullets are fired because you can only see the strikes which are in the car.
Correct. All I can see is what the actual impacts are. That doesn't mean that's how many shots were fired. That's just how many struck the vehicle.
And I think
wow, he said shine bright like a diamond head ass, and Paul got cat hair for facial hair. Jesus Christ, dog.
Get collected from the southbound lanes of Flamingo right before Koval. Is that correct?
Yes, without seeing the report, I know that there were fired cartridge cases recovered from the street. I do recall that the number of fired cartridge cases recovered from the street did not match the number of impact strikes on the vehicle, which wouldn't have been surprising considering what traffic probably was on Flamingo on a Saturday night and probably the delay of anybody arriving there, at least from law enforcement.
What happens when, in your experience as a detective, there's a bunch of cartridge cases laying in a busy street and cars driving through? What can happen to those cartridge cases?
Well, especially prior to the uniform officers getting there, cars are driving over them. They're either getting caught within the tread of the tires, or they're getting thrown down the street or thrown into a rain gutter, or, I mean, they could go a lot of different places. We've investigated numerous shootings within streets where you've had fired cartridge cases scattered all over the place. And you never know for sure if you've got all of them, because if something gets caught within a tread of a tire and it doesn't get ejected, unless someone tells you about it later or it gets ejected somewhere else, who knows where it ends up.
In addition to that, when you have your shooter inside a vehicle, are there times that you found casings have gone into the vehicle that the shooter's shooting from?
Yeah, that would depend on if the shots were fired with the handgun inside the window of the car, or if the handgun was outside of the window. Obviously, if the handgun is outside of the window, there's a higher probability, if it's a semi-automatic pistol, there's a higher probability that all those fired cartridge cases ended up outside. If the handgun is on the inside of the vehicle, you have a higher probability of some fired cartridge cases ended up staying inside the car. If it's a revolver, then everything is going to stay within the handgun.
Eventually, I'm kind of jumping forward here, do you have those casings forensically tested?
The firearms examiner ends up testing them. I believe they were able to determine that they thought a Glock, it was going to be a 40 caliber. They were able to determine the caliber, and I believe, because I guess I'm not the expert, the firearms people are, but that a Glock has a particular marking that shows up, and I believe they determined that they thought it was a Glock that fired the weapon, that fired the cartridge cases.
So now you're looking for a white Cadillac occupied somewhere.
The only thing we had was 2 to 4 people, probably already all black males. The shooter, all we had was a black arm. There was a question of whether it was out the driver's door window or out the back window. There was a lot of questions, and this was strictly coming from the 4 gentlemen, Alexander, Greenidge, Cox, and Fula, from the car that was behind them. You got to realize, as I learned later, there was an entire convoy or entourage, whatever you want to call it, that had been behind them, and none of those people were around. Everybody had skedaddled before we got there, or at least by the time I got there. And so the only information we had was what General Assignment had acquired from, I believe, a couple of witnesses that they had talked to, and some of the people at the scene. I think Detective Franks talked to some girls later on that had been at the scene.
Now, during the course of this, you've mentioned Frank Alexander. Do you know what Frank Alexander's responsibility was that night in the car behind Shogun Tupac?
Frank Alexander said he was Tupac Shakur's bodyguard.
And Fula? I'm not even going to say his name right either.
Fula and Greenidge and Qatari Cox were supposed to be part of the Outlaws. I guess it's like the group, I don't know if you call them the band, but the part of the group that performed with Tupac Shakur.
And those are the only 4 that stuck around by the time you got there and you were able to take statements from.
I believe they were the only 4, plus I know there were a couple other guys that are mentioned in the report. I think Kevin Woods was one of them, and I think they must have got stopped by General Assignment or somebody when Suge Knight had made the U-turn to flee or drive away and ended up at Harmon and the Boulevard. Everybody else was gone.
want to fast forward a little bit. Did you learn of an incident that occurred at the MGM casino shortly after the Tyson-Seldon fight?
We eventually learned that. No one claimed that night, but yes, there was a videotape that came about and information about a fight that was caught on videotape where a person was kicked, beaten down by Suge Knight and a bunch of other people in that group. Tupac Shakur was in the group, and Frank Alexander was off in the side.
When you learned about that, did Metro initially know the identity of the victim of that beating?
The only thing we had, I believe, was the first name of Orlando. One of the officers that was at the fight that night, I think they were working off duty, because we also saw some video where they had talked to the person. He was wearing a football jersey, and I don't believe there was a written down ID where the ID was obtained, but the first name of Orlando was on there. That was all we had at that time.
Did you make efforts to talk to Suge Knight?
I know that night at the hospital, Detective Franks attempted to, he said, and then I know that for 2 to 3 days after that, we attempted to, and finally were able to get him in and conduct an interview with him.
How did that come about? How does Suge Knight wind up at Metro?
Well, the first couple of attempts weren't very successful, put it this way. He didn't come in. In fact, I think the one time he was supposed to come in, he didn't show up. And then the night he did, I think it was 3 nights after, it would be in the report. When he did arrive, he showed up with David Kenner, David Chesnoff, and George Kalisis, who are all 3 attorneys, who were his representatives, which we thought was weird because Suge Knight was a victim. And I think Reggie Wright Jr. might have been out in the lobby waiting. And then that's when we were finally able to conduct a taped interview of Suge Knight with his 3 attorneys present.
And what were your impressions from that interview?
Suge Knight was not the Suge Knight I expected. Everything, we had done a lot of research in the short time we had been involved, and Suge Knight was not a very timid person in the previous interviews we had seen of him. He was a very boisterous, in charge kind of guy. He was very timid, and to us, his interview was very practiced, and he was very timid, and I thought he lied to us. He just didn't know anything.
Your impression was he was withholding information about what happened?
He just basically said he didn't know anything. Couldn't recognize anybody.
A few days, or maybe a week even, does there come a point in time when you get contacted by law enforcement in Los Angeles area, whether it be LAPD, LASO, or Compton PD, that assists you in your investigation?
Tupac Shakur passed away on September 13th. We attended the autopsy, and we were later contacted. Well, I think there was probably some contact with other people within the homicide section. You got to realize there are people higher up than us, but eventually Tim Brennan from Compton PD, I think a Mike Collette, and I don't, Fontenot, something like that from Los Angeles County Sheriff's came down to exchange information, and that's when we showed them the videotape from the MGM.
And once you showed them the videotape from the MGM, were they able to identify for you, first of all, who Orlando was?
They immediately recognized Orlando Anderson. They told us that's Orlando Anderson.
And do they also identify some of the people that are with Suge that you didn't know might have been with Suge?
They recognized Suge Knight. I think they did by monikers, if I remember right. There might have been names. I think Buntry was in the picture, a guy named Buntry. There may have been some others that would have, again, it would be on the report because we did document all this.
Does Trayvon Lane sound familiar to you?
Yes, Trayvon Lane does sound familiar.
What about Neckbone?
They ended up identifying a bunch of people because we ended up getting a substantial amount of information from them.
Does there come a point in time when they let you know that basically there's something happening in Compton that might be really indicative of who may have killed Tupac?
Well, we learned that they had a series of shootings occurring in Compton, and we're getting a lot of information from informants that was interesting to us. The problem was it was all from informants. We didn't have any actual people that would come forward and testify. So it was information we could use, but we didn't have any witnesses that would be willing to talk to us. It was all hearsay for us.
And before I get too far into the time you go to Compton the first time, were you able to identify that Suge Knight, Tupac Shakur, and their entourage was staying at the Luxor?
Well, yeah, we knew that after the beatdown at the MGM, they had all gone because the MGM security had videotaped or filmed the group going through the casino and exiting, and we got information that they went over to the Luxor where they had rooms because we observed or saw some videotape down in the valet area after they had changed clothes and were meeting down there for some vehicles where they had left to go to Suge Knight's house there in Las Vegas.
Judge, I have in my hand a certified record from Luxor of the reservations as 124. I'd offer it.
No objection, Honor.
So admitted.
So you mentioned something that I guess I should get to. Suge and Tupac's group leave the MGM, go to the Luxor, and then did you have law enforcement outside, not for this purpose, but did you have law enforcement working security near Suge Knight's house here in Las Vegas?
We did not. Homicide did not. Apparently, there was an off-duty assignment at Suge Knight's community. I guess it's a gated community is where his house was at. And they were working off-duty because of whatever the event was.
And so, did you learn that after the Luxor, they went over to Suge's house?
Yes, we learned that they went over there. There was, I think, a gate log or something, and we learned that several people had gone over there, gone inside, and we eventually acquired that gate log. And then sometime after they had arrived at the house there, they departed, and
that's when the incident occurs.
That's not long after that is when the incident occurred.
All right, let me get back to Compton. At some point, you get told that the Compton Police Department is going to execute search warrants on all of the Mob Piru and Southside Crip residences that they could identify as part of their investigation into the ongoing war now that's happening between Mob Piru and the Southside Crips.
It was kind of twofold. We were told that they were serving search warrants on all these locations for these different groups or gangs, but that there was also at least one murder warrant for Orlando Anderson that they had there in Compton. So it was our understanding that they were going to be arresting him on an outstanding murder warrant there in Compton.
Were you present in Compton when those warrants were executed?
Mike Franks and I did travel down and were present to witness the search warrants being served by Compton and I believe the I don't know if the Los Angeles County Sheriffs participated, the actual deputies. I know that their jail facility people were there.
And you talked about this before. That warrant, had you seen a copy of the affidavit for that warrant?
Yeah, I saw one way back in '96, and I think I've seen one here recently that you showed me that kind of refreshed my memory.
And within that, all of the witnesses are identified as CRIs. Do you know what what they were calling CRIs?
What I was told is that it was called a confidential, reliable informant. I don't recall any person being named as a testifying witness to anything. It was all based on confidential, reliable informants that the search warrant was being based on, which I guess in some cases that's not unusual. I know narcotics cases do that quite often, but eventually if you're going to successfully prosecute a case, you need to have somebody willing to testify.
So on October 2nd of 1996, were you present on Burris Ave when Orlando Anderson's residence was, when the police hit it and searched that residence?
I can't tell you if it was Burris Avenue. I remember being somewhere where Orlando Anderson was arrested, yes.
And during that, did you find out information as to where Orlando Anderson was staying when he was in Las Vegas?
Well, yeah, we kind of had an idea before that, but then when he was arrested, we kind of confirmed it that he had been staying at the Excalibur Hotel. We knew he'd been in Vegas because we had him on videotape, but yes.
Judge, I have in my hand state's proposed exhibit number 125, which is a certified copy of, or it's a certified record of the Excalibur. I offer it at this time.
You want a minute approach?
Yes. That will be a minute.
Okay, now I'm going to try my best here to share my screen with you and see if we can. I want to show you just one little portion of this particular record. All right, share screen. I guess I should have it up. right. Are you seeing my screen at all?
I see you. I don't see the document. Oh, wait a minute. It just flipped.
You see that document now?
Okay, yeah, I do see a document. It's a affidavit of custodian of records.
Okay. I'm going to roll down here to page 2.
Okay, it's a receipt from Excalibur.
And then I'm going to zoom in here, maybe. Oh, that's the search button. Is this going to let me zoom in here? There we go.
I see some writing down there. Yeah. Okay, it zoomed.
Yeah, I'm just going to get to that writing now that I've zoomed in.
Okay.
So on page
All right.
2 here, there's some handwriting on there.
That's the Stardust and Monte Carlo.
You recognize that handwriting?
That's my handwriting.
So how does that handwriting wind up on this record? What do you do?
Well, without seeing a report, I wrote it on there. There's no doubt that I wrote it on there. The question is why I wrote it on there. It's dated September 8th. Says they're local calls, and I put Stardust for one phone number, which and then the Monte Carlo for the other phone number.
Does that suggest to you you're looking to see who Orlando Anderson was, what other hotels he was calling?
I'm wanting to see what the phone calls are, and the Stardust call is at 9:41. It should be if it's correct. 0941 is 9:41 a.m. and then Monte Carlo is at 0946, and then right after that is the Stardust again at 0947 again.
Now, there's been some discussions, and I guess we'll get to that when we get a little bit farther, but why don't we address some of that now? Was there a problem at the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department of information related to your investigation being leaked publicly?
Well, I became aware that there may have been some information being leaked. I couldn't say who specifically was doing it, but I was becoming concerned to the point that in our office we had shelves not behind my desk, but there were some shelves where a lot of the case files are stored. And once this case continued, and the nature of who the victim was, especially when he passed away, there seemed to be a lot of interest in it, outside interest, especially with the media. And I became concerned about it, so I started locking my case files in my desk because I didn't want them to be available. Because I had left things on my desk, and a couple times I had found things different than when I left them, and it just bothered me. So that's why I locked them up.
Did there come a point in time when you started saving your reports to a different type of medium than just the computer?
Well, yes, there were some reports that I ended up not sending off to records because I was putting them on what we had then was called a floppy disk. I guess today they've got a lot of different technology, but back then we had a thing called a floppy disk. Because we actually did some reports early on that I still don't know where they are. We did a pen register early on that I guess nobody can find. We went looking for a vehicle on another guy that nobody can find. There's just a lot of things that disappeared. And some of them are reports that were before I even put them on floppy disk. So yes, I had some concerns.
Were you aware that some Metro employees sold a Polaroid of Tupac on the autopsy table to the Daily Mail?
I was, after we did the autopsy, I was outside the autopsy room. I cannot say that I saw a person take the Polaroid photo of Tupac Shakur's body. I saw somebody walk into the autopsy room where his body was at with a Polaroid. And then I don't remember how long after that a book was published by a Kathy Scott that had, it was a Polaroid photo of his body. It wasn't one of our photos of his body from the autopsy. It was quite obvious it was a Polaroid photo afterwards, because it was not a photograph that we took. We didn't take those kind of photographs at an autopsy. We had no reason to.
But needless to say, you yourself had concerns about the security of the information as it relates to the investigation.
Yes.
Now, going back to exhibit number 125, it says on September 8th at 9:46 a.m. it appears the Monte Carlo was called, correct?
Correct.
And Judge, I have marked State's proposed exhibit number 126, which is a certified copy of a record from the Monte Carlo I'd offer.
Any objection?
If I can have a moment, please.
Yeah. Okay, there'll be a minute.
All right, Detective, I'm going to try and do this. Change the screen for you and now put 126 up on the screen. Ooh. Apparently screen sharing has stopped. Let me put it up first and then... Now I gotta go back to you and hit share. Can you see that now?
Now I do. There's a little delay, but it's a affidavit of custodian of records again.
Now this is the Monte Carlo, and I'm gonna jump down to the first page. There's a name, Corey Edwards.
Corey Edwards.
1301 East Sloan.
Okay.
And it looks like he arrived and departed the Friday night before, the Friday the 6th into Saturday the 7th of September of 96. You see that on the right side?
I see that.
And I'm going to roll down here. A few pages in. Do you see? I could zoom in a little bit here for you.
No, I can see the writing. The Excalibur. Well, go back.
Yeah, I gotta go back.
It zoomed too much.
There you go.
Okay, it's Excalibur, Sahara, and Luxor. That's my handwriting.
And so, does that suggest to you that you took this record and checked to see
where those phone numbers?
The local phone numbers that are being called on it. And I'm going to roll down.
Yes. So the Excalibur was September 7th at 10:01 a.m. Sahara, September 7th at 10:26, and Luxor was at September 7th at 10:32 a.m.
Now, initially, did you have any idea who Corey Edwards was?
I did not have Corey Edwards' name until Compton gave us that name.
So now you're in Compton. You've executed search warrants. You learn about the Excalibur. You learn about the Monte Carlo and Corey Edwards. I want to kind of fast forward now. Well, you mentioned something about a pen register. Does there come a point in time when you guys learn about an individual by the name of David Keefe that might have worked at the MGM?
Yes, we learned about him. Well, it would have been related to the pen register because it goes back to, I want to say, Yafu Fula's description when I took his statement. He gave a description that I recall. He described the driver of the Cadillac having a bitch face. That's the term he used. And I may have misunderstood the terminology at the time. I might have thought bitch face meaning a younger looking face at the time, because there were some names coming up, and we had developed the name of Davion Brooks, who apparently was a Southside Compton Crip. And he was a fair-skinned black male, and we thought he kind of was a bitch face. And he was the person that the pen register was related to in a place, it was south, I can't tell you the address right off the bat. It was south of Tropicana between the Boulevard and Koval. Because all we had, I think, was a cell phone or something, and we did the pen register, but David Keith's name came up somehow in that as a worker in Las Vegas. And for some reason, I'm going off the top of my head without the reports. He had I thought a full-size Blazer, because I used to own a full-size Blazer, and there was an address in Las Vegas and I know we went out and checked that address, but it turned out nothing was there. We couldn't determine anything, but that's how that all came about, David Keefe. And I know that we ended up, because we couldn't find Davion Brooks, at the time, I don't know what they got now, we had a thing called Scope, which the people would get their sheriff's cards or criminal history would go in there, and we could flag a person. So if they were stopped by officers or arrested, that we could be notified. And so we had flagged Davion Brooks, and I believe eventually we must have been down because I was out of town, but Mike Franks and Kevin Manning went and interviewed him.
So at this point, we have the names of Orlando Anderson, you have the name of Corey Edwards, you have the name of Davion Brooks, you have the name of Davion Keefe. Kind of fast forward, but in November of 96, well, let me ask you this. Of all the people you interviewed in that car behind, was there anybody who said he thought he could make an identification?
Yafu Fula, from what I remember, thought he could ID someone possibly. I thought it was the driver, but I'd have to look at the report. He's the only person that thought they could possibly identify someone. I don't recall anybody saying they could ID the shooter. Frank Alexander, Malcolm Greenidge, and Katari Cox were more or less more of the dark arm kind of thing.
When in November of 96 in New Jersey, does something happen to Yafula?
Unfortunately, Yafu Fula was murdered. We were notified, I want to say it was Orange, New Jersey, somewhere in that area. we learned that Yafu Fula had been murdered. This was after we had made several attempts, because Death Row Records, David Kenner, who was the attorney, they had told us that if we needed to talk to anybody from the Outlaws or anybody, that we needed to contact them to make arrangements. And somewhere in the reports that there's several attempts were made to try to get a hold of Yafu Fula, and we got the runaround on that.
I want to fast forward to March 9th of 1997. Did you become aware that another famous rapper by the name of Christopher Wallace, also known as Biggie Smalls, also known as Notorious B.I.G., was killed outside the Peterson Automotive Museum in Los Angeles?
Yes.
And LAPD was responsible for that investigation.
Correct.
At some point, do you have contact with Fred Miller, one of the lead detectives from LAPD?
Yes.
And then shortly thereafter, March 17th or so, did you attempt to contact, well, let me ask you this, did you contact Frank Alexander to do photo lineups?
Yes. Mike Franks and I went down and we met Frank Alexander. If that's what the report said, it was around March 17th down in Orange County somewhere, California. And I had taken probably, I think it was 10 photo lineups that we had prepared, because I had since the shooting and all, Frank had kind of turned around. I think he had gone cross with Death Row Records, and things turned around, and he was willing to meet with us, and that's when I showed him the photo lineups.
Judge and I talked to Mr. Stamp about not having to lay the foundation with each one of these with Mr. Stamp, but I have in my hand those 10 photo lineups, which are marked 76 through 85.
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection to admission?
Yes.
All right, they'll be admitted then.
And I'm going to start with number 10, which is 85. Oops. I have to go in and out here a few times. But each of these photo lineups that you have done here, did you have a reason why you had these particular people in photo lineups?
Main players that were in these photo lineups were, well, obviously Orlando Anderson was in there because of the beatdown at the MGM. I mean, and because of the information we'd acquired from Compton. Then the other people, I think Darnell Brim might have been in one of those because his name had come up. Dwayne Davis's name was in there. Terrence Brown, Smith. There's another Davis. I think it's Dwayne Davis's brother, or he's related to him somehow. Is it Kevin Davis, I think?
Let me just share my screen and we'll go through each one by one, okay?
Yeah. I just remember there were 10 of them, and there was each person that was in the lineup. There was a reason for them being in there, just to cover our bases. We had particular people we were looking at, but we wanted to cover the basis of everybody that had come up.
So on these lineups, this is page 1, page 2, and then on the bottom, page 3 has the names of the people that are in each of those positions. Is that fair?
Those are the lineup records, yes.
And so it shows on March 17th of 1997, you would have created the photo lineup record that's your name down there?
Yes.
And this one, the suspect is number 6, Dwayne Davis.
Yeah, and I guess I probably spelled his name wrong.
And if we go to picture number 6,
That's Dwayne Davis. He's younger. I mean, obviously, it's been a long
30
time.
years ago, right?
Yeah, it's been a long time.
Now, at this point in time, when you're showing these photo lineups, did you have a theory as to who was in this vehicle?
We had an idea from information. We didn't have anybody stepping forward to say anything in particular.
Okay. And who was it? Who did you think was in the car?
Well, the 4 names that we were leaning on was Dwayne Davis, Terrence Brown, DeAndre Smith, and Orlando Anderson. Those were the names that we've been leaning on. But again, those are just the names we had.
Right. You had no live witness to tell you.
No.
You all had confidential, reliable, the CRI that
we personally didn't even have that. I mean, I guess everybody else did, but we didn't have a name that would step forward to say anything. And I believe the CRIs were even throwing out Darnell Brim and other people.
I'm going to kind of go through each one of these, but there's one I want to show you, and you've looked at these 10 photo lineups recently, right?
Correct.
And then there's another 6 photo lineups that you have where there's just a handwritten log that goes with them, right?
Yeah, and after looking at those, I'm wondering if those are photo lineups that I did later, because the 4 girls that I think Mike interviewed that night at the shooting scene, I had attempted to get in touch with them, and I think I talked to a couple of them, and 1 or 2 of them lived in the LA area, and I think it was LAPD, we had sent some lineups to them to look at. Those might have been the lineups we sent to them, actually, because it was, 97 or 98? And I think technology might have got a little better by then.
So let me click out here. Judge, I have in my hand the log of 86, and then State Proposed Exhibits 87 through 91, which are the other 5 lineups, excuse me.
No objection. I'm sorry, no objection.
They'll be there.
So let me start with the log for you, and then we're going to go back to the other ones for just a minute, but let me pull up the log first. Oops. I'm sure there's more technologically advanced if you were younger. If I were younger, we could figure out how to do this easier, but...
You're doing better than me, so...
These are the logs. This is the logs you wrote for each one of those lineups, right? So you had Orlando Anderson in one, Darnell Brim in another, Roger...
These are probably notes that I wrote down because we were just trying to put something together to send off, because I'm seeing... Well, Roger Williams would have been, wasn't a Southside Crip, from what I remember. He was a mob guy or something. He was the opposite of everybody else.
Roger Williams, do you recall his nickname being Neckbone?
Yes, because I think we got to talk to him briefly down in Compton.
The name Jerry Bonds was the name that was
Jerry Bonds was a name that came up very, very early on, and I think Compton had it, and as time went on, Jerry Bonds' name kind of was fading out. I think he's a South Side Compton Crip, but as things went on, his name just started disappearing, even from the informants.
And then the last one on there is Big Dre or DeAndre Smith?
DeAndre Smith, who is the guy that we think was in the back seat with Orlando Anderson.
Now I'm going to go to the DeAndre Smith photo lineup, and that's 91. And he'd be in position number 3, correct? Oh wait, you can't see it. I didn't share it with you yet.
Nothing's popped up yet, so.
Let me share it with you. But if your log has him in position number 3, that'd be him in number 3, correct?
Looking at it, yeah, that face kind of looks familiar. And that number 15 would be my writing. So this is one of the later photos. Yes. And this would, yeah, this is definitely one of the later photos. This is one we had early on.
So now I want to go to photo lineup that you wrote as number 1, which is States Exhibit number 76. Can't believe I have to stop the share every time, but I'm going to zoom in here on number 2 and then share it with you here. Maybe. The person there in number 2, that appears to be DeAndre Smith, correct?
Yes. That's probably an early photo because what I'm looking at, I think, is probably, I don't know if those were California DMV photos or what, because from what I recall, we had to cut the pictures out because the backgrounds were all different colors, and we were trying not to make different colors on the photo lineup, so we didn't come into conflict down the road with anybody. I think Mr. Sanford agreed. If you have a yellow, red, blue, that causes issues. So that's why we did this. And this is all we had that was available at the time.
So I want to roll down here. The weird thing about this record is
number 6 didn't have a name.
Number 6 didn't have a name, but also number 2, even though it's a picture of DeAndre Smith, the record you have written is Andre Norton. Is that possibly an AKA for Mr. Smith?
Probably. We're talking what, 97? Yeah. Andre Norton. I'd have to look at his rap sheet. I don't know. But because there's no ID number over there, that's probably what it is. Because usually if there's an ID number, that's a Metro thing. And DeAndre Smith, whatever, wouldn't have had anything, because I don't think he had a history with Las Vegas.
Oops. Now, as I go through each of these photo lineups that you have, let's go to number 2, which is States Exhibit number 77. And we roll down here. Well, I guess I should share it for you so you know what I'm talking about. We roll down here, and position number 3 is Orlando Anderson. Is that right?
Okay, you're right.
And position number 3 is Orlando.
Yes, that's Orlando. He had a pretty recognizable face. And again, that would have been a similar deal where the backgrounds were all different colors, so that's why we had to cut him out.
I'm going to share with you 78. And then show you down at the bottom. Darnell Brim's in position number 1.
Yeah, when I saw the picture, it looked like him up in the, something about the faces that kind of remember.
But that'd be Darnell Brim.
That would be Darnell Brim.
Let's go to number 4. And if we roll down here, position number 5 would be Jerry Bonds. And if we roll up here, in position number 5 we have Jerry Bonds.
Correct. Yes. Okay.
Number 5. Number 5, we roll down to the bottom, which is State's Exhibit number 80.
That's Davion Brooks. Yeah.
Davion Brooks in position number 5, and if we roll up here, that's Davion Brooks in position number 5.
Yeah.
And that's the potentially young kid, based upon what Yafula said, that caused you guys to do the pen and all those other things.
He's the guy who did the pen register on, yes.
Number 6. Oops. And this will be State's Exhibit number 81. I gotta share it with you. We roll down here. David Keefe is in position number 1, and so that would be David Keefe.
Yes, and the reason we put the tape on there is I think those were probably ID numbers or something, so we're again trying not to create problems with the different booking photos or something. And I don't know if this is a booking thing or a sheriff's card, but we just covered them up to lessen the conflict.
You learned during the course of your investigation that Mr. Keith worked at the MGM, which meant he must have a work card, ergo he must have a photo.
At a minimum, he had to have a work card, yes.
Hold the next one. Oops. Number 82. There we go. We roll down 82, and in spot number 5 is Kevin Davis.
Kevin Davis, yeah.
And number 5 is a photograph of Kevin Davis.
Okay, yes.
And your understanding is that Mr. Davis, Kevin Davis, is Dwayne Davis's brother.
I think that's what it was. I knew he was a relative. For some reason, I thought they were brothers.
You recall a point in time when a .40 caliber Glock was found on Mr. Davis?
I don't remember if it was on him. There's 2 firearms that I can recall, I know that Mike Coette from the LA County Sheriff's Office had a firearm. If that was on him, then that would be it. He mentioned a Glock 40, and I had him enter those cartridges into what we had was drug fire then. I don't know if they still have it. And then I had our firearms people do the comparison on that.
And ultimately, that wasn't your murder weapon.
The firearms examiner said it was not the weapon.
And so, drug fire, which is, I think, the jury will hear later, is now called kniving. But drug fire was a way for photographs of casings to be put into a computer, and then somebody somewhere else could check casings that were found and see if they matched the same gun, casing to casing.
Yeah, the forensics guys that do all those firearms things, they know how to do all that stuff. All I know is if I get the information, I ask the people to enter it in to drug fire at the time, and then those firearms people know what to do. I depend on them.
So we only got 2 more here. Let's do your number 8, which is going to be my 83. In position number 2 is Terry Brown.
Terry Brown.
You see that right there? It says Terry Brown.
I don't see the photo lineup yet. I just see the lineup record.
Yeah.
Haven't.
Terry Brown would be in photo number, would be in position number 2, correct?
Yeah, he's going to be in number 2. Okay. And I don't. Oh, there he is.
And
yeah.
Photo number 2 is Terrence Brown.
That's the old photo. Yes.
And then the last record I have for you, Detective. Well, I have to share my screen with you. Excuse me a second. State's Exhibit number 84. You have Corey Edwards in position 3.
Okay.
And when we roll up here to position number 3, that'd be Corey Edwards.
Yeah. Does he always have that beard? I don't remember. It's been so long, but yeah.
Now, when you showed Mr. Alexander these photo lineups, was he able to pick anybody out?
He said he could not.
And do you know where Mr. Alexander is today?
From what I was told, he committed suicide, so he's deceased.
Did you attempt to show those photo lineups to Malcolm Greenridge?
I think it was the next day, because what started this was a newspaper article. So we went and met Malcolm with Reggie Wright Jr. And I think I learned later, because there was a report, that there's some other guy came with him. We met them at the Compton Police Department. And we sat down with Malcolm and we offered to show him these photo lineups. And Malcolm said he never wanted to see the lineups because he said he could never identify anybody. So basically, he declined to look at the photo lineups.
You mentioned a news story. What was in the news story that caused you to think you should go probably talk to Mr. Greenridge?
There was a reporter named Chuck Phillips that was working for the LA Times at the time that was, well, that's my opinion. Anyhow, Chuck Phillips was writing an article claiming that there were two witnesses that the Metropolitan Police Department were refusing to talk to, Frank Alexander and Malcolm Greenidge. When we got a hold of Frank Alexander and Malcolm Greenidge, they both stated that the words that Chuck Phillips used were not their words, that they had never said those words, and that Malcolm Greenidge said he said he could never identify anybody, so he had no reason to look at the photo lineups. Frank Alexander basically said the same thing, that the story was not the way he had told it.
Now, you were a homicide detective in Las Vegas, Nevada, Clark County, right?
Correct.
This crime appears to have come from Compton and returned shortly thereafter to Compton, right? All the witnesses, everything is there, correct?
Everybody that is related to this crime that we know of is coming from California, yes.
And so, are you a peace officer in California? You got the same powers you have here in Las Vegas?
No.
And how many times did you trip to California, generally, in an effort to talk to people about this particular case?
We made 10 to 12 trips to California. Not all of those trips were with law enforcement because there came a time where we weren't necessarily wanting to deal with law enforcement. So we went down there that many times to try and to contact different people. In fact, every time we went to California, we tried to contact Death Row Records, but got the runaround, so.
So ultimately, were you left with any avenue to further your investigation?
The only thing we ever got was we ended up the revocation hearing for Suge Knight, where I ended up providing a videotape of from the MGM for the DA's office down there.
Let me ask you about that. So, Suge Knight, at the time that he is involved at this fight with Orlando Anderson at the MGM, he is on probation, both federal and state probation in California, correct?
That's the way it was presented to us, yes.
And at that particular hearing, did he call a witness in his defense to claim he was trying to stop the fight?
Orlando Anderson was subpoenaed as a witness for Suge Knight, yes.
And did he testify that Suge Knight was trying to help him, not hurt him?
Orlando Anderson apparently, because I wasn't allowed in the courtroom, but apparently Orlando Anderson testified in court that day that Suge Knight was trying to help him.
And then were you the witness that laid the foundation for the videotape that disputed that testimony at that revocation hearing?
Because I had talked to Orlando Anderson in Compton the day of the search warrants, and he told me differently, I was there as an impeachment witness in case Orlando decided to tell the story that he did tell. And I testified that Orlando told me otherwise, that Suge Knight and Tupac had basically beat him down pretty good.
Thank you, sir. Judge, I pass the witness.
All right. Cross-examination, Mr. Sand.
Detective Becker, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I just need to follow up with a couple things. Let me start off with this. So you talked a little bit about your powers as a police officer in Nevada. And you had mentioned that those police powers end at the border of Nevada. Is that what I heard before?
Yeah, our basic law enforcement powers are within Nevada.
And and as a result, what that means is when you enter into another state, you're technically not a police officer per se. I mean, you are a police officer, but you don't have a jurisdiction. Is that how you would frame it?
Correct. If we were, say, to want to arrest someone in another state, I mean, you could have someone arrest them, but you'd have to go through an extradition proceeding to bring someone over to Nevada. So, and that takes time. It's not like you can just go grab a guy and bring him back to Nevada.
Right. Now, in terms of your work here on this case, I just wanted to make sure that I was clear on a couple things. We went through a lot of photo lineups, right?
Correct.
And you had referenced to me a little bit about the photo lineups, and fair to say, of course, you know, as a defense attorney, you want to make sure that each photo lineup does not suggest the answer to the question, right?
Correct.
So back in those days, you're cutting pictures, you're actually cutting photographs out and just pasting them in such a way to try to eliminate backgrounds and so forth, so that the person that's looking at the photo lineup won't be suggested as to what the answer is.
That's what our attempt was, yes, sir.
Now, just for the jury's edification, when someone is being shown a photo lineup, they're in a room, they see the photo lineup, and then at that point, you wait for them to respond and see which one of the 6 people in there they recognize, right?
Well, you'd show the lineup and ask them if they recognize anybody in the lineup. That's, you don't say who in this lineup, you know, do you recognize? You just say, do you recognize anybody in the lineup?
Right, and the reason why you ask that question that way is you do not want to suggest an answer to your question. Or
correct. You don't want to try and make them lean towards anybody in particular.
Right, because there are instructions that are part of those photo lineups that say there may not be a person at all that we're interested in the 6 people that we present to you, right? You could have a photo lineup with nobody in it that you would have as a target. Fair?
That's a fair statement, yes, sir.
Now, in this particular regard, once a person sees who that person believes to be somebody associated with whatever investigation you're looking at, they typically would circle the picture and maybe put down a percentage of how sure they are of that person being the person that's involved in something. Is that how that works?
Yeah, typically what I would do anyhow is I'd have them initial the back of the photograph, the particular photograph of the person.
Right.
And if there was a percentage, yeah, I would have them put that on there, say it 80%, 60%, whatever that is, you know, or 100%, whichever.
Now, of course, during this time period, as you are putting together these photo lineups, the majority of the individuals that the state identified in each photo lineup are people that are associated with Southside Crips. Would that be an accurate description?
I believe everybody was, I don't remember, was Roger Williams one of them? Because he's not a Crip. He's a Piru or mob guy, so he's a Blood. But everybody else was a Crip, yes.
Right, and so because you were under the premise that there was a gang war, that the Southside Crips had actually shot at Tupac and Suge Knight because they were Piru Blood, and so you were identifying just Southside Crips and putting them into photo lineups. Is that how that worked?
Yeah, we were using Crips because that was the information. Again, we were basing a lot of things off the information we were getting from Compton.
Right, and even so, even as you're receiving this information from Compton, even as you sit here right now, sir, you weren't comfortable necessarily with all of the information you were receiving from Compton, right?
We weren't comfortable with certain things in Compton, yes.
For instance, the way they were conducting their business as law enforcement in Compton was not the way you would recommend or know that Metro would do here in Las Vegas. Fair?
We witnessed a couple of interview techniques that we weren't comfortable with, yes.
Yes, sir. Now, in addition, as you are having these photo lineups, did these photo lineups ever go to anyone back in Las Vegas? For instance, we've heard some testimony from some females that were in a vehicle, some other people maybe that would have been at the scene. Were those photo lineups ever shown to anyone that was, like the girls in the Sebring or anything like that?
That's where I'm wondering. I think there was 5 photos later on that are shown, not the original 10. I don't remember the exact number, but there are 5 later photos. And I think I mentioned it during my earlier testimony that we sent, I believe, someone in LAPD. And I know that of the 4 girls in the Sebring, I only think 1 or 2 said they were willing to look at the photo lineups, and I think photo lineups were sent to LA so they could show them to those
And
1 or 2 girls.
Do you recall what the results were of those photo lineups being sent to the girls in LA?
I don't believe they identified anybody.
And fair to say that in this particular regard, the photo lineup that shows Terrence Brown, no one, as far as you know, no one identified Terrence Brown as being in a vehicle, even in Las Vegas on September 7th, 1996?
Yeah, if Terrence Brown was in one of those photo lineups, then he wasn't identified, correct.
How about DeAndre Smith? Was he ever identified by anybody in a photo line and his photo lineup as being present in Las Vegas, Nevada on September 7th, 1996?
I don't recall anybody being identified in a photo lineup.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, sir, your testimony was that you were the primary detective on this case originally.
Myself and Mike Franks, we didn't really have a lead, but yeah.
All right. You like drew the short straw basically on this one, right?
I guess I'm the guy that's name is all over everything, but yes.
Well, congratulations. Let me ask you this question though. As a police officer, did you write reports of all of your activity that you did during the course of this investigation?
Anytime we did something, I did an officer's report. I know Mike Franks did several reports too, yes. And
would there ever be a time during the time that you were handling this investigation that you would have chosen not to have written a officer's report?
Not that I can think of.
Okay.
No. If we'd had a trip, especially any trip we did out of state, anything where we went out and did anything, I'd have done an officer's report. Back in the day, apparently they do things a little different. Even if it was a 1 paragrapher, we did officer's reports.
And as far as you know, based upon your knowledge of what happened to your file after you left, is the file complete in terms of your reports and what you did in this case?
I left, it was, yes.
Is it now?
I don't know. I've never seen the case file, so I don't know what it looks like now. I've heard rumors.
Now, the district attorney's office had forwarded over to you some documents to help you with your preparation for testimony here today, right?
Correct.
Were those documents all of the officer's reports that you wrote while you were on this investigation?
No.
Now, in addition to that, sir, you had testified a little bit about the Luxor, I think. You had mentioned something about there was some information that Tupac and Suge Knight had both had rooms at the Luxor. Is that correct?
That's the information we had, yes, sir.
Okay. In addition to that, was there any video that was captured of the vehicles that had gone to the Luxor to pick up Tupac while he was at the Luxor?
I don't remember a specific video of the vehicles. I mean, there was hearsay of vehicles, but I don't remember specific videos.
Now,
off the top of my head, I don't. No.
Right. And because you were the lead detective, of course, you're accumulating all of the information that's being gathered, sometimes from other police officers in furtherance of your investigation, right?
Yeah, if it's given to me, yes, and it's put into the case file, yes.
Right. And so with regards to the Luxor incident, you learned and you had put into your officer's report that Tupac Shakur was picked up with some people, looks like around 10 o'clock at the ballet. Do you recall that?
I did not. I don't think I did an officer's report reference the ballet. No.
I have a document here. Looks like your signature is at the bottom as the officer.
If you could show it to me. Like I said, I've seen some documents from this that I don't recall. But if you have it, show it to me. I'd be happy. And
do we run it right over for you right now?
Yeah, if you could show it to me.
Let me do this.
Recall it.
Now, I believe that we had submitted some documents for your review as well. Do you recall the documents that we reviewed?
I remember, because I remember you showing me a document from LA that I didn't remember too. So, but it's been a while. So
this would be titled the Murder or Attempt Murder Supplement. Do you recall that document?
Okay. Wait a minute. Is this the report with Beard on it?
Correct. That's right.
Oh, okay. That report. Now I remember that report. Yes.
And I apologize if I wasn't clear enough.
Okay. I remember that report. Yes.
And in that report, for instance, there was a discussion about the number of vehicles that had pulled up to pick up Tupac, and one of the vehicles that was there was a Cadillac that was white with 4 black males in it. Do you recall that?
Correct.
Okay. So the way we're looking at it right now is Tupac comes out of the Luxor, he gets picked up in a long caravan of cars, and the last car is a white Cadillac with 4 black males in it. Right?
Correct.
Okay. And that's based upon your investigation.
Correct.
Now, in addition to that, we talked a little bit about the pen registers. Can you explain to the jury what a pen register is?
Pen register isn't the same as a pen register is more or less you're getting a number and you're more or less recording those numbers. So it's not quite the same as you're recording phone calls and listening to them, where in that particular case you actually have people in a room and they're actually listening to calls, and if the call is not pertaining to your investigation, you're supposed to turn it off and not listen to it. It's something that's not pertaining to it. And that a pen register is more or less information to record calls. It's a tool to assist you in your investigation if it turns out to be something that's valuable. That was the intent.
Right.
When we did the pen register, we never got to do it because we did the pen register. You have to file it with the county, and lo and behold, the next day it was in the newspaper. So basically, it was a waste of time.
Well, I mean, for instance, the pen register would be you would target someone's phone number, right? And so
correct. That was the intent.
And the pen register would record the numbers that were either going to that phone number or that phone number making phone calls out of that to other phones.
That was the intent.
Now, in this case, can you tell us, for instance, what Keefe D's phone number was at that particular time?
I couldn't tell you. No.
And with regards to the phone records that we had received, there were some numbers that were either from Monte Carlo, and I don't know if it was from the Luxor, but do any of those phone numbers register back to a pager? Because this is 1996, right? So it's got to be a pager, or maybe, I don't know what was around 1996 besides the pager.
I believe those phone numbers were actually the phone numbers to the hotels themselves.
Right. And so outside of that, we don't have any fact that Keefe D's pager or phone number was either dialed to or received in from either the Luxor or the Monte Carlo, is what's been shared here today, right?
Not on those calls, sir.
Now, in addition to that, you had mentioned as well the search warrants that occurred in Compton. Now, these search warrants that occurred, fair to say that they also they were doing these search warrants to try to retrieve firearms to help quell or to suppress any potential violence in Compton. Is that the reason or purpose for those search warrants?
I don't know what, it was their search warrant. I can't tell you what the purpose, other than my understanding was there was an arrest warrant for Orlando Anderson. All that other stuff, that's Compton's thing. Yeah. It was their search warrant.
And in terms of that search warrant, did you ever see the results, or was Keefe D's house or residence in Compton searched as well?
I don't remember. I'd have to. The return had so much information on there. I'd have to sit there and look at it again. I just don't remember right off the top of my head if Keefe D's house was on that return or not.
No worries, sir. And in terms of your investigation, did you ever have to deal directly with Reggie Wright Jr.?
The only face-to-face, and it would have been brief, would have been at Compton when he brought Malcolm Greenidge in, but I don't think there was any talk. And the reason we probably didn't talk to him was because his dad was a lieutenant at Compton.
And what did that mean to you as to why you wouldn't talk to him because his dad was a lieutenant?
Right, wrong, or indifferent, our feeling was, well, if your dad's a Compton lieutenant and you're the head of Death Row Records security, I just have a problem with the communications line there. Maybe I'm being distrustful on that. I just worry about what's being said between the two parties.
Were you aware during the course of your investigation that Reggie Wright Jr. instructed his people to lie to you?
I was told later on by Frank Alexander that he said that, yes.
In addition to that, we had talked a little bit about the video footage that was captured at the MGM. Did you at any point when you looked at that video footage observe or see Dwayne Davis, Keefe D in that surveillance video?
No.
And then finally, your recollection is, so you wake up in the morning, you get the call, you arrive on scene, and when you get there, you had said, and this might be an old Nevada saying, but everyone skedaddled before I got there. You remember saying something like that?
Okay.
Did you, during that time period, ever observe a white Cadillac sitting there waiting for somebody inside to talk to either yourself or any other police officers about what happened at the scene?
No.
And then finally, you had mentioned a little bit about Suge Knight, and you had said that you believed that he was timid or afraid when he showed up with 3 attorneys to talk to you.
Yeah, I think he was rather timid, yes.
Sure. And it would be fair to say, of course, that you don't know why he was timid, right? I mean, he's walking in with 3 attorneys. I mean, is he worried that he's going to get caught doing something wrong, or is he there because he's worried about something else? You don't know, right?
I don't know why he was. It's just I'm sitting there thinking, one, why did a victim showing up with 3 attorneys? That was just an odd thing to me.
Right. Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Any redirect, Mr. Jacqueline? Okay. Of course.
All right, Detective. I'm going to jump in here just a little bit with you. Hold on one second while I get ready so that we can share some screens here. And of course, now I can't get that thing to come up so I can share the screen because this is in the way. There it is. I found it. Here we go.
Smiling?
I want to start with an aerial that's been admitted as State's Exhibit number 1. I'm going to put it up big for you here. Can you see that?
Just a minute. Okay, yeah, now I do.
Okay. So, your understanding is that Suge and the entourage were coming down this way, westbound on Flamingo towards the 662 Club.
Man, they still got this hippie on the stand. This nigga that just finished smoking a Fat J. God damn.
Shooting. What's your understanding as to what Mr. Suge?
Did you say westbound or eastbound?
I'm sorry, they were heading eastbound towards the 662, correct?
Correct.
What's your understanding as to what Suge and the majority of that entourage do after the shooting?
My understanding is once the shooting happened, they made a U-turn, went westbound on Flamingo, southbound on the boulevard, Las Vegas Boulevard, and came to a stop. If that red dot is at Las Vegas Boulevard and Harmon, that's where they came to a stop.
And it wasn't just Mr. Knight's vehicle that was stopped at that location. There were a number of other cars that were part of that entourage that remained at the scene for photographing. Is that correct?
My understanding, because obviously Frank Alexander and the other 3 gentlemen were there, so their car must have been there. If Kevin Woods got talked to, and I think there was somebody else, so I'm guessing their car was there. If there were other cars there, no one said anything about it. So I don't know how many. I remember the car that Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur were in was there in the intersection.
Right. And 2 of the wheels have been blown out from hitting a curb.
The rims were banged up from going over the median there in the middle of the Flamingo.
So, and then the entire crime scene would have been taped off by initial patrol officers, correct?
Yeah, I remember the street was pretty well taped off from what I recall.
And when they put crime scene tape up, they put crime scene tape up around the entire area they're trying to protect. Whether or not the people that were in those vehicles stayed at that location, there are more than one vehicle that's taped off in this scene. Would you agree with that?
They should be. They should be taping off a wider area than a smaller area. It's easier to come in than to go out.
So this is going to make me kick me back in and out every time, but let's go through this.
Well, what I'm saying is, if you're going to tape off an area, you'd rather make it bigger than start smaller, because it's easier to start bigger and close it than to start small and make it wider, because once you made it small, you got looky-loos, everybody coming in, and it's tough to get people out then.
So now I'm going to share this photograph. That's the rear of Mr. Shakur and Suge Knight's vehicle, or at least appears to be, correct?
This is at the scene, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, I see the tape in the distance, okay. And then,
that's exhibit number 6.
okay, is this on the boulevard?
I believe the testimony is that this vehicle is Las Vegas Boulevard in Harmon.
Okay, I see the black and white up ahead just because I see the reflective from the door.
I'm going to go through exhibit number.
What's that white car?
Well, we're going to go through all of these for you in just a second. Of course, I got to do this the hard way. So now I'm going to show you number 20. Give me a second. I don't know why this thing won't roll up for me when it's photographs. There's obviously a different black BMW that's inside. If you look real close on the right side, the crime scene.
Okay.
There is 22. Oh, I'm going to click out of this.
I'm guessing that license plate number is on the report, so.
You just click through. That's 23. Now we're looking at 24. Share my screen. There's a black Lexus within the crime scene tape.
Okay.
Stop sharing.
So all those cars that are in that line to the side is just regular traffic being going by, I take it.
Then within the tape, this is State's Exhibit number 24. There's a silverish Mercedes.
Okay. So is Kevin Woods is probably in at least one of these.
And then 26. Share 26. Also in the tape, there's white. I think if you zoom in really close down here, which I don't know if I can do on here. But
Yeah.
oh, I can do this. There you go.
And it's probably the license. Oh, it's a
Dodge Avenger.
Okay. A Dodge Avenger. Okay, and the license plate number. Because I remember on the original crime report, there are license plate numbers on vehicles, and I'd have to look at it to see what they match up to.
And then Mr. Sant asked you questions about going to the Luxor.
Okay.
You recall those questions?
Yes.
Would it refresh your memory as to exactly what you found out at the Luxor to review that report that you generated?
Uh-huh.
Okay. There we go. Why is it not coming up? Stop. Share this one more time. Let's see if this works. There we go. Alright. Alright, here we go.
Right, Brian Beard, yeah. Okay.
So, the beginning is just sort of a little paragraph that you wrote about what the investigation is about.
That's just a very brief synopsis about what happened the night of the shooting, yes.
Now, you indicated you talked to Brian Beard, who was working security at the Luxor.
Correct.
At about 10 p.m., he saw Mr. Shakur with a large group of people at the valet. Shakur and his group entered numerous vehicles and drove onto Las Vegas Boulevard around 10:30.
Right.
Beard recalls a black two-door Mercedes, a dark-colored Hummer, a two-tone van, and a black four-door Mercedes or BMW in the entourage.
Yeah, and the Hummer was supposed to be MC Hammer. I remember that.
Okay. And then you also talked to Angel Zavala.
Right.
He was working as well. His recollection of the vehicles were there was a white Dodge Caravan, a black BMW Mercedes, and two other black vehicles. Two white vehicles were also behind the group. Zavala said he thought the last car was a Cadillac or Buick with 4 black males, was what he reported.
Right. That correct.
Thank you, Judge. I have nothing further.
Okay. Any requests?
Just real quick, Detective Becker, with regards to that last line, the last line is that the last white vehicle was either a Cadillac or a Buick, right? So the Cadillac was a white Cadillac.
Correct. That's the way that's worded, yes.
All right.
Either a white Cadillac or Buick, yes.
All right. No further questions. Thank you.
Anything else?
No.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? Seeing no hands, thank you. You are excused. Have a good day.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, State. Any additional witnesses for today?
We approach it.
Come on. All right, we're going to take another 15-minute break while we try to get some Zoom things going. During this recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, the internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until it is submitted to you. We'll see you guys back 3:30. Please rise for the jury. We'll be in recess. Thank you, everyone.
All right, y'all. We finna go ahead and end this one for the day. Got some business I got to take care of. I appreciate y'all rocking out. Super dude salute. We finna wrap this one up, man. Like my bro said, I reserve the right to be wrong. Like I say, I identify as a multi-millionaire. They got a bathroom. They gotta give us a cash register. Other than that, Illuminati Network. We out this motherfucker. Let's go.